Now that everybody is here and seated, we will get started. I want everyone to look at this. This is our book for today. So it's going to be quite voluminous. At this time, I will officially gavel us in and ask that you please stand for the invocation, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and Texas flags. And what delight it gives me this morning to recognize Bishop Edmund Carmody.
Otherwise known as the greatest racquetball player to ever live, correct?
Oh, sorry, Bishop.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good and gracious Lord, we thank you for all the people who dedicate their time and talent to serve others. Lord, that is the great commandment you gave us, serving one another, giving our time to others, and our time, Lord, is life. So we thank you for our Commissioner's Court. We ask you to bless our county judge and the commissioners who give so much of their time and talent to serve the people here in Nueces County. Lord, help them to be united in their service. Help them to focus on the other people that need our help. Lord, at this time of the year, we thank you for all the friends we have. And Lord, help those who have no friends. We thank you for the family we have, and we ask you to help those who have no family. Lord, as we go forward together, may we always realize that we are appointed and voted in to serve others. And Lord, let everybody participate. Let nobody be excluded from the service, for we all have talents called to serve others. And Lord, maybe we focus on the goal we need for our wonderful county. And as we travel around our fair city, let us look at all the lights. The lights are there showing that we are called to be a light for others, to dispel the darkness that can encompass us. So let us be a light for others. And as we bring the tree into our homes, we bring God into our homes, who is unity and love and caring. Lord, let us be aware of that. And if we put the star on our roof, let us be a sign that the Lord is in this house with peace and love and care. And Lord, let us go forward together, having a wonderful, blessed Christmas together, a joyful New Year filled with health, happiness, and joy. Bless our county judge and the commissioners as they continue to serve our wonderful county. Blessings, Lord, all in your hands. Take care of us. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you so much. At this time, I'll note for the record and the clerk, 8:41, although I know we started probably around 8:36. And the date of this meeting is December 15th, 2021. We are at the Nueces County Courthouse at 901 Leopard. We're on the third floor, and this is Commissioner's Courtroom. I do certify for the clerk that all commissioners are present, and therefore a quorum has been established. We'll move towards our safety briefing, and I'd ask that you direct your attention to Rebecca at this time.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and attendees. Our safety briefing for today, December 15th, is being held in the Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium, past the Human Resources Office. There is a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom, and also 5 additional fire extinguishers located throughout the atrium area. Bleed control stations are on every floor. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall next to the Human Resources Office. Participant for today who will be responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. Participants CPR certified in attendance will be Dale, and remember, anyone can render aid. In the event of evacuation, our egress route will be slowly down the atrium stairs and proceeding out the doors located on the LaPan Street side of the courthouse, and assemble in the parking lot across the street, and it is important to stay together. Should there be a need to shelter in place, depending upon the severity of the shelter in place, the courtroom double doors will be secured and remain secure until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Our guest sanitizer for the day will be Michael. Our safety topic for the last day of December is Feliz Navidad. I would like to dedicate this song to Commissioners Court, employees, and all of Nueces County residents. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Mariachi Aguilar.
Bienvenidos.
Feliz Navidad, feliz Navidad, feliz Navidad, próspero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad, feliz Navidad, feliz Navidad, próspero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. Feliz Navidad, feliz Navidad, feliz Navidad, próspero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad, feliz Navidad, feliz Navidad, próspero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart.
We're gonna do a song for y'all, brother.
In honor of Vicente Fernandez.
In honor of Vicente Fernandez.
Yo sé bien que estoy afuera, pero el día en que yo me muera, sé que tendrás que llorar.
Llorar y llorar, llorar y llorar.
Dirás que no me quisiste, pero vas a estar muy triste y así te me vas a quedar. Con dinero y sin dinero, hago siempre lo que quiero y mi palabra piedra en el camino me enseñó que mi destino era rodar y rodar.
Rodar y rodar, rodar y rodar.
Después me dijo un arriero que no hay que llegar primero, pero hay que saber llegar. Con dinero y sin dinero hago siempre lo que quiero y mi palabra es la ley. No tengo trono ni reina, ni nadie que me comprenda, pero sigo siendo el rey.
Bravo.
Viva el
Thank
rey.
you so much.
And this concludes our risk management safety briefing for today.
Thank you. Well done, well done. I don't know why, but I just knew I don't know why, but I felt like something great was gonna happen. I did not know about the mariachis, but that was a wonderful surprise. At this time, we're gonna move straight into public comment. I have a sheet. Also, we have a virtual opportunity for people to come in. For those of you online, if you do want to make public comment, the easiest way to let us know is to use that virtual icon of a hand. I'm going to call you out, just in the order that you signed up. And the first one this morning, we do have someone to help sanitize, so if you're next to the podium, if you would just give us a moment to clean, and then you'll be called up. Gosh, these eyes of mine, is it Ronnie Baker?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, hi.
Quick question. I prepared, as per your requirements, 10 packets. Who do I get those to?
Miss Belinda Hinojosa Person, and if you wouldn't mind, if you would take the podium, I can hear you just fine, but everybody online, they can't.
My grandkids hear me just fine.
Unless you get to that podium, it won't record for me. And again, I just said your name, but if you would announce it again for the clerk.
Yes, my name's Ronnie Baker. I'm sales manager for Roy Bingo Supply. I cover the entire state of Texas. I spent 40 years in gaming. I belong to the Knights of Columbus, the American Legion. I'm a veteran. I come here today, and the packet that I'm dropped off consists of 3 different documents. One is a series of news releases from Nueces County and surrounding counties. The first one, actually, Judge, quotes you when it says, "I want us to permit it. I want us to regulate it. I hope the process is so onerous that no good person would apply and get one of these." This was written in 2019. That's when there were 51 game rooms, according to Sheriff Hooper. There's now 100 game rooms. The 50 nonprofits here in Nueces County donate hundreds of thousands of dollars. They pay the county and city close to $300,000 in a prize fee. What's happening right now is that there is no regulation for game rooms. We've been bounced back and forth between the city and the county. This starts out with Sheriff Hooper's perspective in 2019 that game rooms are a hotbed of illegal gambling and all sorts of criminal activity. The other document that's in there is a document about what game rooms are tied in with cartels. Most importantly, the question comes up is how do we regulate it? And nobody seems to want to pick up the ball on enforcement. We've provided you all with a go-by from the recently passed regulation from Bell County. That's a permitting process that's overseen by the fire marshal. It's effectively shut down because of the permitting requirements that Judge Canales referenced in 2019. So this was just passed 6 months ago. There are no more game rooms in Bell County. So your surrounding counties, Victoria, San Patricio's rating game rooms, Dimmitt County, Tarrant County, Dallas County, they've all enacted regulations. We've lost 1 commercial bingo hall. We're fixing to lose 2 more commercial bingo halls. That's 20 nonprofits. They pay the city and the county for the privilege of not only supporting the charities, but supporting the county. So I would ask that you all consider the Bell County regulation as a go-by. Just scratch out Bell County, right into Nueces County, and we're good to go. God bless. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll hear from Miss Kathleen White, and following Kathleen will be Arthur Haas.
Hello, my name's Kathleen White. I live at 201 Bay Ridge in Corpus Christi. I'm here representing a small business that's owned by 3 women here in Corpus Christi. It's been in business since the 1980s. And we have provided a safe place for social activities at Weber Bingo for people and citizens for years. You know, we might go to dinner parties and galas, but a lot of people enjoy the social activity that's brought, that bingo provides them. And if you've never been to bingo hall, you wouldn't really know that, but if you come and see what happens every Tuesday, you'll see grandma meets her granddaughter there, and they play and they have a good time. We open hours before the game starts so that they have time to visit and play and eat something together. Anyway, we provided jobs. We provided a safe environment. We are a highly regulated business. I think bingo is very misunderstood by those who have never been in it. But I deal with the IRS in one career, and I deal with the Texas Lottery Commission regulations in the other. They're not that far different as far as the volume of rules that we have to abide by. And we provided, like Ronnie said, taxes, because the governments get paid based upon gross prize money, and the charities just get paid for the net income. Over the history, I've tried to estimate what I think we have distributed to charities, and I think it's in the range of $8 million from this one business alone. And but last month, the month of October, was the largest loss we've ever incurred in the history of our business. We are not going to survive without some help. And what we're asking for is that there be some level of regulation and accountability to these game rooms so that they don't have a free-for-all. I talk to people all the time who go into them, they get paid out cash. It's not even, they don't even try to hide it. If Nueces County doesn't regulate them or enforce them, we're just gonna attract the very worst of those operators, because those that wanna operate legal game rooms are gonna abide by the regulations in other counties or in Nueces County. I think that if the game rooms are not regulated, that charitable bingo will disappear. As a result, there'll be many, many charities that are hurt. There'll be many of our most vulnerable citizens that can gamble unlimitedly. I mean, think of the financial losses for those that might have a propensity to spend more than they should in a gambling operation. And so we've been working on this for a couple years now, since 2019. I'm happy to sit down, explain how bingo works, and educate anybody who needs to understand more about bingo. But there's a tremendous difference between these two kinds of operations, and I just would hope that y'all would do something to pass a regulation like Bell County or one of the other counties, so that charitable bingo has a fighting chance to survive in this county. Thank you very much for your time and your attendance to our county and our citizens.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And now Arthur Haas, followed by Miss Margaret Baldwin.
Thank you. Judge and Commissioners, good morning and Merry Christmas.
Good morning.
My name's Arthur Haas. I live at 3543 Floyd. I'm coming to you. I represent National Little League, and a number of you and the county attorney. Unfortunately for her, she's had to put up through Coach Haas for a couple years with 3 of her sons, but they all survived. National Little League has been a benefactor at Weber Bingo for 30 years to the tune of over $800,000, which allows us to help roughly 450 kids a year play Little League Baseball. National Little League has been at Weber Bingo for over 30 years. The revenue, as I said, close to $800,000. Our charitable bingo operations in our community have been impacted by these game rooms. There's no doubt about it. We come today to ask you to strongly consider creating a regulation similar to other counties, Victoria County. I believe Sheriff Hooper prefers the Tarrant County wording. I'm not going to speak to potential criminal activity because I don't like to talk something that I can't back up with fact. But these places, we don't know who owns them. We don't know who operates them. And we know that many of them are open 24 hours a day. And so it's our hope that you guys will strongly consider putting in an ordinance, if that's the right term, that can be enforced to protect the charitable bingo operations and the 50 some odd nonprofits that benefit. We've got Kiwanis clubs, Rotary clubs, different churches, I think Pee Wee's Pet Adoption. So you name the charitable efforts in our community, and a number of them are benefactors of charitable bingo. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Again, Margaret Baldwin, you'll be next, followed by Miss Suzanne Taylor.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Margaret Baldwin, and I wrote out what I was going to say. I get very nervous, so excuse me. I'm here on behalf of many charities that are with Golden Bingo Family and with other charities in Corpus Christi. These charities remove from charitable bingo, and that's how they help the pet rescues, the VFWs, the church, you name the charity, that's how they do it. One particular one helps unwed mothers, single-wed mothers, doing things. What has been gone from 2015 to 2020 that they have received to be able to help the people and charities in Nueces County has gone from a distribution of 1.1 million in 2015 down to 642,000 due to game rooms coming in and taking over that. We're asking that they be regulated. So the proposed legislation that Mr. Baker gave you is approximately 25 pages. And it's very simple, well said, and will help make it more honest, know who's operating, and be able to track them all the way from the people who own it to the workers to the establishments. Everything is noted. It's not hidden behind dark walls. It's out in the open. This binder is the Enabling Act and the Texas Administrative Code that bingo is regulated by. I mean, sometimes it's hard to figure out what's up and down. There are so many regulations that we have to go by. We are asking that they are put to the same guidelines, the same regulations that we are asking the Bell County. It's only fair that if they are going to operate in this field, that they be regulated also in the form of reporting daily what they have, what's going on. Nobody has any ideas. We know who's operating them, how they're operating is huge. It takes it to a field of honesty, just as we are. We have to be regulated ourselves. We're registered. We have to get a card, a workers' registry card. It's only fair that they also be put to that same regulation so that we know who is running these. The other thing that is, bingo pays prize fees to the state, the county, and the city. We can't get around it. That is the rules. And we do that regularly, and that's part of y'all's budget. And we think that, excuse me, I think that it would be great if they had to pay prize fees too, so that you have an idea of what they're doing, how much money they're running through the halls. I've included a paper. I've gone way past my time, but I have included my card at the bottom. I'm more than welcome, as Kathleen has said, to sit down with anybody and explain to them bingo regulations, and we can also talk about the proposed Bell County that Ronnie has given you. We ask that you take great consideration and do a regulation for our county. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Suzanne Taylor? And just for my housekeeping, I'm trying to keep this all together for continuity. TJ Ledbetter, are you here also for the same subject matter? Okay, even though you're not next in the order, I hope that it would be all right with everybody if I keep this consistent. TJ, you'll be next. What about Mr. Matt Ekstrom? Are you also here for the same subject matter? No, ma'am. Different subject. Okay, thank you for that. What about Miriam Aguilade? Oh, hi, Miriam. I know what you're here for. I see it on your mask. Okay. I will group those together, so for consistency purposes. And thank you for that break. Ms. Taylor.
Hello, Suzanne Taylor, 5413 Pressler, and of course, I'm here in support of charities in Nueces County. I am on the board of Navy League, Big Brothers Big Sisters, Pee Wee's Pet Adoption, Lost Pet Hotline, and Novi Haven. I'm treasurer for 3 of those charities, so I see really firsthand the impact of the game rooms on charitable bingo. The prize fees don't seem to have fluctuated as much. I wish the city, the county, and the state were getting nailed like the charities are, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like that on the paper. But I can tell you, from getting $15,000 a quarter for Navy League, we're down to $1,500 for the entire year of 2021. I mean, $60,000, $1,500. That shows you what the game rooms are doing to bingo. And they're not the only one. Same thing for the other charities. And unfortunately, the charities have really become needing the bingo funds. I mean, it's something that they've had in their budget that they anticipated receiving, and unfortunately now they're not getting them. I was here 2 years ago in October and spoke to you back then, and I know, Judge, that we've had meetings, the bingo folks, with you in between times. We've met with Sheriff Hooper several times. He's come and talked to the bingo industry and stands right there and tells us that if they pay cash, the game rooms are illegal. But unfortunately, he doesn't have the space in the jail or the manpower to enforce the law. So therefore, we let the illegal game rooms continue to operate, which somebody told me this a couple of years ago. I wouldn't believe it could possibly happen in my county. I look at San Pat County, and it's frustrating to me that they can close the game room down, no problem. They go in there, close them, and you look at San Pat, you're not going to find any game rooms over there. I realize that they've just outnumbered law enforcement, but I don't believe that that's a reason to give up on them because there's so many of them. One of the other things that I thought was very interesting that I've brought up before is that you can seize the building. That's in the law. So if they're operating a game room, it's being run illegally, and the owner is notified, you can go in and seize the building. Seize a building in Corpus Christi and watch how fast the game rooms close. The owners are not going to let you take their buildings to rent to the game rooms. So please, I beg you, go out, do one. Sheriff Hooper promised he would do one investigation and close one game room, and it still hasn't happened. So I'm asking you, help the charities, help the county. this isn't just for me, it's not just for a commercial operator. This is for the charities and all the good they do in this county. So we're asking you, don't bounce us back to the city again. We bounce to the city sends us back to you. We're feeling like a ping pong ball because everybody's pointing at each other. The city points at the county says, well, they need the city's help. So I'm asking, please, let it stop here. Let's get an ordinance and do something to help your organizations that run the charities in Corpus. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to call on TJ Ledbetter, please.
Good morning. I'm a local CPA here in town, and I'm a former auditor with the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission and the state controllers. I will agree that bingo is probably the most regulated business, even more so than alcohol. These game rooms give away free alcohol. I don't even know if y'all are aware of that, but I've seen over the years, I've worked with charitable organizations for over 20 years that deal with bingo. And their income is declining in proportion to the increase in the percentage of game rooms in this town. If we set an ordinance at the city level, they'll just move to the outskirts of the city. We need an ordinance at the county level. I don't even think it'll require much enforcement if you do an ordinance and you require licensing. Require these people to turn in information of who they are and where they come from. I guarantee you 99% will be gone. And it won't require cost of enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to make sure, Belinda, do I have anybody online at all with raising their hands on this subject matter, just for continuity? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to continue to move on. And I'll do, and this is the order that they were signed up in, Louis Wilmot.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, staff. Thank you for having me. Luis Wilmot, 3713 Beauregard, and your Assistant Director of Public Health. I'm here on behalf of the Health District employees and the residents of Nueces County. I am concerned about them. Since the city has announced its intentions to separate from the Health District with no real vetted plan he has offered, our employees are very concerned. The residents of Nueces County should also be concerned. Let's be honest, the city's plan is being developed as we go forward. However, this court has yet to offer any plan or any reassurance to their employees. Not one commissioner has come to the Health District to address the county employees. The city has. I will have to give them kudos for that. Whether you believe the city-county split is right or wrong, whether you agree or disagree, that doesn't matter. City Manager Zanoni and his staff have come to the Health District every week on a mission, united with the City Council and a way forward. Many city employees are starting to buy into this. Why? Because people follow strength and purpose. They will even do it blindly. They want to know how they fit into this purpose. Where is my position? At least the city has created some positions so that they can absorb some of the city health district employees. That's great. Unfortunately, the employees are so concerned about their jobs that they're applying for various jobs, not just the one that they currently hold. To me, that sounds like crabs in a bucket trying to survive. It's not reassurance, that's survival. County employees, on the other hand, are in limbo. They're in limbo because there is no county leadership to address their concerns. You know why not? Because this court is weak. This court is weak because you're divided. You are not united. And people don't follow weakness, not even blindly. For some of you, your political interests have blinded you of the mission of public health. I'm here to remind you of that mission. It is to promote, to protect, to prevent. My priorities are simple. It's to serve the residents of Nueces County. It's to take care of my employees. They're the fighting strength. And to ensure the city and county leaders have the information they need to make more informed decisions for the community. All the rest is smoke and mirrors. A few weeks ago, I witnessed this court fight tooth and nail for an employee who had allegedly done something wrong. I saw emotions, I saw ferocity, I saw vigor, as many of you defended this employee. I ask you now, where is that same fire and vigor and defense of your 40 county health district employees who have done nothing wrong? They've done everything right. Why isn't this court defending them? News of our city county health district split has sent waves throughout Texas. There's blood in the water and the sharks are coming. Some of your health district employees are receiving messages. They're being contacted by bigger counties. Counties we're supposed to emulate. Harris County, Dallas County, Travis County. They say, we see the mess over there. What's going on? Hey, we have a position for you. We'd love to have you. My question to you is, how is it that other counties know and appreciate the value and the worth of these employees, but this court does not? It is shameful. I'm actually embarrassed by it. It is shameful that both city and county leaders have recently asked me, what services do the health district provide? Really? You've been in office for how long and you don't know what services your health district provides to your constituents? There is no doubt that the setup of the health district is complicated. To me, that means there is a lot to consider before deciding the fate of the public health. It needs to be properly vetted to ensure what is the impact of the community and what is the impact of the employees. So what happens if the county chooses to withdraw from providing public health services? Here's what I believe what will happen. Since I speak to the state, once this vote is taken, the director of the health district will have to inform the state and let them know that the county is planning to default on the state-issued grants. These are millions of dollars in grants, providing tons of services to your community and supporting numerous staff to operate them. The director will let them know that the county would like to give their county grants to the city. The response will be, you can't do that. You can't do that because there is no city health department. There is no entity, okay? Now, the city health department can exist, and maybe they can establish one, right? They need to establish their own local health authority. They need to apply for their own MPI, TPI numbers. They need to apply to provide services to the community and apply for their own grants. That is going to take some time. That's not going to happen overnight. So the county will be in default of these state-issued grants, and no one will have the ability to pick up these grants. No one will be able to provide the essential services to the community until the state allows an entity to do so, or the state might send somebody to you. And that's going to take some time as well. Has this court thought about how that'll affect current COVID-19 vaccination operations, COVID testing operations, our STD, our TB services, our public health preparedness for other disasters? This pandemic is still extremely dangerous. And this court is now acting like public health is something you no longer need or have interest in. I hope that each of you make the right decision today if you vote for the fate of public health. This decision will affect the health of our citizens and our employees. At the very least, consider honoring the court's commitments to the state and allow the health district to finish out the contract periods of our current state grants. Let us continue providing COVID vaccinations and boosters to the community. Let us do our part to give our community a fighting chance of survival against any variant who will eventually find our way to our area. Surely, you do not want to be the court that voted to get rid of public health when it is needed the most, responding to the worst pandemic of our lifetime. And with that, I yield the floor. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Court recognizes Dina Chavez. Miriam, you'll be next after Miss Dina Chavez. And then Matt, you'll follow.
Good morning. My name is Dina Chavez. I'm an administrator for the Health District, and I live in Precinct 4. I come here today to let you know that the decisions you make for the Health District will affect the lives of Health District employees. We know that a deal has already been made behind closed doors, and that it's going to cost more money than you have budgeted to let the city service the county. So the question is, why would Commissioners Court want to pay more money for services they already providing? It doesn't make sense. County employees care about public health. But you don't see them here because a commissioner has been telling county employees if they want to keep their jobs, they need to stay quiet and not make any waves. Health district employees are also citizens of this community, and they care about this county. What I ask is that you slow down the process.
You did that.
Keep the health district intact.
Oh,
Keep
God, you
county
something
employees as is so that their benefits and retirement is not affected. No one wants to be without a job during Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next person will be Miriam. And Miriam, you pronounced your last name, is it Ojelade?
Yes, good morning. My name is Miriam Ojelade. You pronounce each syllable?
Okay, Ojelade.
Yes, Ojelade.
Ojelade.
Good morning, County Judge, Commissioners, and attendees. Again, my name is Miriam Ojelade. I am the Public Health Emergency Preparedness Manager of the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District. What we do, there are 15 capabilities that are involved in what we do. And we spend most of our time working on, due to limited staff resources, most of our time is devoted to epidemiological investigations, disease investigations, and surveillance. We also have other sections that do disease investigations, including STDs, the tuberculosis clinic, immunizations. They also do disease investigations. What we do is foodborne. We monitor foodborne illnesses. When you hear of a salmonella outbreak that is multi-state, that comes through our department. When you hear of, we do zoonosis, and so Zika, that was in the news, and there's so much effort, measures taken, that comes through our department. So we are funded by a county grant. I am a county employee. And so we take the lead in investigations, and we are the lead in investigations involving COVID. I say the lead because in an emergency, in this pandemic, all our employees come together towards fighting the threat, the present threat. And so we have an exceptional team. So we are a county grant, and meaning that our grant was signed by this commissioner's court. And in that grant, you have deliverables that serve the citizens of this county. Corpus Christi, Robstown, Banquete, Driscoll, Bishop, these are counties that come through, residents that come through when we do investigations. When talking about this split in our city-county health department, my main point, there are two main points that I want to make, and that is one, make it better for your citizens. Whatever shape or form this ends up being, whether you split up, whether you stay the same, whether another entity takes over, please take the time to look through what we do and ensure that your Nueces County residents are at least getting the same at least the same benefits that they're supposed to get. Make sure that you only make it better in whatever form that this ends up being. You need to take the time. There are a lot of things that go into what we do. It takes time. My grant does not end until June. So how does that fit in to this split up? Like you signed the contract for this year period to provide these services to our Nueces County residents. How does that play out? Throughout this pandemic, the Commissioner's Court, in partnership with the city, has been exemplary. You have been, in this pandemic, information is so important. Information as far as when to mask up, to physical distance. When there are a lot of infections in the county so that people can protect themselves. Communication is so important. How quickly will you get that information after this transition? Because, for example, the first Nueces County COVID case, we got that information at night, and I was on the phone, calling, my director, and who notified you that same night. Will you still maintain that that level of communication, that quick communication that informs the measures that you execute? Another thing is in vaccinations, in our mega hubs, in our RIC centers, you have been exemplary, like for the nation in how you've executed that. Can you maintain that? Do you know enough to maintain that? In whatever form that this ends up being, please make sure that your Nueces County residents, our smaller cities, do not lose out because of the decisions made in this court. For my another thing I wanted to mention is we've gone through H1N1, Ebola surveillance, Zika, COVID. You might notice that this happens every few years. There's an emergent disease. Would you be ready to execute the next one? I mean, we've learned a lot. This court, the city, have learned a lot in how to respond to this. Will you be able to give the same level or better services to Nueces County residents? And then to my second point, regarding the county employees and all the employees of the health district, I know colleagues of mine that are so close to being vested and there's the risk of losing so much. I know people that have 14 years with the county in our health district, over 20 years in our county. What happens to all the retirement, the benefits that they've accumulated? On a personal note, my vacation hours, you have graciously, knowing that we could not take the time during this pandemic, you allowed us to roll over our vacation hours. But now there's the risk of losing our hours. I and some other employees have up to 300 hours, but with the policy that we have only 96 hours can be paid out. What happens to all those hours? I mean, that would really hurt to lose that. So in regards to the employees, whatever happens, please, we appeal to you that our benefits, that we do not lose with this transition. We have worked hard for years. We've looked forward to our retirements, and we've earned those hours. Please, whatever ends up happening, make sure that we don't lose with this transition. This transition, I know it's caused a lot of discord, but it's also an opportunity to make things better. Please take the time to make it better for all Nueces County residents. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Mr. Matt Ekstrom?
Apologize. I am Matt Ekstrom. I'm a resident of Precinct 4. I just opened up my new to me office in Precinct 3. I'm a solid waste operator. I'm a trash man. I'm a garbage man, basically. And I'm here to talk to you guys today and ask you to pull letter L on the consent agenda. A little bit of backstory. There's some new faces on the court. This was passed in 2018. The committee that the committee or the commissioners court that went over this, my company was actually recommended by the committee. I was actually the cheaper option, and I was recommended by the committee that oversaw this RFP. There was a little bit of hang up on if we could, being a new company, could handle Nueces County, which I can understand. Can we deliver? The county at the time waited and waited and waited to put this RFP out to the last moment. And I understand, everybody's busy, myself included. So the hang-up was, after being recommended and being a cheaper option for the residents of Nueces County, could I deliver 2,070 carts in 30 days? I'm here to tell you, I could have, 100%. Just to give you an idea, as of October, I delivered 72,000 carts to the city of Pearland. In October alone. City of Dayton, I delivered 5,000 carts in 2 weeks. City of Liberty, 3,000 carts in 2 weeks. I'm here to tell you, to get a better option, a better price, better service for Nueces County, I would like you to put this RFP out back to bid. You have more than enough time. Put it out by February. Waste haulers like myself, which there's multiple new ones in town after Harvey, will bid on it. You'll come in with the best price for the residents. I'm going to leave you with this. You're also voting on a CPI increase on this same consent agenda. As of right now, I ran the numbers. With my price in 2018, I would have saved the residents of Nueces County $200,000. $200,000, and that's not including the CPI increase that you're voting on today. So I appreciate your time, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Deputy, will you make sure I have nobody else outside? I don't think that I have anybody else in the courtroom that signed up except for the ones that I'm going to read, and nobody else online. If you do have a public comment, this would be your chance to raise your virtual hand. Okay. I'll then proceed to give this as well to the clerk. It comes from the mayor of Robstown through Beatriz Charro, the city secretary and chief administrative officer. Mayor Gomez is not available, but please forward his public comment so that Judge Canales can proceed at the Commissioners Court meeting. It reads as follows. Nueces County and the city of Robstown have been great partners throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. The citizens of Robstown and Western Nueces County have received much-needed services from the City-County Health District, especially COVID-19 testing and vaccinations. Without the help of the City-County Health District, this might not have been possible. Now is not the time to move forward without a plan to help the citizens of Western Nueces County. Citizens you all are entrusted to. I urge the Commissioners Court to consider a 6-month contract extension to develop a plan that will include all of Nueces County citizens. Allow all cities and all towns in Nueces County to have an opportunity to provide input and, more importantly, be informed on how the health district will run from here on forward. It is imperative that Robstown citizens and all Nueces County citizens know how their health district services will be impacted. The city of Robstown stands ready to assist with County Health District, just as we have in the past. This next one was not printed out, but was emailed also. It comes from the city of Bishop, dated December 14th, 2021. Dear Judge Canales, I'm writing to inform you that as the mayor for the city of Bishop, we have some concerns regarding the switch over from the county/city health department. I feel that we need at least 6 months more to find out what the transition will mean from the county and the citizens, will mean for the county and the citizens of Bishop. I apologize ahead of time that I'm not able to attend the Commissioners Court meeting scheduled for December 15th, as the Bishop City Council also has a meeting scheduled for that same time. Please keep me, it reads tough, but I'm sure he means touch, with the outcome. Respectfully, Tim Miller, Mayor, City of Bishop. And then finally, submitted also for the record, Dear Judge Canales, Commissioners Hernandez, Gonzalez, Mares, and Chesney, on behalf of the Coastal Bend Regional Advisory Council Board of Directors, we wish to make this opportunity to inform you of our collective concern regarding the proposed and imminent dissolvement of the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District. The CBRAC Board of Directors represents the emergency health care system for 12 counties we serve in the Coastal Bend. The board is comprised of area hospital CEOs, trauma physicians, trauma care advocates, stroke and cardiac specialists, injury prevention specialists, EMS directors, behavioral health physicians, EMS educators, and representatives from the freestanding ER facilities. CBRAC board and staff collaborate on the following mission: to reduce death and disability related to trauma, disaster, and acute illness through implementation of appropriate education and a well-planned, coordinated disaster and emergency response system. Effective all hazards disaster emergency preparedness and response encompass multiple agencies and facilities working collaboratively on the same mission. Although we all have a definitive lane, and particular areas of expertise, we must rely on each other's specific skills and knowledge to accomplish our collective goal. This has been particularly well demonstrated throughout the COVID-19 response. We were faced with multiple challenges, and even on the darkest days, we weathered the storm due to our ability to work together and rely on each other. The CCNC PhD has been implemental in accomplishing all that our region did. With the onset of the new Omicron variant and the unknown toll this may wreak on our regional healthcare system, we respectfully request that the separation of what is currently the CCNC PhD be delayed for 6 months while a functional transitional plan can be developed. This would provide healthcare providers peace of mind in knowing that if the Omicron variant does cause similar impacts as experienced by 2020 and 2021, we can continue to overcome any difficult times without any interruption or loss of services. We thank you for your time. This letter was dated on Friday, December 3rd, 2021. And those are the 3 letters. Belinda, I'll make certain that I've got this one printed, and the other one already came to the court. But for the clerk's record, I'm going to make sure everything is printed and received to you. And then my public comment is that even though this letter was delayed, was given to us on December 3rd, yesterday, because of issues raised directly to CBRAC by the city that were meant to, have them reconsider. They had an emergency meeting, and the letter is my understanding from the vice chair who I spoke with yesterday, Dr. Osbert Blow, CEO of Christus Spawn, and as well as Hillary Watt. The letter stands and speaks for itself. So as of yesterday, the There is no retraction of the letter, and in fact, everybody had the opportunity to review once again, and the letter does stand as it was articulated to me. That concludes our public comment for all those that have signed up. And I wish that, I would have said this earlier, but as you know, in public comment, we don't reply back. But for those maybe catching online with regards to the game room comments, I would just direct your attention to the fact that we will have a opportunity in executive session to address this matter. And perhaps in open session, we may or may not take action, but we would invite you to either be present in the room or jump online at later time to hear the court's comments on that matter. Further reports are now prime in Area F, and that belongs to general information reports. And so I would call on both Kathy and Art Blantner at this time, our Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator, as well as Maria Bedia, who will update us on, I should have brought my pom-poms, but I'll let Maria give the good news.
Good morning, Judge Canales and Commissioners.
Good morning.
Would you like, which would you like to speak first, myself or Maria?
No, go ahead, Kathy. Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
2021 hurricane season began June 1st and has come to an end as of Tuesday, November 30th, 2021. The 2021 Atlantic hurricane season was very active. We had 21 named storms. 8 storms hit the U.S. coastlines, 7 hurricanes, 4 major hurricanes. Nueces County experienced, we were lucky, very lucky, experienced 1 tropical storm, Nicholas, that later increased strength to become a hurricane as it made landfall further down the Texas coast. With this being said, 2022, we need to start making preparations now because June 1st is not that far away. And for those of you who, in this area who are very knowledgeable, we will be having our hurricane conference at the Richard M. Borgert Fairgrounds the first week in May, in person this year. So there's lots of new information to be spread about and to be updated. We are experiencing sea fog this time of year. Today, we have a little patchy fog and drizzle with the lows in 70s and the highs in the 80s, with no significant weather threats to the region at this time. The information I have to provide is very important. I'm a little distraught that I have 2 Commissioner Court members who aren't present. Judge, would you mind if I defer to Maria?
Absolutely. Let's come
Okay.
to Maria.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Chesney, would you like her to continue?
Yeah, I really would. People have to go to the bathroom, they have things to do. I'm sorry that you're distraught about it, but doesn't mean we don't get the information.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I'll be glad to proceed. Nueces County residents, total population currently shows, and these are Nueces County vaccination rates, to be 53.7% to be fully vaccinated. Nueces County residents, age 5, we're looking at a 57.2% fully vaccinated rate. Nueces County residents, ages 12 plus, we're looking at 65.5% are fully vaccinated. Nueces County residents, ages 65 and above, we're looking at 79.9% fully vaccinated. This attributes to how great of a job that the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District, in collaboration with Nueces County's numerous staff and our Nueces County Operations Section Chief, Edward Herrera, did a fabulous job to get our county to these kind of numbers this quickly. We reported in the month of October, total administered doses of 5,665. Reporting period November 2021, this was the best number of all, was 13,892. That's almost 14,000 doses in 1 month. Reporting period so far, and we're just talking, it's the 15th. We're looking at the total number of doses administered for the month of December is currently 8,187. Those are fabulous numbers. Those are first-time vaccinators, those are boosters, those are children. It shows how good of a job that our collaboration is doing. This new Omicron variant of COVID-19 is on the rise around the world. It has been detected in many areas of the United States and as close as Houston. Omicron is going to be a challenge because it is spreading very rapidly. The CDC released a warning just last night, and this is the warning. And we really need to heed this warning because we all fear this will come to fruition. Yesterday, this was the warning release from CDC. This variant is rapidly spreading in the U.S. and could peak in a massive wave of infection to drive a January wave, which will create a huge surge in Nueces County. We usually run about 2 weeks behind what the rest of the world and the other counties somewhat experience, but be certain it will be here in January. It has jumped, according to the CDC, 7-fold, that the Omicron, in a single week, 7-fold in a single week. We recommend that, and right now we just do not know how virulent this will be. There's nothing to compare it to in the United States right now. We recommend that if you are not vaccinated, but are thinking about it, now is the time to become vaccinated. Please, please go get your boosters. 6 months after the second dose of Pfizer and Moderna, if you're 18 years of older, you can get a booster. J&J, you're eligible for a booster 6 months after the vaccine if you're 18 years of older. Vaccines are available for children ages 8 or older, and it takes 2 weeks to build up an immunity. If you go today or tomorrow, you're going to be really close to having really good immunity come Christmas when you're hugging all those family members, and New Year's when you're celebrating 2022. It's important, as many families do celebrate these holiday seasons together, that we take care of ourselves. And please continue to use all those public health measures in combination with getting vaccinated. We have excelled at this. I've traveled around the state. My family's from North Texas. Nueces County has done a fabulous job of wearing our mask in congregate settings, keeping our homes and workplaces well ventilated, staying home if we're sick, getting tested as soon as possible, washing your hands often. Nueces County COVID numbers still remain low in December. We have 32 new COVID cases, no new deaths, 38 patients hospitalized, 16 of which are in ICU. So they're creeping up a bit, but please be aware, January of 2022 is going to come on like a lion. COVID vaccination clinics provide all vaccinations at the following sites: La Palmera, Greenwood, Robstown Outlet, that's the old Nike store, Physicians West, that's on 2601 Hospital Boulevard, Nueces County Courthouse, City of Corpus Christi City Hall, You can check Nueces Knows for dates and times. COVID vaccination site clinics are being held and planned at schools, and approximately 17 vaccination events at local elementary schools. And those are being championed by the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District. Nueces County is responsible for COVID testing at the Christus Spohn Hospital every week. Those are led by Edward Herrera, our Nueces County Operations Section Chief. He and his staff do this Monday and Thursdays at 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. However, next week, due to the Christmas holidays, please note it'll be offered on Mondays and Wednesdays. That's 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. We are very, very lucky. The Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District performs these COVID tests. So therefore, with our local labs providing these services, we get a response in 24 to 48 hours. That is phenomenal. And it is followed up with our phone system team that makes sure that our citizens who are going for these tests get the information as soon as possible. Please note that the FDA has recently approved monoclonal antibodies for younger pediatric patients, including newborns. Now that still, I believe, needs some additional verifications. The advisory panel has also recommended this Merck COVID pill for oral drug use for emergencies, but that still needs to be approved by the FDA. I heard some discussion on this, and they wanted to make sure that the population of the world understands that this pill is not a magic pill. You still need to do your very best to stay vaccinated, to be protected, because this is not the end-all to be-all to resolve this. Vaccinations are. So Texas Department of DSHS Infusion Services continue to offer mobile unit monoclonal antibody services to people's homes. And the call center is the same, 1-800-742-5990. Pediatric infusions are still offered at Driscoll Hospital. Please note, Nueces, Texas DSHS operations demobilized our 53-foot morgue trailer that was housed at Christus Spohn Memorial Hospital. The FEMA contract ended with the Texas DSHS on December 4th, so therefore our trailer was pulled on December 7th. Nueces County worked closely with DSHS operations, and we have been provided a smaller trailer, which is located at the ME's office with the cooperation of Dr. Shaker. And that's greatly appreciated because his staff has been very helpful in this. This will allow us to have some backup should we need some additional space. I thank you for your time and your consideration, and please have a happy, safe holiday season. Good day.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for me?
I just quick, John, if that's okay, I would just like to see a breakdown of how much the health district has done and how much the private vaccinations have done so also, because I just am curious what that percentage is if you have it. So if you don't and you could get that somehow, I'm sure your overall numbers include everything that's been done, private doctors, CVS, Walgreens, because they've done thousands and thousands too. So I want to also say thanks to those folks, because the health district has done a great job, but thanks to our local folks who, Walgreens and CVS and the local doctors who've also done great work in getting people vaccinated and booster as well. So I want to thank them too. But if you could get that breakdown, if you don't have it now, and provide it to us, that'd be super. I'd just kind of be curious.
Yes, sir. I'll be glad to reach out
Thank
to Louis Wilmot. He probably has all of these statistics available, and I'll see what kind of breakdown he can provide us.
But those numbers you gave us probably include all of the vendors that I just said too, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They would include everyone that is vaccinated, because that is all reported to the Texas MTRAC.
Okay.
So But that shows that our community does a good job at what they do, both public and private. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'll call on Maria Bedia.
Good morning. So we got some great news from the Texas Division of Emergency Management. Let me repeat, that's actually great news from Texas Division of Emergency Management. The scope modification that we've been talking about, quite honestly, for months has been approved. So this opens up our FEMA Public Assistance Project Worksheet to include all vaccination sites and all of the activities involved with those vaccination sites. So as a reminder, originally when we applied for public assistance, we just encompassed the fairgrounds because we thought we were only going to be using the fairgrounds for vaccinations. Instead, obviously there was a bigger need and we had to open additional sites, La Palmera, Goodwill, other pop-up vaccination sites. So this scope modification allows us to recoup those costs from the other vaccination sites. So we've been working closely, as we have been for months and months, with Hagerty. We use Dale's burn rate spreadsheet as kind of our roadmap for reimbursement. So we are already working on the next reimbursement request to include those other vaccination sites. So we're really excited. FEMA was pretty adamant that they wanted this project worksheet just to include vaccination administration. So we are already working on another scope modification to include, additional COVID testing activities to recoup some of the costs that we had in relation to the COVID clinic, as well as just kind of other, COVID-related expenses will be addressed in another project worksheet. So again, this is great news. It gives us, the opportunity to recoup even more costs associated with our vaccination activity. So we're really excited. It was a labor of love. It was a long process, but we finally got it. So.
Thank you, Maria. I apologize. I got a little, something went down the wrong way and I got a little sick to my stomach. I'm fine. But I either that or it's tears of joy from this great news. But I just want to say that it is a labor of love, but it's also just a lot of labor. And so this is what our Hagerty team does for us. People want to know what people are doing and why we use these experts. Maria and the Hagerty team literally work tirelessly. We have an amazing response recovery team. And so every time you say, are we going to get that recovered? The answer is that the federal government has given us 100% ability to recover as long as eligibility is met. But there is a lot of onerous hoops to jump through. We've been working on this particular one for months. It means we're going to start recovering, quite frankly, we've done an amazing job already, but we're going to get even more money. And I think the exciting thing, Maria, is that we're also going to be working on our third scope, which is going to be on what we call the other projects, like the rapid infusion and like the morgue expenses. TDM wanted us to separate it. We did already submit. They asked us to separate. We're going to do that. It's just for their bookkeeping. It's for the way they like to do it. So anyway, for all of you who I know is every one of us interested in dollars, this is where the crowd says, great job, Maria, because the dollars that we have in advanced project worksheet are sitting in our treasury right now. And now we'll be able to use these dollars against those funds that we're already here. And that means you don't have to worry about it coming out of general fund. It's going to be right here. And now we have all the letters to show for it and to prove it. And it's very exciting.
Just to reiterate, great job, Maria. Let me just say that. So I was going to say that at the end of, but thank you for doing that. I appreciate your hard work.
No problem, no problem. We just got the official documentation, so it'll be on next court for you to see. But if you want to see it before then, we have the revised scope of work already.
Good work.
And I know
Congratulations, Maria. Great job.
Oh, thank you.
I know, the question comes to us from time to time, or we commissioners have asked in open court, or maybe we're asked by constituents, and I know we have that information, but if we could really help just kind of show, I don't want to say justify, but explain. I know people here consultants or outside vendors or whatever, and it's kind of a bad word in government because it's seen as being used to put money where it shouldn't be. But, I mean, this is worth it, right? I mean, Haggerty and all the additional groups that we have helping us are providing services that we just don't have the staff for. And so if we can, continue to promote, this is what maybe it costs, right? And not always, but when the opportunity comes up, this is how much it costs, or this is what the final price is, which of course we hope to recover, but also to see, what value. And it doesn't have to be just dollar amounts, but just the resources that we get out of it. I think that would be really helpful for us to be able to turn around and explain to the public, whether they're watching it in an open meeting or if we're just approached or contacted by email or phone call. Because that's, I hear the concerns, right? It's like, okay, well, it's costing this much, and yeah, you expect to get the recovery of that amount, but it may not happen, or if it does, it may take a while, but why are we doing it? And I think that this, what you're sharing with us today is exactly the reason why we're going through these groups, is to be able, we're hiring the best experts that we can in a environment that's constantly changing, really. I mean, we know what the standards are, we know what the federal and state are doing, but with each additional variant, there's just always something else that seems to be coming up. And so I just think that there's a value in explaining, right? Removing any kind of perception and just showing the public this is why we're doing it. I think that goes just much better when we have that data and those facts. So
Yeah,
if you can continue to help us with that as well, I think that's just helpful.
Sure. So, I mean, I can speak, for forever about, the value of Haggerty. But yeah, definitely, there's a cost associated with their services. And yes, we're hoping to recoup, a lot of those costs through, FEMA calls it, Category Z management costs. So we're working on that, project worksheet as well, to help recoup some of their costs. And they're also working on like our emergency rental assistance program, which if I can touch on that just
Yes,
really quick.
please.
So, we had talked about, we received ERA1, which is Emergency Rental Assistance Program Round 1 funding, about a little under $1.1 million. We've rolled out that program. It's been going on since early July. But the Treasury did have a requirement of we had to meet a certain percentage of, a threshold of what we were supposed to expend in that particular fund. We percentage, unfortunately. So I really want to push, the Commissioners Court to really advertise this program. The Treasury has come back and asked for us to return, I believe it was about 66,000 of that allocation that was already deposited into our treasury. And I believe they're going to probably do the same with our round 2 funding. Our round 2 funding was about 850,000. We want to avoid that. There is a need. We've been processing, payments again since July. It has slowed down a little, which is strange because, you would think with the holidays, there's a little bit more need. And we've done outreach. We have billboards out there. We've put out flyers. We've reached out to the Colonia Coalition. United Way 211 was advertising the program as well. But again, Commissioners, I urge you to, let your constituents know about the program. Every time we send out a check, we do whether we send it direct to the tenant or if we send it to the landlord, we do tell them, if you know of anybody else that is in need of assistance, again, it's rental and utility assistance. It can go, in arrears as well as 3 months forward rent. So again, it's a great program. It's been going great. But again, to hopefully not, have the Treasury recoup any more of our funding, we probably need to do a little bit more outreach, to the constituency to let them know that this, this program exists. And they just need to go to nuecescountyerap.com. There's also a phone number that I don't have off the top of my head, but I can share that with you again, and then give you some updated numbers. We've helped people all over. The majority is in the Robstown area, but we've helped people in Port Aransas and Bishop, Driscoll, Banquetti, just kind of all over Nueces County. So again, if you can advertise that program, we'd appreciate it. Rebecca, also in social services, is running the Texas Emergency Mortgage Assistance Program. We call that TMAP, and that application is on the county's website as well.
Can you get with me later, Maria? There's a couple of groups and coalitions that you might want to send that information to that can deal with all those patients, especially low income and all that.
Okay.
So maybe we can send them that information and they can have it and they can start, kind of sharing it with their clients, Thank you with me later. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Do you have any other questions?
Thank you so much, Maria. And as always, we'll get back with the commission on some of the, information that was requested. And if you would both send it to Belinda so it gets to all of us, and then maybe next month, we'll have what I'll call a end-of-year wrap-up so that we can get all those facts and figures. But just to, again, issue the praise, this takes so much time and effort. And just so that you know, we have a member of the Haggerty team here with us. They're going to be presenting here shortly, but it's an appropriate time to say thank you. Because quite frankly, the amount of work that we go through to get one item approved is probably enough to make you crazy about bureaucracy at the federal level. But the point is, it's meant to protect us as a federal taxpayer. So there, we take the good with the bad, but we've done amazing work, and now we get to add on to all the other reimbursements, including your own cost. That's what I want Commissioner Modis's comment to really reflect, is that it's not just about bang for the buck. It's about, we also now get to recuperate your costs as well inside this. So it's, you got to hire the people that can advance your cause. And there's too many people competing, so you've got to be the most prepared, and we are. Thank you. We'll move on. Let me just do the minutes, and then I have a request from the court manager, and I'm going to honor that. But Kara, we have 3 different minutes, the 17th, the 22nd, and the 30th, and they're all have been attached and ready for a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And I will, I'm going to reopen public comment in just one moment because I'm sorry that I didn't notice, but there's also a Mayor Wright has a letter in from Driscoll. And so I do need to put that in the record as well. And I'll do that in just a moment. And at this time, Belinda, the particular item that we need to move forward is, give me just a second.
It's 3A1, Judge.
3A1, and it's, I think we have Chase Carlisle here to help introduce, or would you help set us up while we all turn our notebooks to 3A1?
Yes, Judge, this has to do with the selection of the Nueces County Workers' Compensation Coverage Provider for the year of 2022.
Judge, could I just ask a courtesy? We've got one lady here for a board appointment that she's been sitting here.
I'm happy to do that next.
That'd be okay.
I just said to Chase I'd do it, but if she would be, if you'll call
Okay.
it next, I'd be happy to do
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
We're giving, forgive me, Belinda, I got off track. You were just about to say it's for workman's comp.
Yes, it's for workman's compensation for the calendar year of 2022, and I think Carlisle is here to present our options.
I saw him, but then I saw him. Michael, did you see Chase Carlisle? Well, I had 2 public comments. One is to read the letter. The other one is when I looked over at Kara to look at the minutes. I'm opening a public comment to issue true heartfelt congratulations to the Flower Bluff Hornets on their amazing run, and just the pride that we all feel in having anybody from our community be a semi-finalist at that level in Texas high school football. There's football and then there's Texas football, and to be at that level is just incredible. And she happened to not just be the biggest fan in the stands, but she happened to have not 1, but 2 football players on the field. And so it's not like we're not congratulating everybody, because we are, the coaches, the administrators, and all the players. But the truth is that when one of your own has somebody, well, that takes a little bit special recognition. And I'm sure that you'll have, I hope, a wish that to bring them in January where we do it properly. But since it's fresh on our mind, we're very proud of the whole team and happy that we could cheer along with you and your family, your entire family.
Thank you. Can I say something?
Of course, I'll just say, opening it to public comment for Ms. Sands.
I want to congratulate the Hornets. They're amazing. They did such a great job. They made school history. I'm so proud of them.
They did.
And my 50 and 52, Jacob and Daniel made, want to congratulate them. They made a all-state academic team. And they made Jacob his first team defensive end for all district and all state, all district academic, and Daniel was an honorable mention. But
It's
they
a
make great
big deal.
grades, they play well, and they're great kids. All of them are. So,
It's just great.
my boys.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And I've been ugly crying all weekend because it's over, so.
We're bringing them in. We're gonna bring them in, don't worry. We're gonna do something.
No, no, no. I'm talking about
Oh.
the lady that's waiting. The lady that's waiting.
I know. I don't know why we can't do it.
And I said Driscoll, and I meant Petronila. Forgive me, Sidonia. I'm just sort of, I was looking at Driscoll right here in front of me, so thank you for that. Timothy, what we've done is we've advanced item 3A1 for the purposes of being able to have you and your guests be accommodated. Would you please tell us, we have a Texas Workman's Comp item here that you'd like to introduce to us.
Hey, good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Before the court this morning is the discussion and consideration for the calendar year 2022 workers' compensation insurance. The proposal for approval is from the Texas Associations of Counties in the amount of $464,835. I know on the discussion portion of it, you'll see some of the background as far as the law enforcement rating that there were some questions with. And that's the reason why TAC is recommended that the county go with Texas Association of Counties as the workman's comp carrier. Without further ado, I will hand it over to Chase Carlisle, let him say what he has to say, and then I will get Texas Associations of Counties on board if they have any comments or you have any questions.
Good morning. Timothy did a pretty good job of outlining what we're here recommending today, but the recommendation is to move from Texas Mutual to TAC for our workers' comp. There was about approximately a 5% reduction in cost this year compared to what was paid last year, and about 12% reduction in total overall county payroll. Just for reference, the TAC proposal today is $464,000. The Texas Mutual renewal came in at $682,000. Any questions?
That sounds like what we call a good deal.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the number we paid last year?
Last year, the premium was $488,892, and this year it's $464,835.
Okay, I move acceptance or passage, excuse me.
I've got a motion and a second. Are there any further discussion? Only discussion I have is it appears that we have, if my eyes don't deceive me, we've got some representatives here. Just want to say welcome to Nueces County. Thank you for representing so many counties in the 254 so well. We're glad that we can have this good relationship with you at a good price, mostly to help our people. And so we're grateful. I've got a motion, a second. Any other questions, concerns, or comments at this time? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yes. Did you have, I'm sorry, was that an aye or a concern?
Aye.
An aye. Okay, all those in favor signify by aye. Ayes.
Aye.
Got it. And motion does pass. Thank you so much. Very appreciative, and thank you for waiting.
Judge.
Going back to Commissioner's guest here that, and I'll just do this one, Commissioner, because we also have some folks on recognition, but in order to highlight your concern, would you identify for me which number, please? And I'll advance on the board appointments, letter I.
It's I-1, Judge, and if there's anyone else here that's being appointed, that was just the only one I saw in the audience, so I wasn't trying to overlook the other board appointments either.
Well,
That was just, but I don't think
and
there's,
I don't know, there could be some maybe online. Is there anybody here for board appointments? Okay. How about online? Do we have anybody waiting online for board appointments? If you'd raise your virtual hand.
Nueces County Beach.
Okay, at this time, I'll just call for I-1, and then we'll go back in regular order. And I-1 is the Nueces County Beach Management Advisory Committee. That's the BMAC board. It's so important. Just really excited to have, by the way, we do have an opening. I don't want you to think anything bad happened. We just had some military folks that were serving, well, military families. And that happens sometimes when your military moves, that they had,
I think that was this one.
yeah, it was. It was a military service
On this board?
on BMAC, yeah.
I think it was, no, she's a Realtor. I think it was Tara Gillespie's spot that opened up, right? Isn't that right?
Yes,
She
that
just
that
didn't-
one is currently
It
vacant.
wasn't a military.
Okay, but wasn't the one before a military move?
I don't know about the one before.
That's what
Just-
Scott,
Right.
that's what Scott had let me know.
Okay.
Okay, so just the Realtor that no longer wants to serve?
Yes, ma'am. She just didn't
Okay.
reapply.
Just didn't reapply.
Right, that was it. She did a
Right.
great job. She just didn't reapply.
Fair enough.
I want to point out that we actually have 5 openings, and we only received 1 application, so we'll need to we'll reopen
Right.
this.
And if we could, just like we normally do out of courtesy, can we go ahead and remind everybody? You know how it is. Sometimes they realize, oh, I don't know that I have to do that. So as we, are we,
We are reaching out
you're
to them.
reaching out? Okay, thank you.
And just for the record, we received the application of Natasha Davis.
And that, Judge, would be the motion
That's
to
correct.
appoint her for the open spot so that we're,
Second.
yeah, anyway, for the open spot.
Fair enough here. I'm just moving to the application here.
Yes, ma'am.
It is I, right? I want.
Yes, ma'am. It's I-1.
Maybe it's right here. I don't know why I can't find it. I was gonna say all kinds of nice things about you here from this application. Brent, could I ask you to please pass to me? I'm struggling with finding it in here. Okay, thank you so much. First, we don't normally do this, but you're the only board member that's here, so the rest of them are probably gonna go very fast. I really loved what you said. I don't mean to embarrass you, but so many people apply, but they don't say why they want to serve. And I didn't get a chance to call you and say that, so forgive me, but this is my chance to say thank you for saying what you did. You said that you've fallen in love with our community since you've moved here since 2005, and that it's led you to be, I'm kind of skipping around here, but it's led you to be involved with a lot of charitable organizations, and you feel that beaches are one of our most important natural treasures, and that they're so vital. You have a primary residence here in Corpus Christi, but you have a secondary home, so you're not going to take this from just, as they say, hearsay. You're there, you're on the island, and as a property owner, and you're very interested in the Texas Dune Protection Act, and anyway, it's very exciting to have somebody say, I want to be involved, and you've also involved with First United Methodist Church, the Laverne and Thomas Howell Foundation, the Junior League of Corpus Christi, and one of my favorites, the Cattle Barons Ball, American Cancer Society. And I think maybe this is where we all just go, thank you so much. You're also a social studies teacher in grades 4 through 8 and 8 through 12, and you understand property and real estate. And that's, BMAC does a lot of those beach permits, right? Where the Dune Protection Authority, not for Port A, but for the rest of the county. And I feel like both your skill sets are going to be invaluable to us, and we'll have lots more to talk about after this moment where I'm looking for the motion.
Motion made. Judge, just wanted to add too, she lives in precinct 3, but has a strong presence in Port Aransas as well. So very well-rounded member of our BMAC, and very excited to have her on board, so.
And a strong presence in precinct 3. She spends probably most of her day in precinct 3.
No, that's what I
just so
said.
you
She
know.
lives in precinct
Just
3.
so you know.
Yeah.
I said that.
So you
I
know,
said
so-
she
They're
lives
going to
in-
fight over you.
No.
No.
I think, Ms.
Yeah. Well, and.
Is that the new precinct 3 or the old precinct 3? No,
Yeah,
I'm just
well,
kidding.
it's very exciting, and I will say that, I'll take that as a motion, Brent,
Yes, ma'am.
and a motion and a second, and just the only discussion is that Natasha, I'll tell you that this is a board that I keep up with all the time, because I get to sign the documents once they come forward from Coastal Parks. They start at BMAC, and then they get to Megan, who works those permits, and then they come to my office for signature. And so often, sometimes I hear that it's very hard to make quorum. And so I'm just excited to have you there, because they need to make quorum every meeting, you know? We can't afford not to have meetings, because that hurts the people that are relying on us to get, you know, this permitting done. And so I'm just really grateful that you're gonna be so dedicated. Thank you, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thanks, and thanks for lending me this. I don't,
Yes, ma'am.
couldn't quite put it together here. All right, we're gonna go back to something very special that I'll pitch to Commissioner Modis in its entirety. You certainly would be the very best person. Would you be so kind as to introduce H1 for the court?
Well, my assistant, Sandra Isasi, is retiring from the county after 36 years. She's not here today, and she didn't really want much fuss. That's just Sandra. She is a true servant with a servant's heart, always serving behind the scenes. And we had a small gathering for her last week, and that's kind of the way she wanted. I had planned something big here at the courthouse, and she said no. So so she's not here, but we will put together a resolution for the court to sign, I think. And do you have it, or?
We do have it.
Oh, okay.
We do have
Great.
it.
You want to read it?
So we hereby express our sincere appreciation to Sandra E. Isasi, Commissioner Precinct 3, retiring after 36 years of service in Nueces County, December 31st, 2021. And y'all have each signed it. We'll make sure to get this to you, Commissioner, to forward on to her.
Yeah, I just want to take this time just to say how special she is, and because Sandra wanted it in such a small group, but I'll tell you that I had a couple, my predecessors there that joined us and that had worked with Sandra over the years, and so it was a really nice gathering. Like I said, low key, but can't say much about a person who has been there for me every step of the way for 5 years. That was, I think, the first and best move I ever made since becoming commissioner, to have her on, and it just really was a seamless transition, and really just her years of experience and service, not only for Precinct 3, but just in the community of Robstown, really helped me, and I'm just thankful for all that she's done. And I told her, you know, we need to be in touch, and I asked her to call me at least once a week so I could at least hear her on the phone. So I know that everything's okay, but we have gone forward and selected a replacement who I know will do just the same. And some of you have had a chance to meet Priscilla, and so she'll be very much a part of my team. But thank you to Belinda for putting this together, and of course thanks to Sandra for all her years.
Almost an understatement, right, for somebody who's given so much. Thank you, John, for announcing that, you know, she's so humble that she did not want us to make a fuss. But again, she shines as a great example for true servant leadership here. Belinda, shall we would you like to make the motion?
Motion.
And a motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and you'll get her that, okay, that resolution, we'll all get to sign it. All right, wonderful. So Belinda, I guess you're going to stay right there for the next one?
Yes, Judge. And so, very excited for one of our very own, Juan J.J. de la Cerda, our Veteran Service Officer. He was named by the Texas Veterans Commission as the Veterans Claims Service Officer of the Year. So I'm going to read you a little bit about what that's about, and then Judge J.J. asked that he did receive that award, but if y'all can formally present it, I will provide that to you.
Thank you. We'll let you proceed.
And so the Excellence Award is presented to one employee and one Veterans Claims Service Officer who has distinguished themselves among their peers for professionalism, customer service, dedication, and zeal. And so I'm going to read you a little bit about what was, it is competitive, and a little bit about what they considered when they decided to award it to him. So first of all, Mr. de la Cerda's genuine interest in our veteran community has been evident during the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. De La Cerda and his staff modified their office hours in order to give those in need some much-needed sense of normalcy and continued assistance. He focused the care and attention on the homeless and homebound veterans and their families. He conducted home visits when needed for the completion of a claim. And recognizing that most of their regulars were not going to be able to come in for assistance, Mr. De La Cerda prepared essential bags of food and assorted hygiene items, added a bus ticket, and delivered to the homeless veterans in our community. Looking at his list of homebound veterans, he collaborated with the food bank and gathered more food. He called out for volunteers at the VFW post. He set up a substation, boxed up essential provisions, and had delivered over 400 boxes of food to the homebound veteran community. In addition, he volunteered his time with the Mother Teresa shelter in feeding those in need. And he assisted with the local DAV with food plate sales, raising over $3,000. He also assisted in organizing and executing the sale of food plates for the local junior ROTC. He's a member of your mayor's Committee for Veterans Affairs and had organized this year's first Veterans Resource Fair, which is a small-scale event with big results. And then he also created the Veterans Connection of the Coastal Bend Facebook page for veterans to acquire supplies or to donate items and others may need, such as wheelchairs, walkers, beds. He's also an active member of the Veterans Roundtable weekly radio show. He publishes a Nueces County Veterans Quarterly newsletter, and he volunteered over 80 hours in 2 COVID-19 vaccinations. And additionally, he oversees our Veterans Cemetery contract. And I just want to let y'all know, there was 2 pages worth. I just read y'all the highlights. So, congratulations.
JJ, congratulations. JJ, if you would come forward, we have this beautiful, I think it's a glass acrylic, beautiful representation of this award. I'm going to come down and ask the commissioners to come down with me so that we can take this very important photo. We could, is it a good photo with the plexiglass? I feel like it's not. And also, I just want to acknowledge that one of our mentors is here with us, always over our shoulder. Ram Chavez. I know he's as proud as any veteran could be because, well, he's seen the best of them, sir. And he knows a good man when he sees one. And so he's here to also not only remind us that your entire veterans community salutes you here today, along with Commissioners Court. We'll be right down.
Good morning, how are you?
My honor to present you Texas Veterans Commission, VCSO of the Year. We're so proud of you, JJ. Thank you. Thank you.
Good job.
You know, when you do great things and you think you just do them because that's how you're built, that's how JJ's built, and you think nobody's watching, well, it turns out that the Lone Star State is watching. and they recognized excellence. And so we ought to have a trophy room around here between our veterans, recognition for how many employees. We've gotten the Veterans Gold Employee Service Award. Now we've gotten this award. We've gotten the GASB, for outstanding financial accounting, and the list just goes on and on. Just very special. Thank you, JJ. And JJ would want me to remind you that on December 18th, he, along with so many others, Ram Chavez, who really the Veterans Band spearheading Wreaths Across America. It'll be held at our Veterans Cemetery, thanks to this court and so many other wonderful sponsors. We're going to lay 3,700 wreaths. We're going to start at 8:30 in the morning. We could use some helping hands. We've got 5 different locations. Join us as we lay wreaths in honor of those that sacrificed all for us. It's going to be beautiful and in so many ways. So thank you, Ram, for spearheading that. And thanks to JJ for overseeing that great honor, which is the Coastal Bend Veterans State Cemetery. So this dovetails perfectly into the very next one. She was standing as if, she was like JJ's greatest cheerleader, but really we're also here to honor her and the organization that she represents. And that is at this time, it's my honor. And along with JJ, I think it'd be nice for you to say some words, but on our agenda is to recognize Military VIP, a 501c3 charitable organization, for their work in our first annual Field of Honor. JJ, would you do us the honors of sharing the experience? And we're just so proud of our affiliation, and we're here to pay gratitude to Military VIP.
Absolutely, Judge and Commissioners. Good morning. We just really want to recognize Military VIP for their involvement of the Coastal Bend Field of Honor, the first annual Coastal Bend Field of Honor. It was a great success. We had over, actually 1,000 flags flown for veterans at the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds. Our plan is to increase this, of course. We plan to expand and make it bigger and better. But Kate's been a pleasure to work with. Of course, we had a core team. Kate was in it. Art Montiel, Scally Benitez, and Israel Garcia. And so a lot of us got together, and we had a short fuse, but we got it done. And it was beautiful in the shape of a cross. And so we really appreciate all the involvement Military VIP had with us. Do you want to say anything?
Kate, would you like to address? And I know you want to pay a little bit of credit because, as I say, your boss and our icon for all things military in Nueces County, Mr. Mike Shaw.
I know, I feel short. Hold on. Yes, I would absolutely love to tell you what an honor it was to work with JJ and his office and all the other volunteers that we have for the Corps, Israel Garcia, Art Montiel, and his wife, Scally Benitez, as well as, it was just an honor working with the county Military VIP. This was our first event, and we went all in. And I couldn't have asked for a better partner than JJ. I probably couldn't have got through it without him, but we did it in 3 months, and we got that field filled, and it was emotional and beautiful, and I'm just truly honored to be a part of that and create this legacy for Military VIP, which is Mike Shaw and his family's legacy to give back to the veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Well, please accept our gratitude and appreciation during this beautiful season where we really think about all that matters to us. And I bet one of the things that we can do is already start thinking about next Veterans Day and that celebration. And I think we have new goals, and that means more people to honor.
Absolutely. Happy holidays, and I already have new sponsors meetings in January, so.
That's great.
Thank you so much. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, if I could, one last thing I want to mention is there's no way we could have done this without Edward and his team at Spectra. I mean, Inland Parks did a great job, and they were there for us for every little thing, and we couldn't have done it without Edward.
I couldn't agree with you more.
And Kathy and her team, they were out there
I was
helping
just
us with
about
the
to
flag.
say,
So we really
emergency
appreciate everyone that
management, thank
participated.
you for Kathy and Garrett and Brenda and everybody else you could co-opt along the way. But Edward, there was this moment where, we're standing there and the sun is kind of coming down. It's getting all pink in the sky. It's almost as picturesque as one could imagine, with flags flying in the distance. And Yeah, you see Edward back there, and it's just, he's always there, kind of guiding you. You know, he never really is up front, he's always in the back. And he's always, he's a true blue operations section chief in all sense of the word. And we had to run an operation. We didn't know that we had, you know, it in us to be a public health ops, you know, section chief. And now we have it in us to be military ops section chiefs as well. This is a particular field that's gotten recognition all over the state already on social media. The drone coverage that Ardora took has gotten amazing coverage as well. What we did here was very, very beautiful and unique. And but if you didn't have the opportunity to see it at night, you might have missed something. So thanks to Inland Parks, we lit up the night sky, and we really hope that next year everybody from the county, maybe we can have a county evening where we sponsor, you know, all county veterans to go out there, and we do them separately because it's just so meaningful for those. I got to stand with Connie and her flag, and that was very special for me. And we just forget that those amongst us have served, should have this honor. So Kate, great job. Can't wait till next year. Send us all the info when you can. Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to, let's see, we're going to board appointments. We've already done number 1. We've got 2 through 9, and Belinda, I'm going to have you kind of help us go through them efficiently. Let's start with Child Welfare Board, and let's identify.
So for Child Welfare Board, you actually had 6 that were expired or expiring. We received 3 applications from current incumbents, which would be Jackie Hansen, Teresa Young, and Patricia Pruitt. And we had 1 new applicant, Jamie O'Reilly.
Move
Second.
appointment. Sorry, I couldn't get the word out. Move appointment of all 4.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. And Kara, do you want us to repeat them, the names? If you wouldn't mind the names. I've got them right here, but I think it'd be nice if you could repeat them too, Belinda. Just repeat the names since we have a motion and a second.
Jackie Hansen.
I think it's Hassan.
It is, it's Hassan.
Hassan.
That's right.
Jamie O'Reilly, Teresa Young, and Patricia Pruitt.
Great. And now the motion and a second. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign.
Judge, we weren't given a copy of the 2 resolutions. Do y'all need to approve?
You mean on the military VIP?
Was that a resolution?
Is that a resolution?
They need to approve?
We didn't vote on it. I
We
thought it
did
was just
not
a
do it as a
certificate.
you're right, Kara. We
Yeah.
did not vote on the resolution. Let's back up just a bit and say on the military VIP resolution,
So moved.
thank you in a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. And I guess those will circulate here shortly? Okay. And then also on JJ de la Cerda, that resolution, you're going to need a motion as well?
Presentation.
Just a
Because
presentation.
it was actually from the Veterans Commission.
Okay, so Kara, nothing on that one, just on military VIP. Okay, so we'll proceed now that we've done this Child Welfare Board.
So the next one, Judge, is the Nueces County Civil Service Commission.
Correct.
You have 3 commissioners, all 3 of them, their terms were expiring, and they all 3 reapplied. So that would be Roberto Tames, Jason Floyd, and Dr. Gilda Ramirez.
All right, so I've got a motion to appoint all 3, and I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we'll move on. The historical.
And the next one is the Nueces County Historical Commission, and they brought forth the Dr. James Pruitt, and it's not one that's, they can have as many as they want
That's
on their
correct.
commission.
So moved.
So,
Second.
Motion, a second. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and now we'll move to the ESDs, and there's 5 of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. There's actually no number 5, but there are a total of 5, Kara, not to confuse. But number 1, please, first.
So Emergency Service District Number 1, there was 2 expirations. Both incumbents did reapply. That's Richard Rose and Danny Tate.
And no new ones. No
That's
new
correct.
applications. And all those, is there a motion, please?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
ESD number 2, you also had 2 expiring, and both incumbents reapplied with no new ones, and that's Miguel Rodriguez and Donna Jean Eggenberger.
Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And then how about the next one, which is number 3?
Number 3, you have 1 vacancy, and then that expires at the end of this month, as well as 2 other ones that are currently filled that expired. The 2 incumbents did apply. That's Michael D. Benton and Russell Jungman, and those were the only 2 that we received.
Okay, so I'll just make the motion for the 2 that we received and knowing that there is still a vacancy.
That's correct.
I'll make that. Go ahead. Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
And finally, ESD number 6, you had 2 expiring, and we received 2 applications, both from the incumbents, Gavanda Cadena and Donald E. McNair.
Okay. Is there a motion,
Second.
please? Okay. All right, and motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Sorry.
I thought,
Can hear him.
yeah, oh, you know what? I'm glad you said that, Kara. I got a note just a second ago from Miss Morgan that we really do need to use your microphones because someone has reported that it's very hard to hear you online. So please remember not to speak away from the microphone, but speak to the microphone. Okay, thank you for that. That concludes all those board appointments.
Judge, we skipped over number 4.
Okay, I apologize.
And so we did have 2 vacancies in number 4, and we did receive from the incumbents applications, which would be Donald Herman and Joffrey Atwood.
Okay, and is there a motion?
Second.
I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's do the consent agenda at this time. And the consent agenda is represented under item number 2, and it goes all the way from item A all the way to item Q, A through Q, please. Is there a motion to approve such consent agenda?
I just have 2 to pull.
Okay, could you tell me the letters, please?
Yes, ma'am, L and N.
Okay, I'll pull those at this time. Is there a motion at this time for all others?
I have one O and P.
Okay, O and P, got it? All right. Is there a motion now at this time to approve the remaining?
So moved.
And a second. Okay, I'll
Sorry.
second.
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Let's just take them in the alpha order that they were examined. Item L, this was the Waste Services, the gentleman that was speaking about this particular item, Commissioner Chesney.
I guess I'm just asking who, I don't know whose item that is, but who might be able to,
You know, I would ask Michael, he was here. Edward, would you mind? Let me skip it for the moment and come to,
So,
go ahead.
just to give some background while they're getting for Michael, because I do know that the gentleman indicated he thought y'all would be renewing the agreement. This one was actually just about adjusting the rates per the agreement. Y'all, the agreement actually renewed at the end of September. Y'all
okay.
brought it to court, and it was extended on September 8th, 2021. And its new termination date is going to be September 19th of 2022.
then I withdraw being pulled.
Okay.
And just,
Can I
would you
just ask-
explain that?
Why isn't it not timed? Is it, I mean, is there a reason why it's not timed? It's the renewal and then now this, the CPI increase?
That would actually, I don't know if they just didn't have their paperwork ready. And I don't know if maybe that's something Michael could
Just here,
address.
It'd be nice to make sure we have it all together, so.
That is a good
there's no
question, actually.
confusion.
No, that is a good question.
And I think that's probably what happened when he saw it on the agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look, we'll ask Michael in just a minute, but it sounds like we'll have an opportunity to make some directives for our next year's RFP.
I think they're in the last year, Bill, Melinda. I think they're in the last year right now, so next year should be open for.
That's correct.
And I guess I do have questions when he comes back on why we're authorizing it. If it is a CPI increase, is that part of the standard contract? That may be more of a legal question than a Michael question, but so I guess I still have a couple questions on that, but when Michael comes back in. So go ahead. I'll come back to that one,
You want to come back to it?
if that's okay.
That's fine. I think they went to go get him.
Sure.
All right, the second one is item N. Commissioner Chesney.
I just need explanation on what this is, please.
They approved, they, meaning the Port of Corpus Christi, approved $120,000 support for the Nueces County Industrial Commission, also known as the NCDC, yesterday in their budget. And this will allow us to sign the contract, receive the contract and receive the dollars.
There are some issues on that that need to be addressed.
Okay.
Judge.
Okay.
There's some indemnification clauses and things that are not.
Do you want to just hold subject to?
Please.
How about
Okay.
passing subject to the county?
How about
attorney?
passing it subject to the county attorney
Yeah.
finalizing? Is that all right?
Thank you.
I'll to make a motion in a second, a subject to, please, Kara, finalizing those terms and conditions. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, and then how about O?
I have just a question or no on the, when it's on the backup, it's not, doesn't say much, and then backup has the police department, I guess, logo on the back, but what are we talking about here? Would it be the constable, the sheriff department? What, how are we gonna do this? What?
So
who's-
Commissioner, I can address this. So apparently, the county, after, the properties get forfeited, the county ends up being the trustee for these properties. And apparently, in the past, what happens is CCPD, a lot of these properties are within the city, they want to go ahead and have permission to issue no trespass warnings. And so in order to do that, they have to come get permission from the owner or the manager. And I think in the past, Tyner would be signing these permissions, but I did visit with the county attorney, and there was their recommendation that we go ahead and just get a blanket approval from the court. So as these things come up, we can go ahead and address them. Usually, it's a time-sensitive issue. Maybe there's a homeless person that's in there that's maybe lighting a fire, and, we want to be able to protect our asset. So all this would do is allow the Commissioners Court manager or whatever designee you want to be able to give CCPD permission to go issue a no trespass warning.
Okay, but the thing is, if we're gonna do that, shouldn't we have to have some kind of a sign there first? I mean, you can't just.
Yes, and that's what CCPD would do, or any other law enforcement agency that we gave that
Put the sign up there
permission.
for us, or they?
Yes. Mm-hmm. This form authorizes them to put up that sign.
That's what this
But they won't be able
says.
to give a citation until after they put the sign up, right?
Right. And they would also just issue them a notice not to trespass
like a
also.
warning, right? Okay, I just wanna make sure they don't get the citation before the sign goes up.
Right, no.
And just to be clear, it's exactly what it says. It says to issue notices and display signage of no trespassing. In that case, would you make the motion?
Can be very confusing too, the way it is written here.
Could you,
So, Sheriff, for me, just a sheriff question, could you mind?
Sheriff?
Is this something y'all would also be working with the police department?
It's primarily inside the city limits of Corpus Christi, those bright orange signs that you see. Before an arrest can be made for a Class B misdemeanor criminal trespass, the person has to have been warned.
Right.
And the courts have held that warning can either come verbally or come from one of those signs. So the way I'm understanding this is it satisfies that element for the police
So
officer.
outside the city, y'all will do that outside the city?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, so will there be a motion at this time?
So moved.
And a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Did Michael walk in and I missed him? No, not yet. All right, let's go to P, Commissioner.
Yeah, P, I'll just put it out to see, you said approve application procedure. Did we change the procedure or what? I mean, I thought we already had a procedure for this.
No, I think this is similar to any of the other boards where we come and we ask y'all permission to go ahead and advertise, to put
Oh,
a
okay.
notice out for
Okay,
applications.
just for advertisement, not for changing
No,
the application process.
right.
Okay,
And so we would be recommending opening them today and closing them January 12th.
sure. Okay, no.
Is
so
there
moved.
a motion then at this time?
I already did.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, so going back to
L.
L, thank you. I don't have him just here yet.
We can just wait till he comes back.
If you
Judge.
don't mind,
No, it's
I'll
all
just
fine.
pull that and bring it back here shortly,
It's
okay?
not a big deal. Yeah, thank you.
But you do want to wait, though, right?
No, I'd
Yeah.
like to still ask, but it's not, yeah. we can-
Okay, he's going to come back in at some point.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah.
Judge, I see,
Yes?
I know we try to move around.
I'm happy to
help
do
out.
it.
I see AC here.
Yeah,
the
let's do
Sheriff's
it.
Officers Association and maybe some of your officers as well, but I know you probably have a couple of items that you're looking at, or can we try to?
I'm
help
absolutely
you
happy
more?
to accommodate.
It's just on 17?
On the premium pay,
Yeah.
yeah?
I mean, I don't know if that's I know that's gonna be a big one, a
Well-
long one, if we wanna take that on before.
Yeah, the only thing I'd like to do before that is the comprehensive, I mean, we can do that. It's not a problem. We can do it, but we did have ARP summary beforehand. That's okay. We can, if time is important to you, let's take you guys first, okay? I do want you to invite you after yours. I'll try to get the, because I think it helps you. I just wanted to show it to you that we're going to have a small presentation on the American Rescue Plan Act summary from all the public forums and the online survey. And you'll be pleased to see how high public safety and emergency management is ranked in your community by the people. So I'll just invite you to stay for that as well. All right, so Dale, yesterday, we had a discussion that we would let you lead on this because this really comes to consider a payment option from your office. It has to do with premium pay for law enforcement as well as Nueces County Employee Premium Payment Supplement Agreement forms. So it's the actual employees, the law enforcement, under the collective bargaining, and it's really asking the court for a few things, including authorizing a date to
So
issue.
what, do we jump a number
Which one
here?
are you
Where
on,
we
Judge?
at?
I'm sorry.
Well, Commissioner Modis
No, no,
asked
which one?
if,
What's the number?
if
though?
number
17, right?
17.
That's what I'm asking.
He
Thank you.
said 17.
I didn't
I know
hear.
we've had members of the Sheriff's Officers Association here for a while, and
Yeah.
so.
All good.
Just try to get them.
Didn't hear the
Thank
number.
you.
That was all.
Yeah, 17. Let me pitch to Dale on this. Again, this is asking us to authorize a date to issue payment, and it's authorizing a supplement agreement form. And Dale, will you identify these processes for us?
We've met several times with Haggerty, our CPA that we've hired, as well as the county attorney's office to work up the process of this and how we will proceed. There are a few items that we need to discuss for, at the moment, we've because of the limitation of our software that we have on payroll and the amount of resources that would be applied, there's no way we can do this on a per payment series. So we came up with a couple of options. We can modify these if you so choose. But there are some issues that we will address, because the premium pay requires that it be paid on actual hours worked. The hours worked must be that they are at the location of their assignment or within a county facility, wherever it might be. And then they cannot exceed $13 an hour and cannot exceed $25,000 in total compensation, and their total annual salary cannot be above $78,600. So we've gone through several processes and what we have. Now, the one issue that was brought up is basically trying to do retro pay. However, we see that in the collective bargaining agreement, there is a clause in section 2 that says that there will be no retro pay for collective bargaining agreement people. Now, talking with the county attorney, this is something maybe that you could probably surpass, so there wouldn't be any items. However, being an auditor and knowing the federal level auditors, that this is a signed agreement and in a contract, we feel that retro pay is not allowed to be paid at this time. So at this point in time, we're only going to be discussing current pay. So what we have is basically two options. The first option is we've calculated the amount of pay for each of the individuals in the collective bargaining agreement. This includes all law enforcement individuals, as well as the auxiliary individuals that work within the sheriff's office, the constable's office, and then within the annex of building maintenance. How we will do this is we calculate the total hours and we subtract a little bit of time based on vacation and sick leave, as well as possible holiday pay. So we came up with a total proposed amount of hours. Now, we can make a one lump sum payment to these individuals, and that can be anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000. Now, the problem with one lump sum payment is at the end of the year, we'd be required to do an audit of the actual hours worked and determine how much we paid to how much we should have paid. And there could be that we've overpaid several individuals. Now, there would be requirements of how we would be able to repay this amount to the ARPA funds. It could be that we would have to have the county attorney or someone within our office go back and work with the employees to get reimbursed, or however, it could be that the general fund pays for the entire amount. Now, this could be anywhere from $100,000 to $1 million, so that's why we don't propose option one. Option two is that we work up a balance that we pay on a quarterly basis. Every 4 months, we worked up the total amount of hours you pay, or you worked, yes.
We're talking, but aren't we talking 2 different years here? Because we.
Year only.
Right, but why couldn't we do a one-time lump sum in December and then worry about next year very shortly coming up, but, okay, because you're talking about, so you have, it's a 2-phase proposal?
There's one where we can do a one lump sum payment for the entire year.
For this year? For December, right, and do it in December.
However, if we do that at the end of the year, I'll be required to audit every payment, every hour for every employee.
And he
For
doesn't
this year.
recommend that.
But for this year?
For this year.
In other words, wouldn't we already know what they've worked for this year?
No. We're talking about from October 1 to December 2022.
My bad, I'm talking about,
Retroactive isn't
no,
a,
I'm talking about, I'm not, but I'm saying.
Calendar year, 21.
Right, I'm saying for now, paying it in December for a lump sum period of time, for October 1, let's say, through December 31st. Pardon me?
he's got that.
I got that ready for you.
Okay, but you're not recommending that?
I'm recommending that.
Oh, I thought you
Quarterly.
said you're going for the quarterly one.
That's a quarterly, and for October up to December of December 10th, we're ready to cut a check on December 22nd. For about $1,000
That's
each.
attachment 2, that's option 2.
Right, that's
That's option
option
two,
2. That's his recommendation, if you'll look at his spreadsheet.
So for October, okay.
So he's asking for,
Second to around December the 10th or December 11th, that we do the total hours worked, and then we will cut a check to each employee on December 22nd.
right, so what you're recommending, as I understand it, is on December 22nd, all those under the law enforcement and collective bargaining, and those that we've identified, that special class.
Yes.
That they will get their first check on December 22nd, and thereafter would go on a quarterly payment basis till the end of the fiscal year. That's right. Okay, so that's one. Are there any questions? That's his option. And the reason, because I asked and you asked, why can't we do it all? And the answer is that it would trigger an audit concern, because you're paying in advance you're paying a lump sum in advance, and therefore we would have to basically do a transfer from the general fund that could be up to $1 million.
Hagerty is working with our attorneys. The Affordable Care Act requires you to pay on actual hours worked. So if we're saying we're going to pay at the very beginning of the year, and we're saying we assume you're going to work this many hours, now at the end of the year, we have to audit the number of hours we actually paid, and it could be that you had more sick leave and you had more time, or there could, other situations you could have that we overpaid several individuals.
Right.
Well, that overpayment must then be reimbursed to the ARPA funds through whatever means, whether it's asking the employee to reimburse the cost, which we don't recommend, or the general fund's gonna have to pay for it. And it could be very expensive for the general fund.
Okay,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
hey Dale, so from October the 1st, this 21, to December 31st, it's a one lump sum.
Actually, we're going from October the 2nd, which is the very beginning of our pay period. We're going to around December the 10th, because that's the amount of time we can calculate, and then we're gonna pay it on December 22nd.
And it's one lump sum for law
One lump sum.
enforcement, whoever else we identified, but, and then you're saying that after next year, 2022, they work the first quarter, they get paid at quarter.
Correct.
You know, but if for us to pay them a one lump sum.
No, it's not, well, every quarter they get the amount of hours they worked in that quarter.
But let me just finish what I'm gonna say. I'm just saying, if we pay a one lump sum in January for the first quarter, can we do that, or can you have to pay the whole lump sum for the whole year? I know the whole year, they said you're gonna trigger, probably for the audit, right?
Well, because the way the Affordable Cares Act is written, the Affordable Cares Act say you can only pay on actual hours worked. Which means, for example, let's say I was qualified, which I'm not, but let's say I'm not qualified, And I say, I get 2,080 hours is for 52 weeks, but I only work 1,000 hours. You paid me 2,000 hours. Now, I can only get paid for this, so either you have to get money from me or you have to get money from the general fund. And we have to do that for every employee.
Okay, is there something that the employees would sign?
We have that as well,
Saying
the
that we're
sign.
responsible if I'm not, if it doesn't work, I'm responsible to pay you back, or, you know, or, I mean, I'm saying there's gotta be some kind of a.
And in our original contract and original agreement, but the county attorney had that removed.
So you're saying, Jenny, we can't do a contract saying if you don't, if I don't work the hours, you don't, I mean, I will give you the money back from my paycheck or whatever?
You can do that, but I would reserve the rest of talking about that part, for executive session.
But I think the
But-
most,
but- hold on, I just want, but we still can do the one-time payment for employees in January, right?
We can do the one-time employment in December.
it's not
No, I'm talking
recommended.
Entire
about-
year.
I'm talking about not about the employees, the other employees, not law enforcement, but the other employees.
No, get to that.
I would say we do the same thing for all employees is quarterly payments, so we can make one lump sum payment however you want to see fit. However, if you do one lump sum, I'm required to audit at the end of the year.
Okay, now,
And the
my
employees
last-
will be required to repay any overpayments.
And my last question, just to kind of help the employees, I know we're doing law enforcement, why can't we do employees the same we do law enforcement, pay them a one-time payment from October the 2nd to December the 10th or whatever it is, so they can.
Approve the agreement, y'all said for law enforcement was from October to September, and for all other employees from January to September.
I know what we said, but I'm saying, can we do that if we come back
For
and?
regular employees, 'cause y'all already
Like,
made
can we
the,
come back and say it differently, and can we do it?
if y'all change how you want to do it, we can do it however you want.
I'm just worried about the employees also getting a one-time.
I think there's, Yeah.
Every 4 months, they get a check.
I believe there's a disconnect here. Let me,
There's no disconnect, judges. there's
I
some
think that what Dale is saying is that in order to be consistent, that's what you're looking for, and for there not to trigger an audit for hours not worked, and the best thing to do is put everybody on the same system starting January 1, with the exception that the law enforcement would get their October through December, December 10, on December 22nd.
And Judge, why wouldn't it go back farther? Because we started this process a long
Can
time
we
ago.
wait till executive session on that one? We're not, he's already really said it, but it's really a legal issue. We think that there could be some concepts here, but legally, the Texas Constitution bars it, and the
Then maybe we
collective
should-
bar,
Well, then
that's
maybe
the
we should,
issue.
Like, go to executive session because I need to answer that
I
before I
know.
do on this, to go.
I'm okay with that, but I just want you to know that, that is why.
I mean,
And we could certainly do executive session just to this one item, but I think it was important for you guys to see the spreadsheet. The concept is still the sound, if you can kind of, because I'm looking right at you guys, and, you can ask questions too if you want to, you can take the podium, it might help. I don't know if you want to ask some questions, but because we spent all afternoon on this a couple of days ago in preparation for this. What the auditor is recommending is a quarterly system, and that is, if you got a lump sum for tax purposes, that's also a little bit interesting too for you guys. The best recommendation is that October 1 to December 10, or he says it's the 2nd, October 2 to December 10, you'll collect that on December 22nd. And then in January, it'll be the beginning of a new year, and you'll get payments quarterly along with the other employees. It puts everybody on the same system, and it makes certain that hours worked are hours paid on. And that's what's tricky for a county, is that if you don't work the hours that remember last couple of courts ago, we put the parameters in. You can't have more than X dollars an hour, you can't have more than 150%. We're gonna do it on so many hours. We created all those, parameters. This is what he believes is in the best interest of the accounting portion of it.
Let me just add one more question, Judge, when you finish.
Go ahead.
I don't know, Caitlin, I guess, whether you were the CPA firm, right? So, what is, I mean, y'all worked on this, and what did you come up with? What is your recommendation, I guess? after y'all working with this, I don't know, I think you're working with the auditor too, but what did y'all come up with? I mean. sure.
Okay, I'm going to have you switch, if you don't mind, if you would just hold back just a second.
So essentially, to avoid having to transfer money from the general fund or have employees reimburse, a quarterly basis allows for a more regular checkup on the numbers.
Can you just state your name and everything for the record so everybody knows, please?
Caitlin Chupi.
Thank you.
Collier Johnson Woods.
Outside auditor hired by the court to
Correct.
assist on
Right,
American
just so
Rescue
everybody
Plan
knows,
Act.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so what is your recommendation on this?
I guess my recommendation is whatever would be best for the county to not have to reimburse, which would be quarterly.
Okay, and you're satisfied with the, I don't know what I'm supposed to ask and not ask, because I don't know what's supposed to be done in legal session, because I don't know what we're talking about in legal session, but, so you've looked into this with Haggerty and the auditor and the county attorney and all these folks, and
Correct.
you believe that the least likely that we're gonna get popped for a reimbursement or something is to do it quarterly?
Correct.
And then, have you also looked at whether or not, and I don't know if that's the right question for you, because I guess that's legal. I'll just pause. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
But once you, I mean, didn't you look at it before, and you had a recommendation of one time?
I
So
did have
what
a
would-
recommendation
so
of
what's the
one time,
difference?
with the caveat that employees would have to pay back any overpayment, and that gets very tricky. Essentially, if an employee quits early or an employee takes off additional time, they would be required to pay that back, and collecting that is difficult.
Not
And,
if you have the last paycheck.
and making assuming their last paycheck would reimburse the entire amount. That gets a little tricky, and if you aren't able to collect, you would have to reimburse any funds from the general fund or pay back the federal funds awarded.
Okay, Minette,
I have a
thank you.
question,
Ms.
Judge.
Yes, for Ms. Chupi.
How difficult would it be to figure out the hours for employees and maybe not pay them all the total hours, that they would be in a bind that maybe they might, you probably overpaid them and they would have to pay back? But if you shorten them a few hours to where they would get money at the end of the audit.
That's a question for Dale and his department.
How we did this is we factored in, so a regular county employee working 80 hours a week generates 2,080 hours a year. So we said of that issue, we took off one whole pay period, assuming sick leave and vacation. Then we said the county has 14 days of holiday pay, so we took off another whole pay period. So we took off a total of 186 hours of pay. So we said, assuming no other items, we assume that 1,920 hours, give or take that number, would be the number of hours that we're going to propose paying as one lump sum pay. Now, however, there are certain situations that they take off more time, or they take off additional time. They're sick for a long period of time. They may go on FMLA. They may go with pay, without pay. They may go on extended leave. So even with assuming this number of hours of 1,920, if that could be wrong, but that's close to where you'd be, and we pay this item, there could very well be, and based off of the history report we ran with the sheriff's office when we did some possibility of possible retro pay, no, there's no one near close to those hours. Most of them had to be reimbursement. So the only way we'd say we pay you 1,000 hours now, and then we'll pay you the difference, but then it still must be required that it's for actual hours worked. So if, for example, someone was here and they worked from home for this amount of time, we can't pay you at working from home. So we have to know this, so that's where it gets a difficulty of trying to do this, and that's why we're saying if we do the quarterly payments, we're based on actual hours you worked from one point in time to another point in time, and we'll cut you a check within 2 weeks of that. And that's how we want to proceed, and that's the way we feel that the best for the county on how to handle both for the Sheriff's Office Association and their field, and as well as all the regular employees that we have. So that's how we say would be best for the county.
So if you were to shorten a few hours from each employee to keep them from over being paid, that they wouldn't have to pay at the end of the year, at the end of the audit, okay? Because they would have those hours that you shortened them, some like a savings, that, you know, that they couldn't claim.
No, if y'all are saying that we pay them 10% of the actual hours worked, and we say we only paid you 1,000 hours, but we owe you 2,000, we had to pay the additional 1,000 hours. Because y'all said in your agreement that you're paying for actual hours worked for the entire fiscal year.
But you couldn't hold back a few hours?
No.
Okay, all right.
I just want to say that when we met with the auditor to prepare for today's agenda item, the one thing that really impressed upon me is that it was a team of people that had really worked on this. There must have been at least, I don't know, 5 people in the team. That's on our internal as well as our external. So I think the plan that's before you is the one that gets you the check in the hand the fastest. And it's also the one that gets us all on a consistent basis that's certain. And that's just dealing with this fiscal year. And I want to submit to you that I have an executive session item that will come, that will talk about what we all know is sort of the elephant in the room, is what happens when the laws prohibit you or the agreements prohibit you to, do what we wanted to do and what the court intended to do, which is to do back pay. And as I said, if you'll give us a chance to do this piece of it, I have both a legal question for Ms. Dorsey, and then I would actually have a motion for the court, but I kind of have to wait. So I'm going to give you that little bit of a caveat, but I'd love to hear from you guys if you think this. I did discuss it with now Captain Joe A. Gonzalez, and now he informed me that once he became a captain, then there's this sort of a changing of the guard on your side. And so I'm learning this, and so hopefully we'll get a chance to sit down as well.
If we do the
Yes.
quarterly pay and we're ready to pay on December 22nd, the average payment will be around $700-800. Some can be higher, some can be lower.
I'm so sorry, Dale, did you say 700 or 800? Okay, average. Okay, thank you, please. We're really working at, hold on just one second, Commissioner.
Man, I'm having trouble with this thing here because when we voted for this thing, I make the motion, I think I always want to make the motion for the 10% across the board, one-time pay for the employees, and also for the law enforcement. I still think the 1%, the one-time pay, this year, of course, the law enforcement will get it, it won't be as much, but they'll, because of the time.
Remember, Commissioner, even though you do 10% across the board, the 78,600 threshold is still there, so anybody above that cannot get paid.
I know, I understand there's gonna be like, there's only a few of those that can't get.
85.
Well, but they can get paid lower, right?
No. If they between 71,000 to 78,000, they get a small percentage.
That's what I'm saying, they get paid some smaller percentage.
Small.
But,
Won't be
and when we
10%.
voted, when we voted for the one time, I'm still the one time that I think we should, I guess we're taking a chance that we lose maybe 800,000, $1 million from the general fund, right?
Could be higher than that. If you're talking about the entire staff, we have 1,385 employees. Or if we do our total amount of salary for everyone, that's 5.5 million. If you say about 10 or 20% of that, that's $1.8 million.
And so what can we do the employees, if we make a motion that we do the employees also, from the same time that we're doing the law enforcement, one-time pay, so they can at least make some kind of, get an advantage like everybody else does, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, this is
Commissioner,
But the time that we made this
right, but, and I hear you, but Commissioner, the difference is that we had 2 different standards for law enforcement. The motion that we approved started in January. We did that intentionally for everybody else, and that's why he's saying to you, I can't go backwards, because that's not what we voted on. What we voted on was January. I really think that they've given a ton of thought to this, and that there's a lot of,
Well, and here's the other thing, Judge, I didn't think about until just now, and maybe I'm missing something also, but if you do, based on what you just said, what made me think of it, if you do a one-time lump sum in January, and then someone quits, or
Exactly.
leaves, or retires, or isn't here, or whatever reason, that also would be a factor that we would end up having to pay back.
Correct.
Those
Yeah.
funds, and I really hadn't thought about that coming in until you just said that. I came in thinking we were gonna do a one-time deal, and that's what I supported. But that's why you listen and be open-minded, is because you hear things like that. And so I just want to make sure still that everyone understands that we're still committed to figuring out a way to get the amount of money It's just we've got to figure out the way to do it in the manner that doesn't
Yeah.
make us pay it back,
And also-
which could cost us millions of dollars.
Commissioner Gonzalez is saying we can
We're still
possibly
committed.
withhold some amount from their last final check. However, we can't withhold more than what the amount would be for if you received,
5,000.
what's it, hours that you receive, I can't think of the name, but it can't be below a certain amount.
But, right.
Right,
And I
and-
still want to know, back in or in executive session, why
Right.
we wouldn't be able to start that earlier, because these funds have been here. I mean, I get that we're here today, and we can't quote do retro, but at the same time, this isn't retro now. We started this back in what, June? I mean, so that shouldn't, I don't know, when did we start having this discussion originally, June or July? It's been months, I don't know. So we should, so that time.
So I think the county attorney can help answer those questions for you.
Right.
But please know that, I mean, we're not here because, we're not trying, that, we love the way we did it.
Yeah, no
But the
kidding.
way we did it, it has to be done right. And what you guys want to know is how can we get it for you? And let me just say that you can roll the tape, but what we always said, because we knew that there was going to be a lot of difficulty with just the payroll, piece of it, we didn't think it was a lump sum. Nobody thought that was even a good idea. The lump sum was never promised. What we really want to make sure is that you get the round amount of money. And we've gone through a lot of good processes to make sure that we are all on the same page. I will say that I'd love to hear from you, but I think Joe thought that made really good sense. And I told him about he actually, in fairness, said he thought the collective bargaining agreement, he wanted the opportunity to visit with county attorney. And I was going to invite them to have that discussion, as a resource to ask those legal questions, just so that the collective bargaining agreement could be addressed. And so that is still, I hope, going to happen. But on this other, I still have another idea, but I don't want to go there until we finish this piece. So a little faith, as they say.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for having me. Arnoldo Carpentier, as you know now, I'm the president of the association. Joe Gonzalez did get promoted to captain, so as our bylaws are written, he's no longer to be a member of the board. I got some big shoes to fill. He mastered this, so I'm headed towards that way. But at the end of the day, we want the smoothest transition for the court and the membership. I know we've talked about hours worked and so forth. I don't know if overtime hours implicate into that. I got several questions which I would love to sit down with you guys and discuss. And we also have ideas going forward as well. But at the end of the day, we greatly appreciate it. We've been told this date, and then it got pushed again, this date and this date, and the membership is, well, we may not get anything. I'm like, well, the court is working on it and hard on it. So we want the smoothest transition, of course, and whatever helps the court out, and at the end of the day helps us out. It's a win-win situation for everybody, even if it may have not have been the retro pay or stuff like that, and litigations come into play and all sorts of other issues. But we do thank you guys very, very much still. And we continue to bring up these newer ideas going forward, and hopefully, I know we have another collective bargaining session coming up pretty soon in another year or so. So we're going to work towards that and changing other things. So thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations on your new leadership. And what we're going to do is obviously get you that time with the county attorneys who have been working on this, along with the external auditors and experts inside, just so that as you ask questions, they can help give you those right answers.
Thank you. Question. I want to make sure I understand on the retro issue for regular employees, but are you saying also that the collective bargaining, the sheriff's office is not eligible for retro pay too?
Correct.
In the collective bargaining agreement, section 2, there is a clause that says no retro pay.
In their collective bargaining agreement? But
That's
not,
what we're going to talk about in executive session.
okay, but not under ARPA.
That's correct.
ARPA, they're eligible, but under the collective bargaining agreement, it says they're not.
Correct.
That's the issue.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
that's a distinction I appreciate that.
Okay,
I-
and
no,
like I
no,
said,
Okay.
we'll get to that hopefully. So I'm going to bring us back home, because what I'm really focused on is December 22nd. And I want to acknowledge what Mr. Carpentier, Officer Carpentier said, is that we kind of told you guys, hey, late November, early December, and now December 22. And what I'm kind of thinking is that let's get to December 22. Let's do everything we can here as a court to get those checks to come in to law enforcement on December 22nd. We have a plan for that, and it's one that puts on average $700 to $800 in those folks' pocket. And that part of the motion could be handled right now. It's sort of the first piece of it on 17. I'm sorry, I said 17, is that right? Yeah, it is 17. And so it says, can we authorize a date to issue payment? And so court, I would like to make a motion to authorize payment for law enforcement, including those identified in the Nueces County Collective Bargaining Agreement for December 22nd as presented by our auditor.
So moved.
Motion, thank you. Thank you. A
And that's-
second.
And that's for a specific,
That's very specific, Dale, correct?
you got, I mean, that's.
Do you want to say it again, or?
I just want to make sure that that's clear, so, which is the quarterly payment? Yes. That's what that motion was for,
Right.
just so everybody's clear.
It
and that
starts
we're-
it off, the
but
lump sum.
We're not done. with
Quarterly
that.
payment,
We're not
my
done.
staff has already
We're not done.
calculated the amount of hours from October the 2nd to around December the 10th. And we, based on a premium pay, based on the 20% of their hourly rates, and we're ready to proceed on December 22nd.
And this is just for the collective bargaining, and we're still going to deal with others, but this was for the collective bargaining group.
Basically, is anyone that fits under the law enforcement platform, which includes the collective bargaining agreement, all the auxiliary employees, the senior clerks, the ID clerks, and anyone that works within the sheriff's office, constable's office, or a building maintenance under the annex.
It was all the ones we identified, right?
But
The law
none of
enforcement.
those worked, but none of the ones that worked at home or anything, because we got
No.
to be careful on that.
We've done this, yeah.
Okay.
With the sheriff's office, none of the employees that there are ever remote.
Okay, so having said that, we know who we're talking about. We now know the date, after the 22nd, first check on the 22nd, then it would go quarterly, okay? And then we're still gonna have opportunity to ask questions and some of those things that you've said, but that is the motion in the second.
This is not, I believe this is not for the support staff. This is for the law enforcement portion.
Right.
This is for the entire field that works under the sheriff's office.
It's basically, Jenny, there was some special people ID'd. Remember, we had like a list that was given to us that
They work at the jail.
work in the jail.
Sheriff's
So
office.
it's,
The ID clerks.
you're
the
right
senior clerks.
there's some, but they have been identified in the court's record. I'm happy to, for the clerk,
And if
a
anybody's
DM.
interested, Judge, I would recommend that they go to the county website under our agenda. And on
But
this
that's a great
item,
point.
there are attachment links that you can go to and see what specific job title is listed. So if anyone's at home or wherever watching right now, they can go and access, there, the first one in there in alphabetical order, accounting assistant, then some payable clerks and admin law enforcement clerk and administrative secretaries and assistant chief deputy, down the line. So if anyone's questioning on this item, because this is separate from item 18, which is going to
Correct.
be all-inclusive for our county employees.
Correct.
This is solely the law enforcement one. That one you can go and access right now online. So I think that may be helpful, because I know we're talking a bunch as far as what positions, and to get some clarification, obviously what the county attorney is saying as well, to help us understand the specific positions that are going to potentially be included on this.
And again, just for the sake of clarity, it does not include any of the retro because we have been advised that that's not available to us. But again, I would say, stay tuned. Give us a chance to come into this executive session and give us a chance to come back. Right now, I'm trying to, as they say, this is the last meeting of the year. We're trying to get.
Hallelujah.
We're trying to get Santa Claus to arrive on December 22nd. Let's do that. That's going to feel really good. So, that's the motion. There's a second. Any more thoughts, concerns, comments here in discussion?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioners. Hearing no other. How about all those in favor signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. I know you've been waiting a long time. December 22nd is what our auditor believes he can deliver. I'm going to have faith that that's going to happen, and I'm going to be here on December 22nd, and you're going to come see me if it doesn't, and we're going to go to his place, okay?
We'll be on this, on their next check. It'll be direct deposit in their accounts.
Okay, there you heard it. I hope that makes you feel good, and of course, all of this is being done in a way that acknowledges your service and all those that work with you. Okay, now let's do 18, just because it makes sense. And then Michael, we actually extracted, let's do Michael so he can do whatever he wants to do and come back. Michael, on the consent, we pulled item L. It was the one with the absolute waste services, and this is just for CPI adjustment only.
That's
Commissioner
correct.
Chesney had some questions. It was represented to us that this contract was approved already back in September, and next September we'll have, next summer we'll have an opportunity to go out for RFP again.
That's correct.
Okay, Commissioner Chesney?
Michael, my question was, I gotta go back and find it now, hang on a second, let me go back to the agenda item. It was, why then are we, hold on, authorizing, or why are we doing an execution of agreed amendment with Absolute Waste Services now? What does the amendment do? Does it have a CIP in it? Why are we having to do this now? What's the purpose?
So I believe Public Works received a letter from Absolute Waste on October 14th. Public Works is the administrator of this contract. They reviewed the letter. We worked with County Attorney's Office to make sure that this was permitted under the contract. Under 12.2, letter C states that they can bring price change requests at any time. It's not only during the annual renewal. And so that's why this process started after the renewal, because at the time of the renewal, we had no request in our office to make any changes at that time.
And so, why, do we have to approve it? We have no, no choice.
The contract permits them to have a CPI increase. And so they're just adhering to what's in the contract, and this is a standard procedure that the county has done for many years. Usually it occurs during the time of the renewal, but sometimes it occurs in between those periods, and this is one of those cases. Like I said, we reviewed it with the County Attorney's Office and spoke with Public Works, and they're in favor of approving this change.
And inflation is very clear that it exists at this time.
Right, in the letter that was attached to the agenda item, it explains the rationale behind why that was the case.
And so is this the final amendment, or do we have a year option 3 or option 5, the way you're looking at it?
Okay, so we completed the first 3 years, and we actually did the first renewal just recently. So we do have available one more renewal, which will take us to 2023.
Or not, right? We could choose to.
We have the option.
And that one comes up next
Next year.
Yes, we'll bring it to you probably, because it ends in September, we'll probably bring it in this late summer of next year.
And so what action can we take, or is there any action that we can take, and seeing that Juan is here as well, to ensure that this is all kind of dealt with at the same time? I understand if there's a request, and I agree, I think with inflation and just the cost of supplies and just everything else in this world is going up, there may be a justifiable reason for that, but I would want it to all kind of be tied in. So is there anything binding we can do, or just?
I don't know if there's
know that
anything
that's-
binding we can do, other than I believe that Juan can we can write a letter to them indicating that the renewal is coming up. Please indicate now, if you're going to be requesting a CPI increase, so that we can get that completed at the renewal date. And what we can do going forward, we'll have to discuss the legalities of whether we can remove that clause from this statement. Some of our other contracts don't have that capability. They can only be renewed during the annual renewal period. But some commodities have changes in the laws that can occur outside of those times, and I think this is one of those services where they could be affected outside of our normal schedule. And so when one of those external factors comes in that affects the contract, that they need to have that opportunity to get that cost addressed. And so that's what 12.2 speaks to.
So, Jenny, do you agree with that, or is that something y'all would need to look at a little bit further, just to see if we can add that, or do you kind of agree that a letter can just simply be sent and requesting kind of the timing be matched up next year?
You can always make that request.
Right.
as far as whether removing that from the contracts is allowed, I'd have to make sure there's not some specific thing that makes us not able to do that.
I just want to make sure we have that all together. I mean, I just think that that fits so much better for us, and there's no confusion as far as a renewal for the current company, or if we decide to opt in for that final year of the agreement, or to go out, right? So that would just be my concern.
Sure.
Would be that it's just kind of timed. Because I understand, and I agree with, there's a need for increase because of the cost of things going up in the world, so. But I just think the timing needs to be set better.
Okay. I still
Okay.
recommend approval.
Okay,
And Juan concurs.
and you concur? Just go ahead and say it, because it's a video thing.
Judge, Commissioners, we recommend approval.
Okay, so Commissioner Chesney, would you would you make a motion?
Sure.
Second.
And I've got a motion, a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, so aye. So that's now the consent agenda in its entirety, and that helps us. And so now we can come back to, I'm just inclined to kind of finish premium pay since we've been talking about it and go to 18, and then we can come back into regular order. So 18 is basically now moving to the 10% across the board for Nueces County employees. And Dale, pitch right back to you. Your recommendation is?
Maintain the same process we're doing for the law enforcement, so for quarterly payments, based on 10%. Now, there will be a few departments that will not be included. For example, our city county health and our 1115 waiver, they have a incentive grant, so we don't want to possibly include those. For example, the district attorney had a 10% increase last year on salary, so most of his staff would not be counted. There are still some there. The question is on, do we, do we pay part-time employees, which we suggest you do? And also, then there will be, if we do the 10% across the board, there'll probably be 4 or 5, maybe 8 of our elected officials, those would be our justice of the peace, that would qualify for this. Anybody that is above 78,600 would not, so we still recommend the quarterly payments starting as of January the 1st, and everyone would receive their first quarter payment for the regular employees, and the second payment for the law enforcement around April.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
You mentioned the health department, they're not included in this because they're getting paid how?
They have a grant that they just received called an incentive grant, and they're also under, still, we have the agreement between the city and the county at the moment. It's still being in the process with a MOU agreement where salaries are compliance with what the city has. So we believe that with their incentive grant, if you do this, you're basically double dipping and giving them twice as much as what they qualified for. So we say at the moment to exclude city county health and 1115 waiver. Now, should this breakup be set up and we lose those funds, then we can bring them in at that time.
Yeah,
So, but the 1115 waiver is the city county, so we can't say that whatever the county portion of it, we're gonna go ahead and pay them.
Well, like I said, they have a
The
grant that
10%.
they just received that's called an incentive grant, and they proposed an incentive grant for every employee under the city county health and 1115 waiver to receive anywhere from $8,000 to $10,000 out of the grant money.
So there's
This is an incentive grant, so do you want to give them more on top of that?
Okay. No, I'm saying, but the incentive grant doesn't go by 10%, then it's just gonna go on
It's on how the health department divides the funds,
Right.
And they're gonna get that at one time from the,
on how the grant's issued. That'd
What-
probably be us.
so what I told
yes, I'm sorry.
Well, what I told Dale is that for today's purposes, we can go with that theme, but we need way more information and vetting because it was my understanding that that particular grant would work on overtime hours only and not regular hours. So I have to tell you that the purpose of that grant is 100% different than the purpose of
But
this
you know,
grant.
and I have a problem with that because, you're gonna pay somebody from the overtime, that's double time, that you'll pay them twice. If you already gave them the overtime and you're gonna figure the overtime, that's paying them twice.
How the grant was.
I was gonna say
was
Dishes
issued. The
approved it
grant-
that
the-
way.
How the grant was approved, so.
Who did the grant?
We don't have control of the grant.
Who designed the grant?
Okay, Dishes, Department of
No,
State
no,
and
it has
Health
to come from us
Services.
though, but who submitted the grant from us?
The health department.
Yeah, but-
You know, and I think that's really wrong to base anything on overtime, because you got to saying about double dipping. So this is really double dipping, you know, and I don't agree with that. I think the employees at the health department or county employees should be taken care of. We gotta pay them twice. I guess you're paying everybody else twice. People
Yeah.
that made thousands of dollars in overtime are gonna get more thousands of dollars, and that's not right. You know, so I think we need to take care of our employees, especially the county employees, you know, and I think if they have to double dip like anybody else is double dipping, then they should get it. You know, and I think this one here, I think, and I need to make a motion if I have to, I think our employees need to get a percentage just like law enforcement did now. I think we should get upfront, pay them like October the 2nd to October 20, to the 10th, to December the 10th, so like they did, so they can get a lump sum, a little bit of what they worked, so they can also have a little money in their pockets, you know, and they can spend, and then we can go to look at quarterly. So, but I think,
So-
that, you know, I'm not. I'll make a
Commissioner, can
motion
we
if I
do a
have to.
motion? So,
Of the court was starting all the regular employees as January 1st. So
right.
you'd have
I
to
think-
change that order.
Right, that's the whole point. Are you asking for a motion to change January to the fiscal year for all employees? Okay, I think that the only thing that I would ask is that, if we do that,
Might suspend me going to 22nd.
that's what I was just about to say.
What did he
You
say?
will also face some
1,500 employees
troubles.
to do.
I
Instead of
know.
300.
I'm trying to get him to,
No, it's all right. I mean, you're trying to do,
So-
I mean, that's fine, but I'm just saying,
yeah,
if I don't hear the answers, I don't know what.
right.
happening?
Why don't we do this?
That's a lot.
There's,
I'm not saying we shouldn't do something, but boy, that's a lot of people between now and the
And-
22nd.
and it's-
That's 1,500 more people.
Right now, the
Right.
sheriff's office employees, when we do theirs, are around 350. If we do every employee you're talking about, that's 1,500.
Okay, but it's ARPA funds, right?
Well,
No,
It
I'm
doesn't
not
matter. I gotta calculate every employee's for 1,500 employees,
Well, I
and that's gonna
understand
take
that.
hours and hours,
Yeah.
and there's no way I'll be
Look,
able to 22nd.
Came in there to help,
Here, let
you
me,
know.
let me just throw out something here. The purpose is not to continue to kind of reshape everything that we keep shaping.
Well, we are reshaping everything.
Well, if you would just allow, if what you are asking is for more funds, you have every right to make that motion. But what we are trying to do is all the work that's been done, which was our directive. We, the court, gave a directive to Dale. And we need to allow him to bring us what makes the most sense. If you want to do more, you can get that back on another agenda item, and we can get that, dealt with in the new year. But what I can tell you is that he's basing it on exactly what this court asked him to do. And for you to ask him to change it on the 15th, when we're trying to get people paid on the 22nd, is too difficult,
It's not
and
gonna
it's
affect those,
unrealistic.
Judge. It's not
I'm
gonna
so
affect-
sorry?
It's not gonna affect the ones who are gonna pay the law enforcement. I'm just talking about the employees, not the
No.
law enforcement. Law enforcement is done.
No, I know, I'm saying to you that it was our directive to Dale to start on January, and that's what he's done, and I'm saying to you that you're changing it on him.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, I understand that, sir, but the point is that if you really want to get through this, you need to understand the fiscal aspect, and also Dale needs a chance to tell you that that's going to create a large burden for him that may not be feasible. If you want to, also, I think it's an executive session item, Jenny, because then it goes, I feel like if you're interested in hearing it, get us to the executive session, but at least let's do what we know we want to do, which is January, get everybody on the quarterly. If you want to do more, we can still tackle more.
and
But let's
here's-
get us on the right track for everybody. That's following the court's directive.
And Judge, I agree with you both, right? And I'm not trying to do that, but I mean, I think it's impossible between now and the 22nd to get 1,500 people done, and I would not put that on Dale to do. I don't have any problem with looking at additional, and so my question, I guess, would be, because I know what he's trying to accomplish, help getting them something for Christmas. I get it, right? That's a nice gesture, and so I understand that too. So my question would be, do we have to, and you may have already answered this, and I don't mean to ask it again, but does the ARPA funds allow just a one-time bonus for the employees, so you don't have to calculate anything, and we just said we're gonna say this, and if it doesn't allow it, then okay, I'll move on, and I'm not gonna.
Well, the ARPA funds basis,
jam
if
1,500
you say it's
people on
based
it.
on a certain hours, because the way the rules are written is, it's based on hours worked.
Can we do the hours from October the 2nd to January?
Well, you
I
can,
can't pay it
but,
on the 22nd.
No, pay them in January.
I can't guarantee when they'll pay.
Yeah, I mean,
Would it be a lump sum in
Look,
January?
Well, it took us almost 3 weeks to figure out the law enforcement.
I mean, why don't we do this?
You got about 6 weeks anyway, so.
I mean, the
January's
thing-
right around the corner, so no, we don't.
The thing is,
I mean, we got to pay per pay period and then how we fit it into pay period
you know,
schedule, so
I
it's not
think,
easy.
right, I think what people want is for us to get our job done. If we want to bring in some new ideas, let's bring in new ideas. We're going to have a court, I think, the first week of January, and we can hear all of them, and we're all going to be very receptive. But the purpose of today is not to undo, it's to do. So let's do. So I'm going to make a motion.
Well, and let me make sure I'm clear, and hold on just for a second. So what you're telling me is, it has to be based on hours worked, and you can't do a one-time, payment that you don't have to go calculate all those hours, because the reality is, if you said, we're gonna do a one-time $500 payment, and that may not be the right number, and I don't mean to throw that out there, that's not gonna be too much based on hours worked. I'm trying not to jam 1,500 people in you. I don't think that's fair or right, and I wouldn't do that to you right now, but
There is a clause that Haggerty brought in when we were looking at the options that Haggerty brought in, and one of them is a bonus. However, there is nothing directly coming down from Treasury that says there's a bonus allowed to do this, and this could be one-time $500 bonus, we could do that. But it may not be approved by Treasury.
And that's
We need to
where
vet that.
Right, and that would be one thing that we would want to obviously vet, and and I don't know how fast we can vet that, but I mean, certainly I wouldn't mind.
I know Haggerty's been working with the Treasury over this issue for several weeks. I don't know where they're at the moment.
And I mean, we could still do that in January if we wanted to right away.
Yes.
As the judge said, wait until we come back to the first of the year and do that, because I'm fine with doing some more for our employees. I just don't want to kill the auditing and pay, I mean, that's too much. I mean,
Well,
1,500
and Commissioner,
people to get paid between now and
it's
then.
important to recognize that we made it, we
I agree.
created a directive.
I agree.
And now he's giving it to you on a silver platter.
Judge, I'm
And we
agreeing
just
with
need
you.
to say yes.
I have to
You
have the
gotta take the
information
win,
that they wrote
Judge.
by
I'm
tomorrow.
agreeing with you.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you.
And
So
not
I
that I
think-
don't agree, it's just that I'm just
No, no,
thinking that there gotta be something else we could do.
Well, I know that, but let's do this, and then we can discuss more with our teams so that we can do that. I mean, all right, I've got a motion on the floor that I'm making to make sure that our employees do get this 10% of their funds, and it would be paid on the quarterly basis as proposed by the auditor, and it is premium pay 10%, and it is across the board, all departments.
Second?
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And
Pose
Judge, I
same
want
sign.
to say, if I can, I had a few emails from employees asking about this, and this is just kind of a prime example of why I don't commit to things early as I do, because I came in here thinking, I'm going to do this one-time deal. I think this is the best way to do it. I told a couple people in emails I supported that, but after hearing all this, it makes a difference. And so I should have just done what I always do, which is I'm going to go in there and listen and decide when I go in there and listen. And so I apologize to anyone that I sent an email to that said to do this, because now I'm being told, because I didn't talk to her, but I got the information too that the CPA and the auditor and everybody had come together and this one-time thing was going to be okay. It changed. It changed for good reason. It changed for valid legal reasons. And that's kind of how the world works sometimes. And so I apologize for any overcommitting that I did on that, but I still would have rather done it as a one-time payment. But what they're telling us is legally that provided us a lot of problems and a lot of liability. Like, I'm not willing to, do that and put the county at risk to the tune of $1 million or whatever it could have been had we overpaid people by that one-time payment. I still want to get the same amount of money to the people that are here and that are here for the long haul. And we're committed to doing that, and I think we've continued to show our commitment as a unified court. I mean, that's the one thing, we're not real unified on a lot of things. We are unified on getting our employees paid. We're just trying to figure out how to do it. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there, so.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure if it was an apology or a
Just a
praise,
statement.
but I'll take it, just.
Statement.
I will, Kara, yeah, we're done with that. One more item here that would make a lot of sense at this point would to go into ARP. And I see you, Rachel. If you'll just give me, I see two things that I think we can get to. And also Dr. Dante, are you here for an item? I'd like to be, out of courtesy, take care of you as well. I'm going to do number 2, just because I don't think it's long, and then we'll look for your item. Is that something that you would like? Or are you enjoying this so much? Because I'm happy for you to be here. You're learning a lot? Okay. But you would like to get back to your work, right? Okay, we're going to take care of you there. First, let's just do, unless Belinda, you tell me number 2 is a lengthy one. I don't think that it is. Item number 2 is discuss and consider a 5-year state case registry cooperative agreement between the Office of the Attorney General and Nueces County. Belinda?
Confirm, no one from the district clerk's office is in the room?
I was looking. Yes, Sergio's here. Sergio, welcome.
Hi.
Hello.
This is an agreement that we've been in with the Attorney General's office for a while. It just allows us access to their case management system to enter in private family orders into their system if the AG wants to oversee the payments of child support that go on in those private cases. We receive a nominal fee for every change we put into that system, something like $4 or $5 per update or change we put in. The cost on our office is relatively low. We don't make too many changes. I think the most we've gotten per year is around $2,000 in fees from the Attorney General. So this is just an extension of that contract.
Of that contract.
Yeah, 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
We
And-
ask you approve that.
And Francisco, everything's in order?
Motion approved.
All right, motion
Second.
and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Judge, I'm sorry, back on 17, he raised a question.
All
and I
right.
don't- Not got answered, I apologize. On number 18, not 17, 18.
You would like to ask a question?
Yes, I'm sorry.
ahead.
So Commissioner Gonzalez raised the issue of why the health district employees would not get the bonus or not bonus, the 10%, and your response was
I
because
think
they're
we should
already.
bring back some info.
Currently, we're still under the city-county health district, and currently, the employees that are under the health department, as well as the 1115 waiver, their salaries and benefits are controlled by the city. So we want to, and right now, they just received a grant called an incentive grant, where a certain amount of the employees get a significant increase in salary for an incentive to stay, and we just want to make sure we don't cover them twice. So at the moment, we're just showing, we'll suspend them at the moment. Should it come up that we need to, we can always go back and cover them.
I just want to get some more info,
Right, so we're not
and we'll
saying-
bring it back.
Right, so the answer is, we're not saying no that the health
That's
district's
right.
people are getting it. We're saying, we don't know if we can, and we're just checking. And so I need to make sure that that's out there.
And I
Okay,
actually think
that's-
we're going to be able to, but we just need a little time to sort it out, because that incentive grant is really particular. And it also has a different metric than our metric. And Commissioner Gonzalez asked the question about who created this. The state of Texas did this. And
Who
so,
submitted it, I said.
what'd you say?
Who submitted the grant? That's what I asked.
Well, there was
The Health Department, it was told.
yeah, the health district did, as they should.
Yeah.
And anyway, we'll bring all that information back, and we'll act very quickly to include them. Because remember, on the quarterly system, Dale, the first check on the quarter, we would still have an opportunity to get them in. Okay, so I wouldn't worry about that. If you're listening from the health district, we're gonna get right back to you on that matter.
First check
Okay.
for those would be in April.
Okay. And so, now, Edward, thank you for your patience, and Dante Gonzalez, thank you for your patience. Please introduce your item, and, I'm looking, but the number is?
3C2.
Thank you, 3C2. If everybody would turn to 3C2, it's under, on your agenda. It's discuss and consider the approval of interlocal agreement with the city of Corpus Christi regarding improvements to West Haven Park.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you. It's been a long time, and I really appreciate it to see all the faces again. This is a continuation of a project that we began about maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Essentially, we were developing this park in conjunction with the city and in conjunction with the school district. The school district is providing a lot of maintenance to the park, as well as what the city provides. So originally, we provided some, basketball court, a walking trail, football field that can be used as a soccer field that's lit up at night, pavilion, and some additional weightlifting equipment that's ADA compliant. So this takes that project a little further and adds a splash park to it. The city, we work well with the city, and this is one of those needs. This is also in conjunction with a splash park that we're putting in Amistad Park over there in Bishop. It's on the other side of the tracks in Bishop, so the neighborhood kids that are near the school can walk to it. Really nice event. The water's recycled, so it's not a burden on the system. It's just a little bit of electricity and a little bit of maintenance. This is not one of those fancy systems where you've got the toys that splash on you. This is just, I'm running through water. So with us today, we have Dr. Dante Gonzalez with the city.
Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec. Doctor?
No, thank you. Thank you for having me, Dante Gonzalez, Interim Director, Parks and Recreation. Yes, this project has been ongoing for a really long time. 2015 is whenever this project started. And it's just been a series of phases where great amenities are being brought to the residents. And this is another example of another amenity that is being brought to the residents in conjunction with the county and the city as a partnership. So I'm very excited for this project. I think this is going to be great for the community, and I'm here to show support as part of this project, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you.
The one thing.
Are there any questions? Okay.
The one thing I might add is that we have an agreement, it's a signed agreement, we're going with that, but we have to make an amendment already because the cost, you'll see later on, this cost of the splash park was about $200,000 because of as Commissioner Midas pointed out, all the COVID, stuff. So-
Logistics.
So it's costing us more, but Commissioner Jag, I believe, has the funding for it, so,
It's 137,000 more.
so we'll be covering that cost.
Okay, so the total cost is
480.
480,000, and it's going to come out of Commissioner Gonzalez's COs, like, is it 2015 or 2016?
Yeah, and the city's paying
Yes.
175,000.
Right, so it's a co-op in a way.
Correct.
50, almost 50/50.
Which is what this has been, I think, from the get-go, right? This is the one over by West Oso that we
Yes,
all
sir.
went and, beautiful, beautiful park, great.
And Dante, did the city not have enough money for this? Is that how it all came about?
I believe that the initial idea was to provide, the funds, and Commissioner Gonzalez offered to pay the remaining of it. So the city is paying up to 175,000. And in addition to that, we're also putting in the utilities, which is, we're expecting it to be about $75,000. So
I see.
In all fairness, this is really my project. I went to the city and asked them
Yeah.
that we can finish the park. So that was kind of a phase two of the part that we needed to do, so.
And who is the councilman on that project? On
Juan Barrera.
Councilman Barrera? Okay. Okay, so, anyway, so we will move, I've got a motion, and is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. And all those in favor of placing the splash pad, what's the timeline on it, guys?
We've bid it out, so we've got the results back, so once we sign this, we'll be bringing to you, I believe ICE Engineering, not engineering, construction's got the project. So we'll be bringing those contracts back to you once you approve.
Michael, is that about a timeline?
So the award is later on today's agenda for this
Okay.
project.
Okay,
And then once the award is approved, we'll come back with the agreements.
right. It was RFP'd, and we've got that award in just a little bit.
I thought that
Okay.
was what we just did, D2?
No, we didn't do the award yet. This is just the interlocal agreement today. All right, so motion and a second for the interlocal with the city of Corpus Christi. All those motion and a second, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay,
Can we just do both of them?
You wanna
since
do
it's
the
here?
award,
Yeah, might as well.
that would be nice, Michael. I mean, just that way, that's item D2. It was an RFP 3178-21. It's a combo with Veterans Amistad Park in Bishop, along with West Haven Splash Pad.
Right, so on this one, we received 2 bids, and we're recommending award of the base bid number 1 and base bid number 2 to International Consulting Engineers. The amount on base bid number 1 is $419,625, and the amount of base bid number 2 is $454,553, for a total amount of $874,178, and we recommend approval.
Okay, 874,000 for both splash pads, but again, some of that money, about 200,000 comes from the city. Is that right?
175 plus about 75,000 utilities, I think is what he said, about 250 actually.
So 250 comes from the, from,
250 of the total project, to be fair, is what I think I heard
Right.
him say, correct?
so if I did my math, $624,000 for the 2 splash pads, and the funding source is, what is it by number, guys? What's our number? So wait for the clerk.
624?
COs, guys?
It's 2015 and
2015
16
COs and 2016 COs.
Okay,
That's the split.
2015, 2016 COs coming out of Commissioner Gonzalez's precinct. Is that accurate, Commissioner, $624,000?
Yeah, well, it won't be that much once I get the reimbursement.
Right, so the city is going to put 175,000 towards the project, and then separate, the city is gonna take care of the utilities.
Yeah, I already did that, I already deducted it. So I took 874 and I took off 250.
175. 175.
175, Judge.
Wait, what's the total project, what's the total amount for the project?
So the total project is $874,178 for both projects.
So break it
The-
down.
The West Haven Park is the 454,553. So if you take the 175 that they're contributing against the 454,553, what the remaining balance is what will come from Commissioner Gonzalez 2015 and 16 COs.
So the 874 represents what?
Total of both splash pad projects.
And who,
The one for Amistad Veterans Memorial, which is 419,625.
and who's paying for that?
That's also Commissioner Jag.
Okay, that's out of his COs?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Splash pads are expensive.
Yeah, it went up.
Yeah, okay. All right, so then Commissioner Gonzalez is paying for the majority of it out of his precinct COs to finish the park that we started with the city back when, and the city's putting in 175, plus they're putting in utilities.
That's correct.
Which was valued at 75.
Okay,
But are the utilities like hard, cold cash, or is it when you say,
they're putting them in.
or is it in kind? You're bringing the utilities, so it's really just 175 cash.
Correct.
So it's really more than that. It's,
Yeah, you would add 75 to the
yeah, so it's
874.
$700,000, Commissioner, that you're spending on these 2 splash pads. Okay, and that's coming out of your CO, as they say, certain things you want to make sure of.
Need it
'Cause-
for the people out there, you know,
Okay, all right.
young kids. Westoso.
Okay, so we're done with those guys. Michael,
I recommend.
you
approval.
recommend on
Yes, I
the,
recommend award to International Consulting Engineers.
And let me make sure, this, if I'm not mistaken, this was a project that the court and the city have agreed to many years ago, and this is just the next phase of it that has always
Yes,
been on the books.
we
This
came
is
to the
nothing-
court and asked permission to bid out the
Right.
2 projects. The court gave us permission, we advertised, we're doing the award now, it's the
Right.
next step in the
And
process.
so this was another really kind of honestly, a nice co-op project with the city of Corpus Christi that this court approved. I don't
one
know,
half of it, yeah.
Pardon, 5, 6 years ago? I can't even remember when we started this.
About 3.
I remember going to the groundbreaking and it
The
was
West
really
Haven
nice.
piece of it is, Brent.
Yeah, the West Haven Park, sorry.
That was about 2015, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, all right.
Okay,
Just-
all right, so all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, all right. Guys, thank you so much and for waiting. And I do have a question, and that is that earlier I saw the entire Linebarger team outside. Are they still there? Let's cut them loose. Rachel has to be here for the rest of the day, but they're all waiting. Would you ask them to come in? They occupy items 4, 5, 6, and 7. So let's see if they can at least go to lunch.
Who seconded? I second? Who seconded the motion? Me? Okay.
Okay, Thank you, all of you, for your patience. I see Marvin's here and the whole Linebarger, Gogan, Blair, and Sampson LLP team, including its principal, Mr. Paul Chapa. Paul, welcome. You have 4 items that have a relationship to the law firm, all in regards to the collection of delinquent taxes and delinquent fees and fines. You're asking the court today to approve the new contract, which is in almost substantial, you presented it in substantially the same form, but I understand just from early conversations this morning that there might be a few tweaks that the county attorney is going to make, and so I think that you're okay and aware of that.
Absolutely, that's correct, Judge. Good morning again,
morning.
Judge and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here today. We do have the entire team here, at least some of the stars of the team, and I just quickly want to recognize them. Marvin Leary, our tax manager, Gracie Torres, who works on fees and fines up here in red, Martha Lundin, next to her, Robert Cuevas, our office manager, and one of our attorneys and partners, Elva Galvan. All this team have been with, Elva is the junior member of the team. She's been with us 20 years. Everyone else on the team, 30 years or more, working for Nueces County.
Wow.
That 30 people in our Corpus office and more than 1,100 people firm-wide work for Nueces County every day. We do have a proposed contract before you to continue our collection services for the county, both for delinquent tax collection and court fees and fines. There are a couple of tweaks that the county attorney's office has pointed out, and we're certainly amenable to doing all that. I don't think it would change in substance at all. Just as a reminder to the court, our fee is a 20% add-on fee. So none of our fee comes out of the county budget. It gets paid only when we actually collect an account. And so the county gets paid in whole, 100%. We'll get the add-on fee only when we collect that account. If you don't get paid, we don't get paid, is the essence of it. And one of the other highlights under the contract is that we also provide the collection software for the tax office. ACT software has been in place for a number of years here in Nueces County, one of the most sophisticated softwares on the market with a tremendous value to Nueces County, and that's in place at no cost to the county. So all our services are cost-free to Nueces County. And as we have in the past, we had prepared a report, but it's up to you, Judge and Commissioners. I know you've got a lot on the agenda, and we'd be happy to cover some of the numbers or just submit a written copy for you to look at when you have some time. And as always, you know, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us at any time.
And I had asked you, so maybe it might be good to note, we really made I think, a great modernization by going to online auctions. And I asked you, Paul, can you now say with some certainty how we're doing with that, a particular program? And you were very positive about our results.
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up, Judge. That has been a very successful program. Nueces County was one of the pioneers, one of the first ones to go to that online system. So it's expanded the bidder pool. It's a global bidder pool now. Almost every property of interest generated, a lot of folks who are bidding on those properties. So that has proven to be very successful. One other innovative program that I mentioned the last time we were here was homestead exemption audits, and how we were doing that through the appraisal district, but it had a direct impact on Nueces County and all the other entities here in Nueces County. We are on the second go-round with the appraisal district. The first time we did it was a pilot project. Since then, we've now signed 20 appraisal districts across the state as paying clients. Nueces County is one of them. And the results so far from both of those projects have been more than $2.5 million in additional revenue that's come in for the county, and more than $500 million in value added back to the tax rolls once those improper homestead exemptions were removed from those accounts. So that's another program where Nueces County has been the leader out there. We started here as a pilot project at no charge to the county, and it's been a very innovative, very successful program.
How long ago was that, Paul?
That was in 2012 when we started that pilot project. And right now, as I mentioned, we're in the middle of the second go-round and proving to, again, to be very successful. So we thank you for those opportunities. And as always, you know, it's a pleasure to work with all your JPs, Kara Sands and her staff on the fees and fines side, Kevin Kieschnick, Velma Perez in the tax office. You know, just tremendous to work with. And one of the things I've mentioned to the judge and all of you commissioners in the past, one of the things we really pride ourselves in the collection business, and this is not easy to do, but I think you do not have many taxpayers coming to you complaining that they have been mistreated or harassed in any way. We work with everyone. We make it a point that we do not want any taxpayers coming and saying they've been mistreated in any way. And so we have a lot of professionals in our law firm who take pride. They know that these individuals may have a tough time paying under certain circumstances, especially the past couple of years, the COVID that we faced. So we always make every effort to work with your taxpayers, and I think that all of you can probably say that on the court, that you don't have a lot of folks lining up and complaining about that they've been mistreated in any way. So as always, you know, if you have any ideas, any suggestions how to better serve you, we're open to those. Please let us know. But again, it's a tremendous honor to serve Nueces County, and we look forward to continuing to do so.
Thank you. Thank you,
Sir.
Paul.
Excuse me, Paul, I'd just like to
Yes,
say,
Commissioner.
thank you for your consideration to our individuals out there that might be having problems,
Yes, sir.
the way you treat them. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
And, you know, Commissioners, given how much we have to accomplish today, if it's the will, I'd like to say that you've provided us all the information, and that if you would make yourself amenable, if there's any commissioner that has any questions with regards to the report that we've had the opportunity to review, that you would allow Belinda to reach out to you and
Absolutely.
and get you back on an agenda just for Q&A purposes. But I think that the record speaks for itself, and so it's my motion to approve the contract subject to, and this is item 4, Jenny, for delinquent taxes, just subject to you, as they say, tweaking with the parties. It's my understanding there's some legislative language that needs to be included.
Judge, are you?
Contracts are set to auto-renew anyway. So there's not a tight timeline. You don't need to do that today. They will renew as is for the next year on January 1, I believe. And we have plenty of time to just bring you the corrected contracts if you don't.
Well, as long as it's not substantive, I'm fine with, as long as you will work it out, you know, with them and bring us back the final contract in January. I'm fine with that.
Second.
Commissioners,
That's fine.
is that fine?
That's fine.
All right. Okay, then,
And is that for 4 through 7?
that's 4 through 7.
So your
But I
motion is
think I have to
just-
take them each, but I'll do it very quickly. And that's, all of them are going to be subject to, Mr. Chapa, working with the county attorney and making certain that these substantive, non-substantive changes, you know, I think it's the boycott of Israel, that's one of the.
Right, that's one of the issues.
One of
and,
the
You know, it's
issues.
required now under Texas law. We're happy to work with the county
It's
attorney.
language.
and- Right, absolutely.
And
So,
Mr. Chop, is there any substantive changes in the contract, just for the record? Is there anything that's changed in there of substance that we need?
no,
I
no, and
didn't
in,
see
and in
anything,
fact, there is not, Commissioner, and in fact, that's why we originally missed that provision about, you know, boycotting Israel, is because we were trying to mirror very closely the last contract that we had with Nueces County. And that language was not in the last contract because that legislation passed afterwards. It came
Okay.
through in 2017.
All right.
So
So-
subject to the county attorney's review, obviously.
All right, motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, and then the second one is V, listen to me, V5. And this is the document that's titled Action Approving the Contract. And again, I'll just subject to.
Same motion.
All right, same motion, I'll motion and or you'll motion and I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And then this next item is the same with the contract, but this applies to the delinquent fees and fines. And so this contract is for fees and fines. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second from Hernandez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, and then item number 7, this is the action approving the contract. Again, subject to, please, the finalization. Okay, all those in, I heard it.
So move.
Let's do it this way. Motion and a second. That's how I heard it. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, items 4, 5, 6, and 7. I look forward to seeing you maybe in January when, you know, it comes to us and they say, all done. And at that time, if we have any other questions or concerns, we can address them with you, but
Absolutely, Judge. We're happy to
Thank
come
you.
back at any time. Our door is open
Thank
to
you.
you anytime. And again, thank you very much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate the opportunity.
Thank
On
you.
behalf of the entire firm, thank you and happy holidays
yeah.
to all
And
of
I
you.
just want to say, in addition, we had this nice little visit But, thank you for what you do for Driscoll Children's Hospital on a personal level. And all of you, the entire team, people just don't know these things. Robert sat on Mr. Cueva sat on the food bank board for so long that he had to term out, and they won him back. Elva and Gracie and Martha, all of you, at every event, I see you. And that is a testament to your firm. But it's, as they say, character reflects leadership, and the leadership that you provide. For me, this time of year, I can't help but think about our children and the service that you do. So when people want to say, what does that law firm do, quite a bit for our community, as a matter of fact.
Mr. Chapa.
Thank you, Judge.
Y'all been here since 2012. I think you're almost part of the family. You've been part of the family with Nueces County, and the same ones that started with us are the same ones still here, So when y'all walked in, I thought you had brought the choir with you. I thought y'all were gonna sing a song, like the mariachis did.
We brought the rock stars today, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you
you
for
very
all you
much.
do. I
Thank you.
really appreciate you guys, and
We
have a
appreciate
nice
you.
holidays.
Thank you. Same to you. Thank you all
Thank
very
y'all very
much.
much.
Judge, Commissioners, have a good
Thank
one.
you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank
And
you.
the Linebarger firm did prepare a PowerPoint that I'll be sharing with you.
Yes, I know they did. Thank you for that. Commissioners, may I ask your permission, please, to take a 10-minute break before we do ARP, and then I see MHID. I'll call you guys right after. The 10-minute break is so that we can go to the ladies' room and stretch our legs for those of us that are over 50 that need it. And I would appreciate it. Could I have a motion, please, for the 10-minute recess? I'm sorry? I heard the motion.
Second.
And a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, we're just going to take a 10-minute recess. Thank you for that. Gaveling back in, and the time is 12:33 PM for the clerk. And we're going to move right into what is item number 3, but don't despair, because after item number 3, we go right to item number 8. And item number 3 is receive the Nueces County Strategic Fiscal Recovery Plan and Internet Social Media Survey report related to ARPA funds. That stands for the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, including the overview of community engagement results and identified spending priorities. And with us is, for the first time, as they say, live and in person, is the Hagerty team. And although more were going to come, they got, I guess it was bad weather, they got canceled. And so Miss Rachel made it, which is wonderful. And at 3 o'clock, Rachel in the central jury room is going to host this report on a much grander scale, way more than 10 minutes or so that we're going to get right here. But she's going to be available here for you and is always available to you. But tell us about what you guys have done, because this court, it's kind of great in a way that you've gotten to hear all that we've done this morning on premium pay. But there's a lot that people think about when they think about how we can use dollars to transform our community post-COVID-19. And that's what you're here to talk to us about. So as they say, take it away.
I sure am. Good morning. Whoa, now it's
Yeah, good
afternoon. Well, thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Judge, for having me here today. I'm also joined by one of my colleagues. I see Elizabeth Foster is online as well. Today, I am here to give you an overview of the Strategic Fiscal Recovery Plan, and I do have a PowerPoint for this presentation as well, if you could cue
Connie,
that
if
up.
you would cue that up.
So I will be giving an overview of all of the key phases and the results of those phases. At this point, you're all likely very familiar with this plan because we have spoken at previous court sessions and given an overview after the internal needs assessment, as well as after the community engagement sessions. But today is exciting because I can give you an overview of the entire plan because it has come and gone and we have finished the final phase. Can you go to the next slide, please? So, this is the timeline of the plan. Nueces County received half of its fiscal recovery fund allocation in May, and then in June and July, we started this first phase, the internal needs assessment. The internal needs assessment was the first phase here where we met with your department directors, we met with all of you on the court, and we asked some key questions about how can we spend American Rescue Plan funds in a way that can be transformational for this county? How can we invest in certain projects or programs to help alleviate some financial issues for the county to move it forward? After that, we then turned to the community and we asked very similar questions. We asked how your residents, how your small businesses, how your nonprofits, and how your local government leaders have been impacted by COVID-19, and what projects and programs can be funded. Where can we invest this money to really push Nueces County forward? The leading question at all of those community engagement events was talking about leverage. How can we leverage this funding opportunity? How can we leverage partnerships with stakeholders and leaders to make the most out of this incredible funding opportunity? Then in the third phase, we organized all of the projects and programs that we heard through the internal needs assessment and the community engagement sessions, and we grouped them into priority areas to help you make spending decisions in a way that can reflect what your community and what your leaders see as a priority. If you could go to the next slide, please. So before I show you the big overview of all of the priority areas, I'll talk about the individual results of each phase. First, in the internal needs assessment, what we found after speaking with your department directors and all of you on the court is that broadly, the leaders want the funds to be spent in a way that supports your communities, that supports your businesses, your nonprofits, and your households. We had a lot of conversations about the impact COVID-19 has had on your communities, and that led to that conversation about, well, how can we spend these funds in a way that supports our underserved communities? There were also a lot of conversations about using funds to respond to the behavioral health and public safety needs that were created or exacerbated by the public health crisis. That's where we saw diversion center conversations and other law enforcement investments from the court and your directors. Of course, there were conversations about drainage and water infrastructure needs. That was a leading priority among a lot of the commissioners as well as a lot of the department directors, focusing on those infrastructure needs and how that can be invested with American Rescue Plan funds. And then lastly, conversations about expanding public sector capacity here in the county by staffing vacant positions that are necessary for the continuity of operations and investing in your technology infrastructure to improve cybersecurity and allow your workers to work remote if this pandemic continues to require that. In total, 60 potential projects were identified over the course of the internal needs assessment process. Any questions before I go on to community engagement?
No, go
Okay.
ahead.
Next slide, please. Can we flip to the next slide? Okay,
There we
thank you. Okay, then we went to the community. And what I will highlight here are just briefly, the interim final rule asks recipients to go to the community, to ask for public input, to ask for feedback, to figure out where these funds can go to help the community. And that is exactly what Nueces County did. You all called on your small businesses and your nonprofits and your local government leaders and your residents, and you invited them to participate. Some highlights here on the slide. Nueces County hosted 4 community engagement events and invited invitees to respond to a post-meeting survey, and this was sent to every individual who was invited, whether they attended or not, and provided them with an opportunity to send feedback related to where they want these funds to go. They were also sending their feedback via email and direct calls. Overall, 230 invitations were sent out to nonprofit leaders, to small businesses, to community members, and to local leaders. In total, 77 stakeholders were able to attend these in-person meetings and provided really instrumental feedback. There was also a community-wide feedback survey that was launched with a partnership between Nueces County and Zen City. Zen City is on today, and they will be providing you with an overview of their results as well. But what I will tell you is that what Zen City identified in the community-wide survey that asked residents what they would spend these funds on, what they would prioritize, and what the long-term needs are here in Nueces County was reflected in what we found through our community engagement events. In total, from community engagement, we identified over 70 potential projects. And these projects address the long-term community needs that were created or exacerbated by the COVID-19 public health crisis. And when we turn to the next slide, we'll start to see what those projects are. These are the most mentioned project types. You've seen this before, but we had another community engagement event after presenting this. With the city and town government officials, the leading priority at that roundtable meeting, where we had about 10 stakeholders in attendance representing 9 jurisdictions here in the county, was stormwater and drainage. That's where they want these funds to go. There were also conversations about law enforcement staffing and law enforcement infrastructure, and providing households and individuals here in Nueces County with the support that they need to find their way out of the impacts of this pandemic. For the business and nonprofit leaders, where we had 42 stakeholders show up to a meeting, so a really incredible turnout there, the leading priority there was mental health. A lot of them stood up and spoke about the trauma that individuals in their networks and in their communities and families have experienced over the course of COVID-19. And as a result of that, they asked that funds be spent on mental health, on healthcare access. A lot of them supported the Jail Diversion Center, noting that that was an incredible need here in Nueces County, as well as more affordable housing, permanent supportive housing options. Of course, there were conversations about schools and education. One stakeholder mentioned possibly laptops for students to support remote schooling. And then they also had conversations, as the third most mentioned project type, about staffing needs, both increased compensation and a focus on hiring, getting people back to work. Finally, we hosted 2 local public forums with the county, and the conversations were similar in that the residents who attended these 2 community events, in total over 25 stakeholders, spoke a lot about mental health and spoke a lot about healthcare access, as well as stormwater and drainage infrastructure and household and individual assistance. These were the most mentioned, second most mentioned, and third most mentioned projects that came out of our community engagement sessions. On the next slide, I will talk about the specific projects that came out of our conversations and the support for those projects. Here you'll see, based on the graph, the projects that were identified over the course of community engagement and the support for those projects, measured by either individual project ideas or someone just saying, yes, we need to fund mental health. For example, drainage and infrastructure, 12 people stood up and said we need to fund a specific drainage project that they had in mind for their community, or just said, yes, please spend this money on drainage. Similarly, for mental health, 16 of your community members and local leaders stood up and said, we need to spend money on mental health, or had a specific mental health project in mind. Going down the list, we saw household and individual assistance projects brought forward, parks, especially at the Padre Island. They had a lot of ideas about ecotourism and funding birding initiatives, anything to get people back to that community for nature activities. There were also conversations about community centers and nonprofit small business support. Again, we see housing, jail diversion center. But here you can really see the projects that people were standing up in support of or sharing with us in the follow-up survey. Any questions here?
Questions, anybody? Go ahead.
Next slide, please. So this was the third phase, where we took all of the project ideas that were identified in the internal needs assessment and during the community engagement sessions, and we organized them into these broad categories. What we found was that of the 130 project ideas that were identified through this process with the county, that they broadly fit into these 6 key priority areas. And these 6 areas can then be used to inform the prioritization of these dollars if the court so chooses. So looking at infrastructure, 13% of the projects that came forward through this process would fit under the water and drainage infrastructure project category. 9% going to households and individuals. That would be the idea for food banks or other types of support to nonprofits doing that sort of work. 13% went to public health or behavioral health services. This is where we saw a lot of the mental health conversations, the jail diversion center conversations. 13% went to economic development and revitalization. We had a lot of calls for funding for small businesses, for nonprofits, for industries in the county that were hit hard by COVID-19, including tourism. 31% of the projects identified went into the general government services category. This was the call for parks investments. This was all the general infrastructure suggestions that went into this that wouldn't fit under the other eligible categories through the interim final rule. And then lastly, 19% of the 130 projects that were submitted were related to improving public sector capacity. And what I will say here is that one of the highlights that came out of this process is that the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated a lot of community needs here in Nueces County, and that the cost for meaningfully addressing these needs far exceeds what could be addressed with fiscal recovery funds. I say that because through this process, over $227 million worth of projects were pushed forward, and the county only received a $70.3 million allocation. Which leads me to this leveraging opportunity where the county can consider looking into other funding resources that can come forward from state or federal avenues to potentially address the items that were listed in the strategic fiscal recovery plan you were provided. That has a list of all of the needs that came forward over this process. Before I wrap up, I also wanted to let you all know, though the judge did mention it, that one of the ways we're bringing this project full circle is that we're meeting with stakeholders today, community members at 3 o'clock, to let them know about how this plan worked out, to let them know how their input fed into the larger process, and we are excited to share with them the results of the strategic fiscal recovery plan. With that, I will ask if there are any questions.
So there was a lot of, or I noticed several law enforcement items. That's included on the general side? Or what? How would that be categorized?
The law enforcement staffing, it depends on how it's being funded, and the considerations are included in the plan. But the law enforcement staffing was likely listed under the improving public sector capacity or general government services.
And you know what I was just thinking, it just dawned on me. If, Monica, if you're watching this in the office, we had at State of the County those executive summaries printed. You know, let's take some of those downstairs, and let's also get a few here in the courtroom right now so that you can see. But the big report, Commissioner Modas, has an unbelievable complete listing. You're just getting a super high overview, but you've got a copy of that report that Belinda sent to everybody. And it ranged on law enforcement from everything from premium pay all the way to shooting range and a training academy. And so it was really interesting to see the value that people placed in there, as well as emergency management. They said, listen, we need to be way more invested in emergency management resources, because that goes hand in hand with drainage and stormwater as well as COVID-19. So if you want that complete listing, I'm going to have them bring it in. But just know that the one that Belinda gave you will show the item for item. But in yours, it gets bunched into government services.
Yes.
Got
The
it.
strategic fiscal recovery plan has pages and pages and pages of every project that came forward, and next to the project is the bucket that it would go under.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, it's a huge, it was a huge undertaking, and I don't mind saying, you know, I'm so happy you led in with, and this is what Congress and the statute said we should do, but it's not what all jurisdictions did, and it's not what our city did, you know, and so I really hope that the people really see this for what it is, which is we really want to make sure that we're listening to you, not just from the electeds, but from all stakeholders. And I think that what we now have, as you said, is a blueprint going forward. Thank you, Monica. Did you hand those out to Belinda and then whoever else? I know MHID would probably want one, and Dr. Gonzalez and anybody else. It's like anything, you know, we put them up, but I'm not sure anyone really took them. But they are very good, it's a very good summary.
Yes, your community is very thankful for this opportunity. In the follow-up survey, we had an option to just write stuff in, and a lot of your residents wrote, "Thank you so much for giving me the space to talk about this, to talk about my needs." I received calls from your residents thanking me for having this meeting, thanking us for the opportunity to talk. So I am excited to share with all of them today how the plan has worked out.
And Rachel, will you also be downstairs? You will present the Zen City piece of it?
Yes.
But for right now, Zen City's not joining us, is that correct?
I see that they're on.
Oh, they are on.
Oh, maybe they've left.
They had to.
I'm so sorry. I didn't, if I had known, I apologize, Belinda. I didn't see them. Well, look, I think that all I want to say about that is that Zen City will be, you'll be presenting their survey downstairs at 3:00. But I think that maybe the short version is that Zen City did what you did only on an online basis. And they got to poll our community and do a really comprehensive survey. So if you want to, if you could, Rachel, just, we've already sent you, commissioners, all of it. I don't know if you've read it or not, but it basically mimics what we're seeing here in the Hagerty performance.
Would you like me to speak to the survey?
Could you just
Yes.
give us a very high-level overview?
Sure. The Zen City, they published a survey for 2 weeks in Nueces County here, and they were able to reach 688 of your residents, which is really exciting for two. You do have it up? Oh, okay, I can run with that. I can't speak to all of it.
Yeah,
I prepared for the condensed
just high
version.
level, brief.
Oh, it's PDF, that's why I can't use slideshow.
All right, let's scroll. Okay.
That's just talking about the methodology and all the different areas. So here it is.
Okay, this is what I mentioned when I said that what we found in our community engagement was largely reflected and echoed in the results of their survey. Here's what they found. When they asked 688 residents, what do you prioritize? Of these projects, how would you spend American Rescue Plan funds? And what they found was that largely your residents are hoping this funding will go towards emergency response, public safety and schooling, as well as drainage, oh goodness, my eyes, mental health, and small business and nonprofit support. What it's showing you is that, I believe that says 79, but I could be wrong. The green bar is showing you the % of respondents who listed that item as a top priority. So this here is demonstrating that the top issues are priorities to your residents. And what I can also highlight on this slide is that there is a lot of green, and that your residents want funding to go to almost everything on here. 40% of people, though it's small, still want funding to go to substance use, but that could also fit under mental health. We know that they're related. The other piece to highlight here is that, and this is something we spoke to Zen City about on the call, there's little red, which means that how you spend this funding when it's related to a project on here will probably please your community, because these are the projects that they clearly care about for American Rescue Plan funding opportunities. And we can scroll. I believe they have a question that I was prepared to discuss. Oh, they have some highlights here.
Makes you feel any better, it's small on my screen.
Go to the next, okay. Yeah, this one was interesting, right? And we had this call, and so, I mean, there's still so much confusion between what cities do and what counties do. So no big surprise here that roads came up really high, but we shouldn't discount that in the sense of county roads are still super important too. It's just that I bet you weren't surprised to see roads. I mean, I think all of us know that roads are on people's minds inside our city's jurisdiction, which is inside the county, so not a big surprise there, that's the big one.
And the others were senior support. That wasn't an option on the other sheet, but this had, I believe that says 21 people specifically wrote in that they want funding to go towards senior support or maybe nonprofits that support seniors, as well as programs for helping those experiencing poverty or food insecurity. Of course, we see schooling pop up here and infrastructure projects, unemployment. So these are just the projects Sun City was going to tell you about that people wrote in because they didn't see it included on the other question. This is one of the other questions. They asked people, what is an important investment in the long run for Nueces County? And you can see that the answers largely reflect how they would spend this money in terms of priorities. But they said that we think drainage and stormwater infrastructure is by far the most important long-term investment here for the county, as well as helping households in need and public safety. Below that, we see schooling pop up again, emergency response, homelessness, small business and nonprofit support, and so on. But these were the project types that were listed as important to fund for long-term recovery. This is where they put those two questions together, and I'll just highlight this green zone here that shows where the projects that residents listed as important in the long run, as well as those that are important priority projects for right now. So here we see that residents think that drainage is a priority project for American Rescue Plan funds, as well as for long-term investments. We also see public safety and schooling, small business and nonprofit support to get them out of the impacts of COVID-19. And emergency response pops up here again for both long-term and priority with ARPA funds. Around that, we do see households in need and mental health. They didn't quite make the green zone, but they're still significantly related up in the high zone for both responses. Another interesting piece to this was they asked for some basic demographic information from respondents so that they could identify how prioritization differs depending on your age group or your ethnicity or your income level. And I'll just say what I remember from the meeting because I can't read those numbers from here. Across the board, the women who responded to this survey said that everything is a little bit more important than men. So they prioritized schooling and drainage and mental health a little bit more than the men who responded. That was just something that Zen City noticed in their analysis. In terms of ethnicity, they found that the Hispanic respondents reported some projects as more of a priority than others, including mental health and helping households. Looking at age, there were some interesting differences there as well. They found that older respondents prioritized drainage and emergency response and public safety, mainly because those are things you start to think about as you get older, whereas younger respondents wanted funding to go towards schooling because that's something that still impacts them day to day. The other category was income, and as you would expect, we found that residents with a higher income reported mental health and COVID-19 safety and helping households who have low income and have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. Those were the highlights that I captured. Judge, if you had any other
Yeah, I
takeaways
think
from
that's
that
good,
meeting.
and Belinda told me that Zen City was gonna join in, or no, they're not. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm rereading your, no, that's fine. Look, as long as we have supplied this to the Commissioners Court, what I really wanted to say is that, look, in every major program that I'm aware of, particularly after disasters, usually they come from, we're used to having weather disasters, right? And so weather disasters typically have what they call the DR programs, the MIT programs. Those are always accompanied by a tremendous amount of public input, comment, and public hearing. And what really bothered me as a citizen is to get all this money here in one community and for nobody to even say, hey, what do you think? So we as a court should really commend ourselves. Here we are at the end of the year. We actually now know what I think some of us had already noted, because we've been talking about this, that drainage and infrastructure is very critical, mental health. It should be very gratifying to know that our vision and our priorities are not only justified by these community responses and stakeholders, but quite frankly, we should feel confident now as we support these endeavors. And so when we start talking about jail diversion in the new year, and when we start talking about maintenance and operations for drainage countywide, just know that your community, it has now been validated. But there's some other nuances that are very intriguing. So the big stuff, I think we get check marks. But then there's this other stuff that's really critical, and that's what the survey is about. You know, I've been wondering, how do we help the nonprofits, right? And in what arenas, what areas? If you're going to make transformational change, you're going to have to really put together a real prioritization. And this is our framework. And so I appreciate it, and I'll just open it up to questions, let you get downstairs to prepare. Please know that I would like to make certain that if people couldn't come in person, that we do everything we can in the next 2 hours to remind them, you know, hey, you came in, oh, good, here comes Scott Cross. You came to one of our forums. We're going to have it in person, but if you can't come, here's a link. You know, just do everything you can, as they say, to drum up business, because I want people to know this is everything you want to know about your community from your community. Scott Cross, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I just had a question. You know, this is really interesting looking at how all the data was broken down. One of my questions is that can you break it down into a geographical location, such as, for example, the priorities of the island community, whether it be Padre or Mustang Island, are probably going to be a lot different than what you find on the western part of the county. And so, you know, I know drainage is a huge issue. We're all trying to work towards resolving that. But for us on the island, we're at sea level. There's nowhere to drain to. So it might not be as high of a priority. But, you know, I was just curious if you had it broken down that far, because I'd be curious to see what the results were of people out here that, you know, own houses and pay taxes, what their responses was. Because the biggest thing I've been hearing out here is they want more recreational amenities for the kids out here, and they also want, they're in desperate need of a new meeting or venue space. There's nothing out here to foster that out here.
Community center. Yes, and we do have it broken down by zip code, Scott. So we can give you all of that information as well. And on the 3 o'clock version, Rachel, will you kind of maybe address that so he can link in, or?
Sure, I'll try to connect with Zen City to make sure I have that data for the 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you're absolutely right, and those are the nuances that I'm talking about. So when you see community centers and then you see who answered what per zip code, you're absolutely right. There's nuances. And then all the schools, so schools, education got their own ARP funds, right? And the state of Texas has their own ARP funds. So we're going to have to make some decisions here in the new year, and this is what we should base it on.
Judge, I would assume we're going to have a meeting, as you
I
said,
hope
the
so.
first year.
Workshop, maybe?
Well, and I was going to say, and I'm not up for setting tons of extra meetings, and I don't want to do that, but I do think we need to, at least at one of our meetings, set aside like a time specific maybe, that we say, you know, 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, we're going to do this ARPA fund thing and talk about that, because I know we've all got some proposals and thoughts probably that we're going to want to bring forward on how to spend it and where to spend it, and we got to make sure it's good. So, yeah, I mean, this survey helps a lot, and Scott's 100%, and you heard it when we were out there doing that meeting too, that the community center idea came up, and so I think there's a lot of things that we want to look at, and obviously putting this on maybe for a time specific. I know it's hard to do. We can't do that for every meeting 4 or 5 times, or it gets a little crazy, but that way at least people would know when to tune in and when to do it. But
I'm wondering on item 22, when we get there, if we really look at it quickly, maybe we could even set it up there. That's the court schedule for 2022. Maybe we could even throw that in there, even if it's not named by exact, we could just say, and to include, you know.
Or we could just say, whenever
date
the second, let's say the second meeting in January, to get everybody kind of their feet under them, and that we're going to do it at 10 a.m. on the second meeting in January or something like that. I'm not trying to throw a bunch of extra meetings in for people. I'm just saying.
No, I think it's important.
Time-specific type situation, I think is helpful when we can do it.
Well, and you know, I'm very mindful, and I don't want, we've got some great folks in the audience who are really probably listening intently on this, because we want to make sure it's synced up with, for example, jail diversion, right? They're just about to bring us some dollars on cost estimates, and that would be very helpful. Dr. Gonzalez can kind of work on that as far as timing. But I also see Daryl here, Daryl Earwood, and I was actually pleased because it may not have looked like it was at the top, but government infrastructure, IT was 44% as a high priority. Now, it didn't make the 50, but if you combine the high priority with the medium priority, it's well almost 60%. And so it just goes to show you that some of the things that we know we've got to get, you know, like new software for Dale and some of the IT stuff that's been suggested, there's got to be room there. And it also shows that the folks support that. So, yeah, I don't know if it's one sweeping workshop, but I do know that if you'll study this data and think about it in context of what's already been working in your mind, and it really does tell you, hey, this is where we should make hay. And then please don't forget that leverage part, because there's other dollars to leverage, so that when we produce a report, we might say we invested, I'm just saying this number, hypothetically, let's just use low numbers so no one gets excited, $1 for jail diversion, but you know you can go get $2 more from, you know, SAMHSA or MHID or wherever, then you know that $1 made you $3. And then we get to report that. And that's the purpose of these surveys, is so that you can understand there's too much wish and not enough money, but if you combine efforts, then you can achieve it all, maybe, and particularly over time. So, okay, Rachel, well, it's very good to see you, and good luck downstairs. And if there's any other questions, I know maybe Maria, you might pop down there at some point, maybe, just to provide backup there. Okay, great.
Thank you for having me. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Okay, let's tackle the MHIDs. Actually, let's do you guys, and I'll come back to number 8, because I don't see anybody. Oh, yeah, he is here online. Well, either way, I called it on MHID first. We have multiples, 9, 10, and 11, all relating to MHID and interlocal agreements. There's 3 different ones. One has to do with jail diversion, the second one with the Forensic Assertive Community Treatment Program, and the last one with the Walk-in Crisis Program. And we've got everybody here from, as they say, that we listen to in behavioral and mental health, Andrea and Mark and Xavier, Dr. Gonzalez. Mark, do you just introduce it, and then if everything's in order, these should go quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Mark Hendricks. I'm the Director of Operations for MHID. So what you have in front of you from the hospital district are the interlocal collaborative contracts to fund the programs that have been developed over the last 3.5 years. Nothing there is really new to you all, Judge and Commissioners. The three newest programs actually began in October of last year. So this is really a renewal and a continuation of the efforts that have been put in place. But I'm happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Anybody have any questions here? Jenny, just kind of a quick nod from you. Everything good? And she says yes. All right, I'll take a motion to approve such interlocal agreement regarding jail diversion, CIT, and crisis intervention and jail-based competency restoration services. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Johnny, you're welcome to pipe in at any time. We've got item number 10. It's also an interlocal between Nueces County, the MHID, and the hospital district. It's regarding the Forensic Assertive Community Treatment Program.
Judge, the only thing I would add is that these continuing commitment of the hospital district to fund these programs were ones that were identified in the Meadows Community Needs Assessment. And as Mark said, this will be the 3rd year as we move through these agreements. That's all I have.
Thank you.
And Judge, was that number 9 only?
That was number 9 only. We're now on number 10.
Did not do 8, correct? Or am I?
No.
No, we didn't.
I didn't.
Oh, and I didn't know if you wanted to do that or not, but.
I didn't only because it was a different subject matter with MHID. I'll scoop right back
I'm
to
just
it.
trying to keep up. Thank you.
But there's no backup on that.
The, on number 10, Mark, any other add-on there?
No, ma'am, unless anybody has any specific questions, these, again, are really a continuation of what we've been doing up to this point. There are a few areas of expansion and enhancement, but nothing really new.
Okay. So just for my record keeping, so this is year 3. So when we say year 3, is that 21, 22 is year 3?
Correct. So our, the district's fiscal runs from October 1 through September 31. So our fiscal
I know
is a month ahead. So it's our third contract year.
Got it. That's, okay. Just want to double check.
And we had a very short half contract year at the very beginning in late 2018 into
Right.
2019.
Okay, great. All right, I'll make the motion to approve this interlocal agreement. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then we also have the walk-in crisis clinic, and I just think this is the one that should get highlighted, guys. I mean, they're all just huge, but I'm particularly thinking this one is very meaningful.
Absolutely. So what it is for the first time in our community, we're able to provide, at least for now, between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., immediate access to a prescribing provider as well as crisis intervention stabilization services for individuals who don't need inpatient care. What we see in our community oftentimes is people go directly to the emergency room when they need emergent care. They don't necessarily need inpatient care. They need help and they need something right now. So we've always had mobile crisis outreach. This collaborative expanded into crisis intervention, which is a partnership between our mental health professionals and local law enforcement agencies. And now with the addition of the walk-in crisis clinic, we have a mechanism by which, on demand, we're able to give people access to a prescribing psychiatric provider, which is, if you know anything about the lack of availability for those types of providers, is a huge benefit to the people in Nueces County.
And Mark, one of the things that just kind of came to my attention is, you know, you and I and Dr. Gonzalez were all planning this, you know, March SUS, major statewide symposium on substance abuse. And it's come to my attention that basically Suboxone, that nobody will prescribe it. Are we going to be able to do Suboxone at this walk-in crisis? Because that one is so, and it's okay if we're not, but I'm trying to figure out what is it that we need in order to get a clinic that can be that very specialized place. Because if we don't have a provider for that, that's another gap that we're missing.
It's definitely a complex issue, Suboxone and the X-wavering of physicians
Right.
and the DEA tracking.
That's my concern.
The maximum numbers, all of those things are certainly going to play a role. The good news is that as the local mental health authority for Nueces County, we're currently in the process of pursuing accreditation and certified community behavioral health clinic status.
Okay.
Which that's in addition to our Joint Commission accreditation and all of the other things that go along with the state of Texas. But a core component of that is, for the first time, our organization delving into substance abuse treatment. And so it's ambulatory detox, that includes Suboxone. So that's very much on the horizon, ma'am.
Good. I mean, again, if nobody can get help, it's, you know.
Right.
You got to be able, someone's got to be able to prescribe.
Absolutely.
In a safe zone. Well, awesome. Well, how about I will make this final approval of the motion for the interlocal agreement regarding the walk-in crisis clinic services.
Second.
And there's a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Hey, Mark, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for the walk-in clinic. I think, man, that's gotta be a plus. Is there an age limit for anybody to walk in, say they need help and need to stay there a week or two or whatever?
So the walk-in crisis clinic is not necessarily a residential program or where we're hosting people that are in crisis. Our respite unit does that separately. There's not necessarily an age limit, Commissioner Gonzalez, but depending on our provider mix, there are some population limitations. So it's a very difficult thing, to create a system where you have on-demand access to a psychiatric prescribing provider, whether that's an MD, a nurse practitioner, physician's assistant, et cetera. But as it stands today, we are able to serve children and adolescents as well as adults through our walk-in clinic.
And what's the maximum time they can stay there? Say, for instance, they are committed.
So it's not about commitment, sir. It's actually about avoiding that commitment when it's not necessary,
Okay.
getting people stable,
They-
keeping
They're
them
there
in
for
community.
treatment, okay, so.
So the idea, if you want kind of a snapshot of how it functions, is say our crisis team responds to a call out in the community, and we identify that this person has significant risks, they need supports. We may bring them in immediately to our walk-in crisis clinic, because without that service, they're likely to end up in inpatient care, or they're a risk to themselves or somebody else in the community. So within about 10, 15 minutes, based on assessment, once we get them on site, they're able to see a physician that's able to prescribe medications for them. And that's where all of the other components of our services come in, from our respite unit to our outpatient and then wraparound services for children, adolescents, and our transitional care team works with them to ameliorate and kind of stabilize that crisis so that they don't reach the point of needing commitment.
And what if they do need commitment, so where do they go?
So we have our respite unit, which is 24/7. It's not residential, and I got to be careful with the nomenclature because the state defines residential as something very different than what respite is. But it is a 24-hour facility. It's not a locked unit. People receive broad supports, groups, daily reassessments for suicidality and risk factors, as well as medication management training, skills training. They can have access to therapies and the breadth of the services that not only we provide, but other supports within the community. So we help link them to everything that they need, again, to keep them from having to go to the hospital or as a way to transition from the hospital. So this isn't a concrete statistic. I'm just kind of throwing it out there based on 13, 14 years of experience, but about 3 out of 4 people that end up in an emergency room for behavioral health issues seeking help are not people that are going to either qualify or necessarily need psychiatric inpatient care.
But the worst case scenario, what if they do need it? Is there a place for y'all to send them?
There is. We currently have 2 inpatient contracts. Now, EMTALA obviously plays a role, so if somebody needs inpatient care and they meet criterion.
Where's that?
EMTALA, forgive me, I forget what the acronym stands for, but basically it's the law that dictates that if a person is in emergent
Where's that?
healthcare need, hospitals and the appropriate facilities have to serve them. So our local facilities certainly do that and provide those services. We have 2 inpatient facilities here locally. One is Oceans Behavioral Health, which is located at Memorial. The second is Bayview.
Spawn Shore, yeah, I'm sorry, you're right, Memorial.
Bayview Behavioral Hospital, which is operated by HCA. So those are our 2 local options. Our organization, with a separate funding source that we receive from the state of Texas, has contracts to cover indigent inpatient care costs with Oceans Behavioral Health and a facility in the valley called the Palms. So if somebody doesn't have insurance, we can help facilitate that financial assistance to get them where they need to go.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think I referred somebody last week to you guys as a walk-in, but I don't know if he made it or not, but.
Obviously, I can't go into detail, sir, but
Right.
I
know,
rest
just-
assured we got them taken care
I'll
of.
just let you know.
Excuse me, Mark.
Y'all usually do. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Mark,
Yes, sir.
you all do a valuable service for this community, but do y'all have a way of tracking the people that you all help, see how they're doing, or?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question, Commissioner. We have an electronic health record in which documents and records all of the activities and the services that we provide to the people we serve. We also have a laundry list of standards as it relates to follow-up care, engagement in services, and clinical outcomes for the people we serve. Everything from, a person entering into a crisis circumstance and a percentile target and a reporting mechanism to the state of Texas through that contract for what percentage of those individuals end up in what we call a full level of care or ongoing outpatient services, or those that are referred to an external system of care. So everything is pretty well tracked. So we have the ability to report on a lot of different metrics. We use all of our services are evidence-based practices. Most of which are defined by the state of Texas, but some of which we elect to do. For example, we're not required to be Joint Commission accredited, which is a much higher standard of care for behavioral health organizations to hold themselves to. So we try to do the best we can to go above and beyond for people.
Would you say you have a good track record in tracking people?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm sure you do. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Mark. We're sort of teetering around 2 different awesome concepts. One is that which we have already established and you know, we're doing great with and continuing success, and then one is a new program. And then the item that was really just alluded to, which is where do they go, right? And we need to solve the where do they go? And that's, I think, for Q1 next year, is where they need to go is a diversion center in so many ways. And so I think that plus the transitional housing is something that will come full circle. So these programs are amazing, but we still have gaps.
Can't stand alone.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, we're good on all three? So Mark, we're good on all three?
right.
I don't think there's anything else for you, at least, on my agenda here today.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Commissioners. Appreciate your support.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mark.
And, Johnny, we do have one more, so I'll back up to item number 8. This is an interlocal purchasing agreement, and it's between NC, and NCHD, the hospital district. And it's a document that will enable the hospital district to use and rely on the county's procurement and award for disaster recovery management under RFP 3141-20. And that is to allow Hagerty to help you guys get the paperwork in to be able to satisfy the requirement of the 2 CFR 200 statute. So are you in agreement with this, and are you recommending this to this court so that we can proceed with your SDOH reimbursement?
Yes, Judge, we are. We see great value in staying with Hagerty to help us with this. They use the products of the 2 items, the Accenture and THI, that we're seeking reimbursement for. They use those in some of the submittals that the county has, and so they clearly have an understanding of how to integrate the use of that into these programs. And so we talked to Michael, and this purchasing agreement would essentially work like a purchasing co-op, where the bid has already been done, the award's already been done, and then we use that to get our own contract with Hagerty to help us with that assistance. And we do agree with it, and the district is recommending that you all consider approval.
Okay, and it was my understanding from the calls that we had that it's approximately like $4,200 worth of services in order to do all the paperwork and everything that's needed, just in case anybody was wondering, just to get us, you know, to that reimbursement point.
And Judge, can I ask, I am assuming this is in part in follow-up to the discussion we had prior to where,
It is,
this will allow y'all then to submit for
That's
reimbursement and not.
correct.
And I think, again, just historically, real quick, the importance of that is the last agreement, my concern was, and I think maybe others on the court too, but I'll just speak for myself, was that particular agreement might have left us hanging with a large amount of money, and this now, because hospital districts do have the ability to go and seek reimbursement, this now will provide them the opportunity to go seek it independently, so that the county doesn't have any maybe liability out there. But I think it's just a good thing that if the hospital district has the ability to go and do that themselves, that they should. And hopefully what this means too is that we are, as we said we would do, assisting by letting Hagerty be used by the hospital district to get this going and doing. That was kind of the other thing I think we said at that meeting was, you know, you're right, we needed to make sure and help y'all out by using Hagerty. So I think that's what this is kind of a wrap-up of that, if I'm not mistaken.
And it's even one further and maybe one better, is that by this agreement, we wouldn't be paying Hagerty and not getting reimbursed for it.
Right.
So this will allow them
Fair.
to use Hagerty and get reimbursed for Hagerty along with the reimbursement for the SDOH.
Good clarification.
Okay,
Thank you.
so it's even one better.
Thank you.
And,
Motion to approve.
thank you. How about a second?
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna let you know that they couldn't stay, so we'll do a table on item number 12. I'll motion to table, and they'll come back sometime in January or February, whenever we
Second.
can get them in.
Sorry. Second.
Motion in a second. You know what, do you mind if I just say something about it?
I'll withdraw my second
Yeah,
for the
just,
moment.
if you just for 1 second.
Absolutely.
I just want to say that Dr. Tip Meckel from the University of Texas was on the line, and not that he's on the line now, but I do appreciate his willingness to be patient with us, and we'll reschedule. But these are two words you're hearing over and over again in our community, in our nation, from the Secretary of Energy. I just got my UT, engineering, end of year, notebook, and it was like the cover. So these are, carbon capture and sequestration is something that we have to familiarize ourselves with. I heard this presentation at the port. They were gonna make it for coastal bend bays and estuaries as well. I asked if they would come here. They're happy to do it. So we'll catch up with them in the new year. I just want you guys to know that these are the terms of our future. This is what is going to, be on our horizon. And in particular, I believe our port, just like we stated early on, that our port was going to be the energy port of the Americas. I do believe our port most likely could be poised both from an onshore and an offshore basis to be the carbon capture and sequestration port as well. So that's something, that's why it's on there. Don't want you to be surprised. No ask of you. This is a learning experience, but it's something that you've got to familiarize yourself with. Otherwise, when you're asked to make a decision, it's not going to be as meaningful. So thank you to UT and to Dr. Tip Meckel, and we'll get him back. Now, table to the, Belinda, I think I'll just say to maybe the last week in January, or because I have no idea what their schedule is. Does that sound good? Yes. Okay, and I'll take your second now, Commissioner Chesney.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, and then now we have a presentation that Jenny helped arrange from TDCRS, and this has to do with benefits regarding the Nueces County Health District employees. And I think online is somebody for us, Richard Ashcraft. Okay, Mr. Ashcraft, welcome. This is Barbara Canales, Nueces County Judge. If you could unmute, and there you are.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Richard Ashcraft with TCDRS. Thank you all so much for having me on board here. I just wanted to give you a quick overview of how your plan works with TCDRS. First and foremost, can everyone hear me okay?
Real fine, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. And so, there we go. And so just as an overview, of course, all employees there with Nueces County are part of TCDRS. We're a savings-based organization. We're responsibly funded, and there's which gives TCDRS the flexibility and local control. And so we are very unique from other retirement systems here in Texas. And so how your plan works is employees of Nueces County is that every employee with Nueces County contributes 7% of their pay. So from the financial aspect, every employee contributes 7% of pay every time they get checked. It's deposited into their TCDRS account. And then each year, their account balance also accrues 7% compound interest. So those are the two components that of how the account grows. So on the financial aspect, each employee contributes 7% and then earns 7% compound interest. Now, what your county is doing, what y'all are doing also too, is y'all are pre-funding matching dollars. So when an employee retires, we take a look at their final account balance of all their deposits and interest, and then match that with those matching dollars at the time they're taking that retirement check, that monthly retirement benefit for life. Again, Nueces County's match for all employees there at Nueces County is $2 for each dollar in the account at retirement. Of course, longevity pays over time. Y'all have got lots of folks who have been employees with Nueces County for quite a while. And so this is just a great graph, a great example of how that account grows significantly, especially with compound interest. And so the longer an employee continues to contribute, the more compound interest they earn. And it does happen where employees can actually work long enough to where they have more interest in their account than their contributions. But again, it's at the time the employee takes the retirement benefit that we look at their final account balance of deposits and interest, apply those matching dollars, and we calculate that lifetime monthly benefit for the rest of life. Two main factors that play a role in the calculation of that monthly benefit is the age at which an employee takes retirement benefit, because depending on when an employee started with their county, of course, that can give them eligibility at a younger age. And then, of course, at the time they retire, they choose what's called a benefit payment option. So when an employee retires, they choose a payment option that pays them for the rest of their life, and that option determines too what they're leaving behind to their beneficiary and for how long out of that retirement benefit. It's important as an employee continues going through their career, or as long as they even have money in their account with TCDRS, that they keep their beneficiaries up to date in the unlikely event that employee were to pass away before they take their retirement benefit. We need to know who to pay out that benefit to. And so service time matters. So we each reach different milestones along our careers. And so for every time we get a deposit from pay, that gives an employee 1 month service credit. So, and that service credit allows them to reach different milestones, what we call milestones. And so that's how an employee at Nueces County earns service time with TCDRS as an employee, is through a monthly contribution or a monthly deposit. Now, there's multiple ways to earn service credit in TCDRS, not only as an employee of Nueces County, but also if any employee ever has had service time outside of at another TCDRS employer, such as, say, for example, the Port of Corpus Christi Authority, or from a neighboring county like Claiborne County, for example, that service time counts as service time they have with Nueces County. So there's a lot of fluidity regarding service time and earning service credit. Now, another way an employee can earn service time is through what we call proportionate service, and that's where we recognize service time in other Texas public retirement systems. We recognize service time with 5 other retirement systems, which is ERS, the Employees Retirement System of Texas, the JRS system, which is the Judicial Retirement System, Teachers Retirement System, TRS, TMRS, which is Texas Municipal Retirement System, and as well as the COA, the City of Austin Retirement System. So if any employee has any service time with one of those 5 systems there in that middle column with proportionate service, that service time can be added to their service time there with TCDRS and at Nueces County. And so they can't put their money in that other system into TCDRS. However, we can count the time. And that's really, really important, just for the fact of, let's say an employee comes to Nueces County, but they have 5 years of service from TMRS, for example. Well, those 5 years from TMRS can be added to their service time with TCDRS and helps that employee become vested and eligible sooner.
Mr. Ashcraft, that's a great, I'm going to stop you there because that's kind of why we wanted to make sure you came and gave this presentation. That's very helpful. So they're not going to lose their time. Tell me about, is there any downside? You said they can't move their money.
Correct. Yes, ma'am. So an employee, when they come, let's say they have I'm just going to use TMRS for an example.
Yeah.
They have service time with TMRS and then say leave the city, come to work at the county. That account, and this will be spoken about in just a minute.
Okay.
They may leave their money with TMRS. They'll start their account as an employee there with Nueces County and TCDRS. So money's going to be kept separate. So the time is the big thing. So although they can't say add their, bring over any money or add, anything else other than what they contribute out of pay, that time can count towards their vesting and eligibility. But it also too, Judge, very similarly, it can work, kind of vice versa as well. So even if an employee, for an example, says, what if I leave the county? What if I leave employment at Nueces County and they have money in TCDRS, but maybe they're not eligible to retire yet? Okay, so vesting, of course, with Nueces County is 8 years of service. If an employee just were to separate employment, and let's say they have 8 years of service, they're vested, but they may not be eligible to retire, they can leave their money in their TCDRS account and then go and go work wherever, or do whatever they're going to do, but they can leave their money right with TCDRS. That account with TCDRS is going to still earn the 7% compound interest, okay? On average, just with the power of 7% compound interest, an employee's account can nearly doubles every 10 years just on the power of 7% compound interest over time. And so, but let's say that employee has 8 years of service. If they just leave their money there, let it sit and grow, they may not be eligible to retire, but they'll eventually become eligible for a benefit with TCDRS.
So
And even if,
is it all
I'm
good?
sorry, go ahead.
Is it all good? Is there any downside? It sounds so, I mean, I feel like I'm on a Disney ride. So far, it all sounds fabulous. Is there anything bad or negative? I mean, there's got to be, I just want to make sure, because this is why this is sort of a high-level concern. So is it all good? Is there any downside? Because this is the time to tell us so we can weigh that option.
Is there a downside of
Yeah, is there any
TCDRS?
downside to rolling over, to coming over backwards or forwards? Is there any downside from that you need to disclose?
No, if an employee were to, say, leave Nueces County, if they were to separate employment and they choose to withdraw their money or roll over their money into another qualified plan, for example, they choose to forfeit any, matching or any right to a retirement benefit. But those are options that the employee has if they were to separate employment regarding their account with TCDRS.
Colin Davidson is also here, Judge, online from TMRS to cross-reference so that you can ask those questions of both.
Okay. So why don't you repeat that forfeiture one more time?
Sure, yes, ma'am. So if an employee were to separate employment and they choose not to leave their money with TCDRS, they choose to, either roll over their deposits and interest from TCDRS into another retirement account, retirement plan, or they choose to take their money out of TCDRS, they themselves forfeit their lifetime benefit in the employer matching. So, but the neat thing is too, like when we were mentioning the service time a minute ago as well, even if an employee were to leave employment and leaving their money with TCDRS, and let's say they were to go get service credit from, say for example, in TMRS, that service time can allow them to become vested and eligible for a benefit.
So, okay.
So, wait, let me make sure I'm understanding. So one, if they leave it there, then if they leave it, like if they go to another entity, any entity, if they leave, if they roll wherever, if they leave it there, they don't give up their lifetime benefit, right? So if they leave the
Yeah, they have
county
to
for
leave it
whatever
there.
reason and they leave it there, they continue to get their lifetime benefit, right?
Correct. So if they just leave their money, just to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, if they leave Nueces County and leave their money with TCDRS, exactly, their account is going to continue to earn 7% compound interest, and they'll still have the ability to earn that lifetime benefit. The key components to earning a lifetime benefit with TCDRS regarding service time is one, being vested. Your vesting period with Nueces County is 8 years of service. So that's one key component for an employee to earn a retirement benefit with matching dollars from the county, is being vested, having 8 years of service. And then meeting a rule of eligibility, okay? But let's say, for example, an employee leaves with 5 years of service, okay? They're not vested. Even if that employee chooses to leave their money with TCDRS, it'll continue to earn 7% compound interest because let's say that employee goes to TMRS, for example. Well, 3 years of service in TMRS, along with their 5 years of service in TCDRS, would still, that service time in another entity such as TMRS would give them that service credit to become vested and eventually become eligible for that lifetime benefit.
So they would get a lifetime benefit they could potentially pick up a lifetime benefit at TMRS also.
Absolutely. So, and you may want to correct me as well, sir, with, once they'll start to, leave the money here, for example, and let it sit at TCDRS, say go to work, say, for example, and I keep using TMRS for an example, just because they're one of our sister systems, but even that service time, they'll start a new account with whatever city they're contributing to, and what, in that area. So they're growing that account through their contributions and interest in that system, while this account is sitting and earning 7% compound interest. And again, time is fluid, okay? So the time they have with, say, TMRS would still give them service credit in TCDRS. It's just up to the employee if that were to occur. It's up to the employee to contact TCDRS to let us know that we need to verify their service time with TMRS.
So then,
or any of our other proportionate or sister retirement systems.
and I think it's TMRS is on the line too, I think, and they can jump in if they want to, or they can answer too. But basically, TMRS has some sort of lifetime benefit. Also, I don't know if it's the same lifetime benefit or whatever the case may be, but the only way that any employee loses their lifetime benefit is to pull it out of
Forfeit it.
TC. Yeah, forfeit it. Right. That would be to pull it out of TCDRS and not put it into something like TMRS, which also has one, right? Is that right? More or less?
Correct. So yeah, the way an employee would lose their opportunity for a lifetime benefit, which would include the employer match, is if the employee either, again, on their own chooses to move it out of TCDRS.
Right, okay. I'm sure at some point you're going to tell us the differences between the two systems too. I'm sure that's what TMRS is going to do when they get on, but.
Do you have any more slides?
So we at TCDRS, TCDRS and TMRS are actually very similar retirement systems. We have some differences, but we're very similar in the fact that, employees contribute a portion of their check. I just kind of reiterating, an employee contributes a portion of their an employee contributes a portion of their check and then earns that compound interest, and then the matching dollars determined by the county is provided at the time they choose to take their retirement check.
Okay.
Very good. Great.
Okay, do you have any, not that you need it, do you have any more slides before we pitch to TMS here? We're happy to have you just hang on for a little bit and listen in to what they will share with us, and then we could
That'd be great if you would.
round table back, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I don't mind hanging out for a little bit and let the other speakers speak as well. And then some of the information, he made sure we could bounce some similarities and
Okay.
just make sure everything is clear for y'all.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Well, great. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can.
Excellent. Well, I know Richard kind of alluded to this, but he's absolutely correct. TMRS is very similar to the Texas County and District Retirements and TCDRS. So a lot of the things that Richard covered are going to be very similar within TMRS, but I want to point out a couple of small differences. And first, let me say thank you to everybody, to Judge Canales and everybody on the court for allowing me to speak today. I think it's always great to talk about the different options that are available to the employees of the county. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have, if possible, about TMRS. Similar to the county system, the way TMRS works is it's really funded by both the employee as well as the employer. So similar to what you just heard is that with, for example, the city of Corpus Christi, the employees pay in 7% towards their retirement benefit. What's a little bit different is the amount of interest that is credited to these accounts. In TMRS, the interest credit is 5% as opposed to the 7% that Richard was discussing. There is a 200% match, exactly the same as what was talked about for Nueces County. The city of Corpus Christi does the same 200% match. And just to be clear on this, I will tell you that every city that participates in TMRS, we have about 904 cities now that participate in the plan. They all get to choose a slightly different level of benefits. So very similar to TCDRS, where Nueces County may be different than Barrett County or Travis County or any other county that participates in the plan. You can choose the level of benefits that are appropriate for your employees. So these are the benefits the city of Corpus Christi has selected. So we have the 7% paid in, the 200% match, the 5% interest credit. There are a couple of other features that are a little different than the county system I just wanted to highlight. There are two provisions within TMRS that add a little bit of value to an employee's account throughout their career. One is what's known as updated service credit. It's a calculation that kind of takes into account salary increases throughout someone's career. It kind of throughout their time with the city of Corpus Christi, it would look at an average of their salary over the last 3 years and then essentially run a calculation as if that person's current salary had been in place for the entire time they had been with the city. So that can sometimes add a financial credit that can also be paid out along with the city match at the time someone retires. So to compare that with the different interest rates between the county and TMRS, I definitely wanted to point that out. The city of Corpus Christi also offers a cost of living adjustment or a COLA for retirees. So once someone's been retired for a full year, they could receive an increase to their monthly benefit based on the change in the consumer price index. So it is based on the actual inflation in the economy. And the city of Corpus Christi offers one of three options that are available. They offer 30% of that change. So just to be clear what that means, because it can be kind of confusing, if inflation, let's say, was 10%, then a retiree could expect to receive 30% of that or a 3% increase on their monthly check that they're getting every month for the rest of their life. If inflation was lower, let's say 1%, then obviously it'd only be about 1/3% based on that calculation. So it's not guaranteed to a retiree in any given year, but it is a nice benefit, especially now. If I was doing this presentation 2 years ago, nobody would care too much about inflation, but we're certainly in a different time now where everybody has their ears pierced to this kind of discussion. So besides those subtle differences, there are a couple of others. Within TMRS, to qualify for a benefit, or a member has to meet one of two qualifications. Very similar to TCDRS, a member would be vested, but the vesting period within the city of Corpus Christi is 5 years. So instead of the 8 years with the county, it would be 5 years with TMRS. Very similar and exactly the same law that governs both TCDRS as well as TMRS. There is that proportionate retirement program he discussed. So in the example he used, let's say that an employee had 3 years when they left the county, or when they left the county system. They came to work for the city of Corpus Christi. They work another 2 years. They now have 5 years combined, and those 5 years would count in TCDRS as well as count in TMRS. So the time really goes both ways to help members qualify for retirement benefits in multiple systems. As Richard mentioned, there is always going to be separate accounts though within this, so the money can never be combined. There's not a way, I know just a minute ago a question was asked about rolling money over. TMRS by law does not accept any additional funds from outside of TMRS, so there's not a way to roll like an account balance from the county or from the state or from anywhere else. It really is just the money that's contributed from that employee's paycheck and then the interest that's accrued throughout their career. The second way, other than being vested, and I will say when someone is vested to qualify for benefits in TMRS, they have to be at least age 60. So vested in age 60 is one way to qualify for benefits. The second is if a member has at least 20 years of service, they could retire their account immediately. So instead of having to wait until age 60, TMRS allows employees at 20 years of service to retire their account. And to be clear, this also includes time with the county or any of the other proportionate service. So if somebody worked, let's say, only 5 years within TMRS and they had 15 years of the county, that would qualify them for benefits because they would have the 20 years of combined service to retire. I know Richard had mentioned a couple of different types of service like military service or USERRA to also get service credits. Those are also true in TMRS. Another thing that's true though that TMRS has is there is a provision that allows employees to receive a time credit for previous full-time public employment in the United States. So it's a little bit broader than the military service. So if somebody worked for, let's say, another state, the federal government, they work for, like another county that's outside of, or there's even cities within the state of Texas that aren't part of TMRS. Since we are a voluntary plan, some of the larger cities in Texas, for example, Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, city of Austin, they are all outside of TMRS. So if an employee went, let's say, from the city of Dallas and worked there for 15 years, and then they came down to the city of Corpus Christi, if they worked, they could apply to have all 15 of those years added to their account to help them meet retirement eligibility sooner. To Richard's point as well, when somebody does retire within TMRS, they are guaranteed a lifetime benefit. They do have options in terms of, again, as Richard and TCDRS has, we have very similar options in that they can guarantee a lifetime benefit to a beneficiary as well. So that way, if someone, let's say, for example, is married, they could have a benefit for themselves. When they pass away, they could then have a benefit for their spouse. There are many different options that are available. We do also allow members when they retire to receive a portion of their benefit in a one-time lump sum payment That way they can split their benefit between not just a monthly check, but they can also get some of that money up front and do whatever they choose for it. But really that's kind of, in a lot of ways, the way that these plans work together is that they really do have service credits. And, the presentation Richard did, I think, did a really great job of laying out the way these plans work. And I wanted to really just highlight those differences to kind of, they're both great plans as well. And I hope you don't ask the question of what's the catch here, because I don't know that there's any real downside to TMRS either. I think we're both two of the premier retirement systems in the country. And I think I think you'd be great in either plan.
Question, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you. If you were
No,
gonna-
no, go ahead.
Okay. So Colin, what I'm hearing, and I wrote this down as fast as I could, was no, it's okay, you did great. So, and that was what I was looking for, is because, what's really important to all of us in this decision-making process is to make sure that whatever we decide to do, that our employees are really well taken care of, right? So on the retirement side of things, and this is, we've got other sides of things, but on the retirement sides of things, for the employees, what I'm hearing, and either one of you can correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like the city's benefit plan through TMRS, through TMRS is better than the county's benefit plan a little bit through TCDRS, and there's the 5% difference. The TMRS is 5, the TCDRS is 7, which is Advantage County, and then there's the updated credits, the COLA, the 5-year vesting, which is Advantage City, and I'm kind of making that, in my terms, and if you want to correct me, that's okay. And what we may want to do is kind of, run some examples, of the two systems and how it would work, and pick 10 or 15 or 20 employees and see how it runs. But it doesn't sound to me like there's really a huge advantage or disadvantage to either plan, meaning that I might say that the city's is maybe a little better, but maybe not in the long run. Maybe it's about the same.
Yeah, and I'll certainly allow you to speak as well, Richard. I'd love to get your input on this, but I would just say, yeah, I think your last statement, I certainly wouldn't feel comfortable saying absolutely for each employee that the city benefit would be greater. I think it's going to probably matter a little bit. I mean, to Richard's point, if you have an employee that worked a short time and maybe deferred their account where they get that 7% compounding interest, that employee may have a greater benefit. To your point, Commissioner, an employee that lives a long time in retirement and has those guaranteed COLAs, that person may get a better benefit from the city. So I'd be happy to run some different scenarios of different, people starting at different times, different salaries, I think that if that is something you think would help make the decision, I'd be happy to help. But I certainly don't know that I would say definitively for every employee that one would be better than the other. And I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Richard.
So when you were talking about COLAs, real quickly, Colin, so with your system, TMRS has built-in COLAs for retirees. Is that what I understand?
That's correct. It is an optional provision that, like, for example, the city of Corpus Christi does provide at this point.
And that's, one thing for county employees in the, as far as a cost of living adjustment, there's not necessarily one built in unless one was chosen to be passed there by the court for retirees.
So, yeah, I would think going forward would be really advantageous to get all of our employees and just run it, just to see going both ways. I mean, which way is, what's the difference? Is there a difference if you do it? And I'm sure you gentlemen know how to do that, because y'all probably do that on a regular basis, but I would love to see that somewhere down the road, not today, obviously, but, somewhere down the road. So that would be interesting.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah, and gentlemen, I think that and I think you have answered it, but let's go ahead and triple check. The big concern was, if I am a city employee and I have 15 years of service and I want to become a county employee, I do not start over again. I now come back in with my 15 years of service, and therefore, that is the rollover effect, and I'm gonna get 100, nobody starts over. The real question that we had, all this has to do with health district employees, okay? I wish we were also interested in our own employees, but the only reason you're here is because we have a fight, okay? I mean, let's be real. But I am thrilled because now we know that they have maybe more options to do more for our employees. And that's something that we need to consider. But the 7% versus the 5%, well, that's compounded. So I mean, that's gonna weigh heavily in my decision, right? That's a big chunk, but at any rate, I don't know if I understand still the updated service credit. You take an average there. I'll be honest with you, I'd love to see that analysis. But that's really not what we're worried about. I mean, yes, I'm thinking about it, but what was worrying us is, would somebody have to start over? So if I'm a county employee and I go to the city, am I starting over? That was the question that was really bothering a lot of our health district employees who were considering applying for jobs at the city. That's what the nature of all this is. What do you say to that?
And Judge, when you mentioned the word starting over, making sure employees aren't starting over, as far as money, okay, one thing I just want to be clear is when an employee says, like for example, leaves the county, goes to the city, okay, or comes from the city, with like your example, comes to the city, works for the city for 15 years and comes to the county. When we talk about the word starting over, financially, they're starting a new account with the new employer. Okay, they're starting a new account financially, but time-wise, no, the time is fluid. That time, 15 years with the city, will give them 15 years of service credit in TCDRS, which automatically gets that employee vested and that much closer to their eligibility.
To retirement. And I just have to give it some thought. I haven't put my head around what the downside is to earning 5% with the, with the COLA and not moving that money versus, because look, I mean,
Well, that's
the
what I'm saying,
reason we stay long enough, right, is to build up an account, right? So,
That's why we had to run some numbers, Judge.
right,
'cause
we do.
Like the 5-year vesting for the city's got a faster vesting than we do, so that might affect some things.
Right, it's a,
I think we need to run those
I-
numbers
I
and
agree.
see. That's a fair thing
it's
to
a
do.
fair, but this is, you guys are providing the info that we really wanted and needed, and I
Judge-
think if we even give you more specifics, you can even help us more.
And Judge, just so you know too, and I'm sure Commissioner Monas might have had this happen with him too. I actually got, when I came to the county, I actually got credit for my state service from like
From the
100 years
judge?
ago. Yeah, no, when I was working with Hunter. I mean, way back when. So I got my state service. I pulled my money out of there, unfortunately.
Well, that
but-
means we're gonna get better Christmas gifts.
Yeah, no, my service. I didn't get my money. I didn't get any
Oh,
money.
okay,
I just
okay.
got my service time, which allowed me to vest sooner at the county.
I'm with
So
you.
it was, and so it makes sense what they're saying. These retirement systems between state, counties, and cities are supposedly designed to be fairly similar, other than what the local entities do on the interest rates and, that kind of stuff, so that when people do transfer, they don't, quote, as you say, start over on their time. They start a new account.
On their
but they don't
money.
start over on their vesting or anything like
Yeah.
that. And so that's. the
I think
significant
2
deal
out
there.
of 3 is gonna be good, gentlemen. In other words, the vesting is gonna be good. The answer is gonna be positive there. And I also think the time served or accumulated, right, is gonna be good. But I think the concern is that, and like you said, it's so individual. Unless they were matching plans, let's agree that some people could lose and some people could win. And that's what's concerning. And so I'll go, now that I know who you are, and now that we've got this good information, we can make good decisions. Or really, it's not us making the decision, well, yes, we'll make some decisions, but we can be more, yes, we'll be able to be more informative to the employees. But this is the information that we needed, so I'm gonna let anybody else ask any questions. Is this good? I mean, we've got their contacts, their information. I know you wouldn't mind us reaching out to you, so that we could really run some specific scenarios, because we have, a finite number of employees on decisions that get made between now and who knows when from now. We would want to properly make informed statements to them. But I think that you've given me a lot of information here. And particularly the inflation. I mean, because, look, we're in inflation now, but we haven't been before. So again, that COLA could be incredibly meaningful or not.
Yeah, and I'm, I'm sure I speak for Richard here. I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have going forward. I can get, is detailed with those, projections for future employees. Yeah, whatever you guys need to help you make this decision, absolutely happy to help.
Okay, can I move on? Does anyone else need anything here at this time? I think, Dale, it's helpful too, for me to have you hear it, so that if we have any internal questions here. Our HR director's not here today, but we've got somebody listening in, and she'll be able to rewind. So her name is Julie Guerra. She may reach out to you with thoughts as well. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move on. Thank you very, very much.
Thank y'all.
Okay. I'm just doing my checklist here. Okay, since everybody's not seated, I'm gonna ask Scott Cross to go to, these are no cost time, so those are good ones to move on to. Scott, would you take us
Yeah,
through
number 15
item
is
number
pretty
15? Yes.
Number 15 is pretty straightforward. It's just a no-time cost extension to Scott Mears Advanced Construction Management, so we can continue to oversee the recovery of the IB McGee office.
Yes, sir. I had a great conversation with him, and no cost is good. And he's been, he says we're really making progress, even though obviously we're waiting on some items, but we are making a lot of progress out there. Is there any other?
And I'll get into a little more detail in the next item on number 16.
All right, well, is there a motion for this no-cost extension, please, on the professional services contract with Scott Mears relating to IB McGee? Commissioner? Yes? I'll make the motion.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. It's for Scott Mears. No, it's no cost.
Right, yes, ma'am.
And then Scott's Cross is gonna take us through the one that is important and we need to focus on, which is change order number 4 for Mako Construction to address the demo of a flat roof and temporary roofing system. This also has to do with IB McGee, and kind of unfortunate, we had to change, but it's just the way that the insurance folks, create the parameters, right? Scott, we have to have a certain type of roof.
Yeah, I'm catching some of your words. I need y'all to speak directly into the microphone.
I'm so
It's real
sorry.
hard to hear.
So sorry, just saying that, please guide us through change order number 4 regarding the temporary roofing system and the need to do something different than was originally thought.
Okay, yes. So this change order is requesting $124,671.62. It's important to note that the known unfunded costs that I brought previously to court, that y'all approved $82,452.70 to address the sloped roof portion of the building. Now, fortunately, after some careful redesign, because of TDI products that were available in the past that are no longer approved by TDI, that's Texas Department of Insurance to get windstorm certification, that original 82,452.70 has now been revised to 75,436.67. So you've actually created a cost savings under that item, which you've already funded. The one thing in this change order for funding wise that's not met is the issues with the flat roof. I know Commissioner Gonzalez and I think Hernandez has been there, and I know that Commissioner Chesney and you, Judge, have seen the building. The flat roof is the portion where when you go up to the very 3rd floor, you can stand there. It's like an overlook, and you've got everything underneath of that. That's not the slope part. Well, through some different investigations, they discovered that the roofing, the sheeting and stuff underneath those concrete pavers has deteriorated and needs to be recovered as well. We had leaks through that during the hurricane that were a result of the hurricane, and that was well documented. Well, that portion of that cost is $234.95. However, under the first scope of work with the slope roof, we created a cost savings $7,000.16. So it reduces the ask now of what we need for this entire change order to only 42,218.92. So we moved the cost savings from the sloped roof over to the flat roof, and the additional 42,218.92 is what's needed for this change order. Now, again, the problem has been with both sloped and flat roof is working through with Windshore, which is the windstorm engineer, on speccing out the appropriate roof coverings and the pavers and stuff like that that can be used to, you know, fix our roofing issues, and finding something that's TDI approved. I think I've mentioned this before, but let me just remind you. Originally, we were speccing out a TPO type roof covering for the sloped roof before we found out about the flat roof problems. Well, come to find out, the sloped roof TPO roof covering that was specced out and the manufacturer was Firestone. They made the product. Come to find out, Firestone did not have their wind pressure ratings correct, and as a result, TDI has disallowed that product, and Firestone has had to write a lot of checks to a lot of people who use that product, so we're glad we didn't install that. But we found this out, you know, after we originally specced out that product, and it's a good thing we did, because we'd have a faulty roof system on our hands. But anyhow, that's what we need now. That's what's on this agenda for your approval. As you know, I don't have a funding source when I come to you with these things. I know y'all don't like it. I don't have any control over it. I don't like coming in here and asking for more. I'm sorry about that. And but that's what it's going to need. Once we get this approved and we get this done, that means that we can make real headway with finishing out the inside of the building, because now we have it dried in. Questions?
Okay, hang on one second. We might, but obviously the work has been looked at, engineered, and cost estimated, and grateful for the little bit of savings. Teresa, what are our options that we have here?
Well, just one correction real quick, like for the 75,000 that, the savings that we had.
Yes.
I did not use the first number, so I only split the 75,000, so the savings is not
Are
there.
already reflected.
Well, no, the 7,000 will be included with this
Ah.
42, so it'll actually be 49,000 that we'll have to move. And the recommendation is the 2021 COs.
Okay, I'll make the motion then to approve the, could you give me the number again?
49,234.95.
49234.45. Sorry, 95 for the clerk. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Scott,
Yes,
just
ma'am.
keep us posted on the, you know, on the progress. And,
I will, and I just got an update from Scott Mears this morning. The unknown, unfunded costs that remain, we've narrowed those down. It's not on the agenda. I mean, I could share that with you right now, but I don't want you to get sticker shock.
no, and that's why I think this is an appropriate amount, quite frankly, because this court already committed, you know, a certain amount for this building, and the roof seems to be an essential part of the building. And I think for anything else, we probably need to roundtable with Commissioner Chesney and
Yeah, we need
and
to
see
keep
what
these-
other opportunities might be presented in your precinct.
Right, and that we need to keep tabs on this too for the arbitration that's coming up, because this is
I
all
was
insurance settlement
thinking
too.
that very thing. I feel like we've already asked, and we're gonna, like,
need-
anytime we make any changes, we include it, but
Right.
let's just make sure, Teresa, do you know what he's talking about? To make sure that any of these changes, send them to Ms. Vella?
Well, and we need to make
Melissa
sure
Vella.
that this other one that's coming, that's going to be larger, gets to Ms. Vella before, I don't know what the timetable is on the
It's coming
arbitration.
up.
Right, so that needs to
3
get there
weeks,
too, in
4
our
weeks.
damage model too, so somehow that needs to be articulated, so Scott.
I'm not hearing y'all if this is directed at me.
Yeah, no,
It's not, but you need to
No.
get it, you need to get him, you need to get Teresa some information, because we need to get the information on this next one.
Right.
pretty
all
quickly
money
to-
expended on IB McGee should
Right.
go to Melissa Vela. Okay, that's really the bottom line. Okay,
Okay, I got that then. Yeah, I can get Melissa up-to-date cost figures.
yeah, And what Commissioner Chesney is saying is not just for what we just approved, but what you know is coming, right?
Yes,
Even-
ma'am.
Even if you don't want to give us the bad news.
Yeah.
Okay, and so, hurricanes destroy.
Is that it?
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you so much,
Hey,
sir.
great job on that retirement presentation. I learned something I didn't know.
I'm glad. I'm glad. I agree with you.
We did too.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. So that's 15 and 16, guys.
Did I miss 14, Judge?
No, you did not, because you were out, and so was Hernandez, so I just kind of, I saw that Scott had been, there. And so I'll move on, I'll go to number 14, and, okay, I'll go to another one.
Oh, it's gonna be real quick, Joe. I'm just gonna go back.
That quick.
Okay. All right, so basically, this is the discuss and consider, it's that, as they say, it's that time of year again, we're at the end of the year. These are the personal services contracts. They expired in December, and they come to you to be approved for the next calendar year. And they're all in the same form and fashion, Belinda, nothing's changed.
Correct, Judge. However, the amount is not populated nor the timeframe. So
Okay,
the term
okay,
and the
well,
amount.
I'm sorry, I should have rephrased. I'm saying that the contracts are identical, there's really nothing to say
Right.
differently. It's just a matter of what we need to do, and with the bipartisan infrastructure deal, not only do we have American Rescue Plan Act in the billions at the state level, but now we have another almost $30 billion coming to us in our community for the bipartisan infrastructure legislation. So, look, we have a lot to go chase, and I think it's really critical that we're in the hunt for these dollars. I think you said it earlier, Commissioner Modis, that, our folks pay dividends over and over and over again, and all of the issues. Money is one piece of it, but sometimes they're just issues. So the question is, I would like to make a motion, to take us to the end of the fiscal year for the same amount of money that we have and the same contract that we have. And I would look for a second for that.
What's the physical year? I thought we had done that already.
No, sir, these ended in December. The fiscal year would just be September 30th.
Next year.
But actually, the contract ends this December, right?
That's correct. These are the contracts to start us for the new year. So it's for the new year
Why are
through the
we doing-
fiscal year.
But why are we doing, can we just start it maybe in September of next year? And
Well, we're fighting for money now. All the money is at the state of
we're
Texas
always
now.
fighting for money, Judge. Every year we fight for money, but. and
Well,
there's a-
right, we've been
and there's a
able-
lot- And there's money too there that, that we have, that we, goes in different directions, so.
And what ended up happening with Reed Clay's deal?
So it'll be on January. I'm sorry. We just did not get it ready.
Oh.
So sorry. We'll bring it in January.
Because
Okay.
I seconded that.
So I've got a motion and a second, and again, same amount of money and through September 30th. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye?
no.
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 Okay. Is there, I guess we'll bring it back if there's no other motion.
Well,
Back is a no. I mean, what?
I really would like to, and I'd hope that, because because I thought Mr. Clay accepted or didn't accept, or did we?
His is expired as well.
But I mean, did he accept
Yes.
the last?
Yes.
Because I thought there was some hesitation. Okay, so I kind of hope we could talk about all of them together because of the funding issues, and I don't disagree with the need for something, but I'm a little conflicted because of some of the issues that we had with that GLO money and some of the information that was garnered there and who worked on that. I really wanted to kind of talk some more about that because,
The GLO money?
well, the GLO recommended money on the state ARPA funds where we thought we were in line to get some, and we'd gotten some information from the lobby team that we were, and I'm trying to figure out how all that went because we didn't end up getting anything.
So that was admittedly a mistake on the General Land Office.
It was a mistake by some,
Representative.
I'm not trying to, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it wasn't
I'm
our
just-
team.
Well, I don't know. I mean, because the information, some of the information that I got was different afterwards. And so I'm trying to figure out who's looking for, you know, the one that's of more interest to me is one that's looking for money. And then I have some desire to have some need met. But I'm trying to figure out who's doing what, because I thought Reed Clay was chasing the money primarily. And I don't know how that's going. And so we usually have these on at the same time, so I'm really not supposed to talk about Reed Clay because it's not posted.
Yeah,
I'm a
so why
little-
don't we just hold on that one?
Yeah, and I kind of need to,
Again, if, you know, I'm happy to discuss a shorter term, but the contracts are in the same form that they've always been, with the same amount as what was proposed. An urban county that does not have a legislative team is an urban county that will not have a representative in Austin to fight for not only our fair share of dollars, but to help us with agency situations that happen every single day, literally, including what just happened with the veteran cemetery. They were absolutely instrumental in making certain that the chief clerk, as well as the new deputy director, came to Corpus Christi to discuss the comment that veteran cemeteries were losing money programs, or actually money-losing programs. And that's just one example of a state agency. You know, what I heard on the island is that, and I heard this at the MPO, that we need to start working now towards a transportation project that will basically connect people to get on and off the island
well, and I just,
in effort to, you know.
About that before.
right, and I think.
Right,
that would
well,
be
that's
one
how
of
we
the-
do it.
and that would
We've
be
never
one
had
of-
the money before.
And that would be one of the things too, that I guess that text 21 that I think we're going to consider at some point being a member of would
Right.
help us with too. And I just had that
Right.
meeting this week. So I'm going to just be straight up. My issue is, we approved these contracts before. I had to resolve differences of some very, quite frankly, difficult behavior by one member of the lobby team. I thought that was resolved. I voted for the contract again, and then once again, you know, almost that very day, in front of several people, I got abused again by the same member of the legislative team because I didn't support a high enough contract, even though that was the third or fourth time I'd voted for that member of the legislative team. So my discomfort, quite frankly, is I'm tired of voting for a member of the legislative team who continually takes shots at me and abuses me, and when I vote for his contracts, and that's not someone that I don't know if I want to keep voting for that particular situation. I keep biting my tongue, I keep doing it, I keep getting over it, and I'm just to the point where I'm really kind of tired of getting over it. And it was inappropriate. It was in front of a group of people. It was at the governor's fundraiser of all places that I get chastised in front of people. So it's just not, I'm uncomfortable with the grouping. I would be more comfortable.
Commissioner Chesney, do you have a motion?
I have a motion.
Would you like to bring this back in January?
I'd like to think about it for the rest of the meeting, and I'll do something this afternoon. I just need to.
Okay,
So
if you would just let us know,
you-
I'm going to move on if you don't mind, because we have an important agenda.
That's
Why don't you let us know? I'll move on.
That's
Can we also consider, we need to, how many do we need? Do we need all of them?
that was why I'd hoped to have Reed maybe on the.
Okay.
On the agenda
Again,
so
I'm happy to do both things, but I do want to keep us moving. So let's either bring it back in January,
With his on there, that would be. that would
with
be
everybody
fine.
on
That's
there.
fine.
Or we can make a motion again. I'm happy to make a motion, but I will express eternal frustration for the lack of general concept that we need a lobby team. All urban counties have one. There's a very good reason for that. Issues at the state level come up daily. Just FEMA and TDM alone is really where Reed's specialty lies and where he helps a tremendous amount. We just got this scope modification. There are amazing opportunities on our horizon for a variety of funding sources for projects, and they involved all our districts. The interim charges and the interim hearings that will be held between now and the new legislative session, to not have a lobby team, I mean, I guess I will just start going to the lab and cloning myself, because it's just it's a shame is what it is. And it's a real, It's a lack of just, you know what it is. I mean, you just,
Judge, you
there's
don't-
are personal things rather than really doing what's in the best interest. That's why I'm gonna give you the time, so that maybe we can make a good decision to go forward.
You don't trust TAG or your urban counties to represent us?
So,
Good
just
job.
so you know, they do not handle individual situations, okay? They don't. And just so you know, Adam Haynes and Jim Allison work with us and our legislative team. We are a great team together, and they would be the first to tell you that they absolutely work with our legislative team and rely on our legislative team. Had it not been for our legislative team, CUC would not have been able to have been as effective on the opioid litigation. You can ask Adam. He would be happy to share that with you. So we'll move on and we can revisit it. Commissioner, just give me a little nod here as to when you're ready. And if not, we can always bring it back. I'll bring it back up in January.
Yeah, when's the first meeting? in
It's
January?
early. It's the
Right.
5th.
It's the 5th?
Once y'all approve, the first recommended meeting is January 5th.
But
I'm
we're
okay.
gonna-
I think that's probably the better part of Valor. Maybe it'll give me a chance to meet with that person again.
All right, how about, I'll just leave it like that, okay, Belinda? You'll just know that I'll put it back on the 5th. All right, let me go to number 19, please. And Kara, welcome back. We're back in order, believe it or not, I think, okay? We're back in order, and we're on number 19. I'm glad everybody gets, it's like important to get everybody a break. So now Lorenzo gets a break. Item number 19, discuss and consider requesting funding assistance from the Port of Corpus Christi Authority to help fund the salary for a third environmental enforcement officer. Commissioner Gonzalez, it's my understanding that you put this item on, and I asked Jenny Dorsey whether or not she had spoken with Jimmy Welder, and she said, "Who's that?" So I thought the answer is no. Jimmy Welder is the general counsel there representing the Port of Corpus Christi, and
That was my first thought, Judge, if it's possible, because we can expand more services towards the port area, then we only have two and they're very limited. So with the third officer, I'm sure they can do a lot more to expand their services as far as code and environmental towards the port area. That could probably help. But if not, my other option would be ARPA, to see if we can do it under ARPA, we could. But my first would be the port to see maybe they even if they pay half, we pay half, or, I would pay half, or ARPA would pay half. I'm just saying we need another one that can extend. We need to
So-
expand somewhere, with two guys, man, I'm calling them all the time to go to the other side of the county and,
pick up things.
yeah.
So a couple of things. Number one, I'm happy to have the dialogue. I think we'd probably have to notice it, Belinda, differently in January about whether or not ARP and/or Commissioner Gonzalez funds or a hybrid could pay for the environmental officer. I can tell you, having served at the Port of Corpus Christi and having talked to the staff, that they don't pay for salaries. They have, the water code limits them on what they can pay for. So out of the P&D fund, which is called promotional development, they could pay for like a program, they could pay for economic development. There's certain precepts, but this one wouldn't qualify. But just to make sure, Jimmy Welder was gonna reach out to Jenny and, explain that so she could confirm. But I'm happy to, report back that, on January.
I'd just like to look into it to see if possible, not take another option, but.
Right, I think we could do that in January. Like I said, I was told that's not an option, but we could do, we can revisit the environmental office. And maybe we could even have the environmental office or Juan come and talk to us, and he's here. But the environmental office, we had approved a clerk to basically get somebody in the office so the environmental officers wouldn't have to come back and forth. But it's my understanding that has not happened. And is there a reason for that?
Are we going to that item now? or what?
Yeah, we're on it. We're on the,
No, we're on a different item. Do you want to go to that item?
well, I
or-
do. I mean, I'm just saying, we're on the concept of the environmental office. Would you mind doing that?
What item is that? What number?
It's under Public Works. It's
Number 7.
Yes, C7. It just kind of goes hand in hand.
7.
But hold on, because I better do something for the clerk. Can we table that item, please?
19.
All right, so let's table 19. And we can bring it back with maybe some language that gets more flexibility, Belinda, if we get told or confirmed that they cannot, fund those kinds of items. And so table to January 5th is the motion I have, and is there a second? Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and now, just because we were talking about it, seems like it makes sense. If you'll turn to C7,
Which one, C7?
and I've got to turn to C7 too. Would you read it out loud, Belinda, for me, while I find it here in my, here it is.
Receive update on senior clerk position for environmental enforcement.
Yeah, Juan, will you let us know this? Because this may help us with this agenda item we're bringing back in January.
Yes, Judge, Commissioners, during budget, Public Works requested 3 additional environmental officers and a clerk. So if we would get staffed with the 3 additional officers, we're planning on having a clerk there at the office to assist the additional, plus the 2 environmental enforcement officers to be there with the paperwork. But due to not having or not providing those 3 additional environmental enforcement officers, I know Ned and Chris, and they can tell you a little bit about their work. They can perform their own paperwork. And that's the reason why back in October, we had submitted some paperwork to Julie to remove the clerk for the environmental officer, and I was going to recommend giving an increase in pay to the 2 code enforcement officers, and that was back in October that we requested that from our HR department or from the HR department. And that was never submitted, I guess, to court to put it on the agenda. So that would be my recommendation, Commissioners, is to come back later on and remove the clerk position and increase the pay of our 2 court enforcement officers and allow them to do their own paperwork. They're here to kind of explain to y'all that process, if y'all would like, Ned or Chris.
Just before you get started, so are you saying that you didn't ask for a clerk? Because I could have sworn that you did.
We did ask for a clerk and as I said, in the budget, but we also asked for 3 additional environmental enforcement officers.
Well, I know, but a lot of people ask for things they didn't get. My point is that you asked for the clerk and we gave you the clerk, and now you don't want the clerk?
That's correct, Judge.
And you would rather have your own officer, you'd rather have another officer and let them, everyone does their own paperwork? Because the idea is that the paperwork was taking them off the beat, so to speak.
Judge, if you're allowed for Ned and Chris.
I know, but I'm asking, I will, I'm just trying to get to it.
Let me explain, because I was the one that actually submitted for the 3 officers and submitted for the clerk at the budget time. Now, if they would have gotten 2 more officers or 3 more officers, they needed the clerk.
Correct.
When we did the budget, the clerk was on there. Nobody came back and asked for a clerk by itself. It was already on there. Officers weren't on there, but the clerk was on there. So the clerk stayed on there, right? Because that's what they gave on the budget. So now that if they don't get no more officers, and then saying, well, we can use that money from the clerks to supplement their pay because they're underpaid or they're under, it's just like anybody else. It's just like the grants department. They did the same thing. Where Maria split the money with Nelly because they didn't want a 3rd person. They said we don't need a 3rd person. And it happened also in HR. It happens everywhere where you say I'm going to use a person to lead a position and supplement my employees. So what's the difference here? I don't understand that.
So
I'd like to hear from the officers though.
So hang on one second,
asking-
please.
you're asking
Commissioner,
for-
go ahead. No, I'm calling on you. Go ahead.
I was just say, so are you asking for that, a reallocation of some sort?
Yes, sir. I had asked for reallocation back in October, and we submitted the paperwork to Julie in HR, so that way they could put it on the agenda. And we've been waiting, and we've been sending emails to Julie about it, and it hasn't come to court for
So-
our request.
You're asking for reallocation of the funds to
increase
their pay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay,
And how much are what are the,
and so the funds that, so the bottom line is that on one hand, we're asking for another officer. Are you asking for another officer?
no, they're asking for 3.
You're asking for 3, but
Originally.
yeah, but let's agree that everybody had requests and that we were trying to figure out, what we could do, and we made do in the budget, right? And what I'm concerned about is that you asked for a clerk so that we could get, the premise is to have somebody there so that the officers could do their officer work and the paperwork would be handled by somebody. Wouldn't it be better to have a clerk and then ask for another officer?
Well, Judge, like I said, back in October, I wanted to reallocate the monies to increase the pay of our 2 court enforcement officers. Since we didn't get the additional 3 court enforcement officers within our budget. And that's the reason why we're here. Well, we were here, we were supposed to be here a long time ago, but I guess it was never put on the agenda.
But you understand it's the budget cycle. You came in October, the budget was set in September. That's what I'm confused about. In other words, we have a theory around here. And the theory is that we try to handle everything around budget. Now, in the middle of budget,
And that never happened.
if something happens.
Correct.
That never
Well,
happens.
it didn't pass budget. We voted for budget and it didn't make it in budget. I'm interested in entertaining an idea of another environmental officer. If 50%, for example, would be funded by ARPA, as Commissioner Gonzalez just said, and maybe the other he said he's interested in doing that, that could be an agenda item we bring in January. But if you're asking, you say you don't want the clerk anymore,
That's correct.
and what would
But
be the
what-
difference between the clerk and a new officer, money-wise?
I'm not sure, Judge, I don't have that number with me. I would have to get with our
Tariq,
HR.
you'd have to get with HR?
Yes.
Oh, you tried.
Well, we can get with HR right now, but is that what would that be?
What Judge and Commissioners, what I requested, again, I'm just gonna go one more time. Back in October, since we didn't get our 3 court enforcement officers, I was requesting for us to, since we don't need the clerk after all, I was gonna go ahead and just increase the pay for our court enforcement officers, because they are underpaid, Judge and Commissioners. And in that case, we would split up the monies, and that way they could each get an increase in their pay rate. And that's what was my recommendation, and what I submitted to HR, but again, it never got put on the agenda. And I didn't know that this was gonna get put on the agenda to talk about the clerk today, so, until when I saw the agenda item. So, I mean, I wish they would have put the agenda item for my part.
Oh, you didn't put it on yourself?
Sir?
You didn't put it on?
Well, what we do is we submit it to HR, and then HR puts it in the agenda.
So let me just ask,
Somebody
what,
put it on there.
can I, and this is a little off track, but not really, why wouldn't could code enforcement not be, since Sheriff's sitting here, under law enforcement? Is that not something that, wouldn't that give it more, I don't mean to be, but wouldn't that give it a little more oomph? But or can
Commissioner,
it
that's
be?
not that'd be the
Well, I
decision
know.
from
It
the
was
court.
brought up already, Commissioner.
And that can't be done, or can be done, or nobody, I don't know, I'm just curious, because then I guess they would fall under the collective bargaining, and they would have, those options, but if that's not something that's doable, then that's okay, I'm just asking.
I think that's the issue that's come up before. I mean, that's been my concern when we've talked about collective bargaining, is that not all law enforcement officers under Nueces County are part of it.
Right.
And I think that's a travesty, because when we give bumps in pays or because of ARPA and things, those are automatic, and then we have to make special accommodations or they get left out. I totally agree. We need to look, and we're talking about in front of the sheriff without getting,
Right, so
I mean, I think there's a bigger issue that we need, obviously get the sheriff's input and what his thoughts are as well on that. I understand what you're wanting to do on. I have been there every step of the way to want to support the clerk for the paperwork, because I do believe that's important. I get what they're saying, that they can do it, and they have, because they've been doing with that forever. But I would like to get that 3rd officer and a bump in pay. If we've done it before as a court, looking back at it now, and especially through this lens, I think it's bad policy for us to be able to approve positions and for any department head to go and say, we can live without because we want to give somebody a pay raise. I'm not saying that they don't deserve it. I'm not saying that we shouldn't find a way. In fact, I think we should, and I think and hope that this pushes us now to come up with the solution now to account for missing out on ARPA and other things. So I think this is positive that we can start that conversation, but it seems like this is way too big to even handle with one or two items. That January may be the chance to really kind of come and deal with it some more, and then maybe have more talks internally to see how or should we have a transfer of positions from one department to the sheriff's office or what. But I would just want to be careful in how we step with that, because then every department head will come forward and say, well, we can live without. And like I said, I don't think that's a good policy decision, especially when times are so tough, when we're always tightening our belt at the end of the budget vote, and we miss out on positions like, oh, I wish this would have been approved, or that would have been approved, or a pay raise here or there, and they don't, just because of the circumstance of how this court votes. But I worry that we take that step today, or even in a few weeks, that's a bad precedent. So that's where I'm just putting that out there, so everyone that's a part of this process will know where I'm coming from on this. But that does concern me on how to handle it and move
But we have done that quite a bit. I mean, department heads.
Well, that's
had-
what I'm saying. I mean, now
they have
looking
come
at
in here.
this, it's
Well,
like, well.
We've done
we're
it
sending
when there's been supplemental work, and we've done it once in budget.
No, we've, like the DA's come in and said, they've reallocated their money, they've eliminated, we've had departments that care, I think, no offense, county clerk's done it, I think county assessor's done
An
it.
elected is a completely different situation.
No,
Okay,
but-
forgive me, but an elected, totally, it should be.
Well,
An elected should have an absolute right to reallocate their offices, and we always defer to them. So let me just say this.
I'm just,
You're-
we've done
I'm
it before,
very-
is all I was trying to get
we-
to.
we have,
I'd have to
but
go back and
very
look for a
different
department head. Well,
circumstances.
maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I
You're
mean,
gonna have every department head in here asking to change because they didn't get what they wanted in budget. It's tread lightly, my friends. Please listen to what we're saying. We're happy to give another officer, another look. If you think there is something that's changed that has great need, and ARP that's why we did the American Rescue Plan Act survey, is that we saw that public safety and support for law enforcement is super high. That's why we did it, so that in January, we could say things like, hey, guess what? Maybe for the next 2 years, we can give you these enforcement officers that we couldn't give you in budget. But I'm concerned that I think the clerk I was excited to give you the clerk and vote for that because you all said that that's what would make a difference. As far as the pay goes, almost everybody in this building is underpaid. And I want to change that. But one thing that we've done to really help us is earlier today, we did 10% for all employees so your guys will get 10% starting in this new year. And I mean, maybe there's other options as well. But we give that reorganization an opportunity to electeds and for supplemental work. And I am very nervous about saying, I'll take the position you gave me and we'll do it for more pay. If we
I think we've done it for coastal parks. Judge, I don't think we've just done it for electeds. I mean, I don't think this is an unusual response. I can't remember them all, but I think we've done it for more than just electeds. If a department head or elected comes in and says, we have this money in our budget and we want to eliminate a position and use it here, then that position, we tell them, that's gone. You ain't getting it back. That position's gone. And they still want to do it. I don't know that there's a difference in doing it for Kara than Juan. I mean, I appreciate that Kara's an elected and Kevin's an
I think
elected and
Kara
Mark's
might
an
think
elected.
differently, but
Well, I'm just saying, but I mean, department heads-
electeds are elected, so the accountability is different. We're not supposed to play favorites to one department or another. It's very
we're not playing
important. I
favorites
want to
if we
make
let
sure
other department
that
heads
we
do
have,
it.
I want to make sure that we have a good plan going forward. If you guys don't want to, if you want to do your own paperwork, that's a very different story than what was presented in budget. And we can accommodate that. But that was not the story that was presented. It was directly the opposite, that you preferred, you could help the citizens better by being out. And that's what I'm worried about, because it's a complete opposite effect here.
Well, if they only got the officers, Judge, I think that was the whole thing. But let me ask you one question. If
Yes, sir.
you got 2 officers more, I guess the clerk will be okay. You would need the clerk, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct, Commissioner.
So let's wait till January and see what happens.
Okay.
You know, and if we don't get it, maybe we can say, okay, let's split the clerk into the 2 officers, if we don't want to get any more officers.
Or how about bring forward an agenda item that says that you're promoting 2 more officers, keep your clerk, 2 more officers for, potential consideration for American Rescue Plan Act.
Okay.
And then you've got the premium pay for all 4 of them.
But again, I want to make sure we're clear. This is not an unusual request. I believe we did this for grants during the budget. I believe we've done it.
No,
for
we didn't.
No, we
department-
did not.
I believe
We
for
did
grant-
not.
I
No, we
think
did not.
she reallocated some funds.
No, we did not. She's right there.
We
She's telling you no,
reallocated some
she
funds,
she
didn't
didn't.
we?
Look,
They did
But
not
you
get
reallocated-
raises.
But you reallocated the funds.
no.
No, they did not,
Okay,
so we need
voted
to
down.
correct.
It was voted down. Look, this is not about Ned, Sherry, or Chris Dorr. I want to put my money where my mouth is. I agree. I think, Commissioner, if we don't find any other funding source, I'm willing to help support a 3rd officer or whatever is needed. I think that they're
me
in the
too.
unique position that they do a very unique job, that we need to find a home for them. And if we decide to keep them in Public Works, I'm fine with that. But I do think we need to have that bigger conversation down the line, and especially, spring will be here before we know it, and start talking budget process again. But it's not about them, because they are all over the place. And so I think we need to help them. If they're going to get a raise through the federal funding, which I think that they are going to be included, so they're going to get a bump up there. So let's not do away with the clerk, and let's acknowledge maybe we can still utilize that. That helps them. And then, like the judge says, I love the idea of maybe 2 more additional officers at a higher pay, matching what our officers will be getting soon.
Yes,
So,
sir. And one thing, Commissioner, I mean, they do deserve a
Oh,
pay.
absolutely.
They do deserve, I mean, and we all, we all deserve a pay increase, right? But they do deserve a pay increase because of the work that they're doing out there. And that's the reason why I was gonna bring this up. And I'm surprised that it didn't get put on the agenda by the request of HR, so. But they do deserve a pay increase.
We agree with you, Juan, so I think we need to come up with a final thing in January.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it. Oh, sorry.
I think.
Okay. Teresa, were you going to say something that could be helpful here?
Well, okay, so several questions was asked about the funding. If that position's annual salary is $30,000, $700, with benefits it's $37,473. And then if we offset for a new environmental enforcement officer, the difference is $7,946. If you want to get just two new officers, the annual salary is $45,419, salary with benefits. And then I guess just one other thing that I wanted to say is vacant salaries and savings that we have in salaries, it go to your bottom line. It's a part of your fund balance. And so when you kind of, delete and change and offset, then we lose those funds. So, I mean, it's something y'all have to decide on, but we have been doing it a lot lately. And I think maybe we need to kind of really get a handle on what we do with the salaries. Salaries, we used to not even touch because it affects your bottom line. And it's.
Well, look, I'm glad for the numbers. So what I'm hearing is, just for clarification, if we wound up wanting to do a couple of more positions that were almost identical, that would be about I'm just gonna call it an even 100,000 in a calendar year for 2 positions. And also that the split, if you took the senior clerk position, with benefits, it's about 37,000.
Correct.
And so if you were going to divide that into 2, then the pay increase would be that amount divided by 2. Do you usually do that with benefits, Teresa, or?
Right. Well, it's an $8,000 shortage if we just take one new position and then delete the senior clerk.
Okay.
So they're still short in funding the new position.
Right. Right. No, and I think I was kind of moving away from the new position and saying what the original request was, which is, hey, take away the clerk and let me take that 37,000 and divide it and create a salary increase for our 2 officers. That was the original request. Okay? And so that would be, approximately 18,500, for each officer. And that's where, and it isn't about you guys. It's about how to get equitable with everybody. And I'm gonna try, if you'll give me, I didn't have the background to, no, I'm not gonna try. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna make sure that we get the background so that we can work the best, what works out best for you guys. And you might say, the two with the clerk would be great, and all of us get 10%. I'll give you another theory of the case. You could say that no clerk, theoretically, another officer, and use those salary savings towards that officer. Or no, just make that new officer all ARP, and those salary savings that you've got could be a part-time person, okay? And then there could be some adjustment. But we're struggling up here to try to find equity on premium pay. And if I start messing with the budget a month after budget, it wasn't even a month, it was 2 weeks after budget, it gets, why are we in budget, right? That's the hard part. Is that once you make a request, then 2 weeks later we say, but no, that's not what the answer we wanted. I hope you can appreciate it's a tough sale for us here, because otherwise we'll have everybody coming in and saying, well, we don't like what happened either. But the most important thing is, we thought we were helping you, and now you're saying no. So I want to make sure that we get the right answer here. And I'm very interested in this idea of whether law enforcement should be under law enforcement. And so maybe that's something to consider too. Would that help you benefit-wise? Would that be better for you money-wise?
It always is.
Well, then that's
It would
something
be
I
better
wanted.
for us money-wise, Judge. We've been fighting this fight for a while because you all know we got left out of collective bargaining because years ago, when they put our unit under Public Works, we got considered as civilians, not law enforcement.
Yeah, so I mean, look, I'm not usually like let's open up collective bargaining before collective bargaining, but now I've got two reasons to consider. One is the amendment that they called the Fox Amendment. I don't know if y'all remember that has to do with that's what the retroactive pay thing is all about. And now this. And so maybe now it's worth, in order to do an amendment, you have to open the process. The door has to come open. It's not like I can just go, let's make a change. But now there's two good reasons. So my thought is a couple more weeks of patience, but you have my attention and you have the court's attention. And my purpose in doing that survey was to get backup for doing things like this, like putting more officers. But I feel like you gotta have a clerk. If you're really gonna get into hey, what's gonna make a difference, that clerk's gonna be good for you.
Not if we're gonna send them to law enforcement.
No,
So-
no, that's correct.
Right, so that's what, in other words,
That's why the
I wanna
part-time is
figure.
good.
Right, no, I wanna figure out
Yeah.
how we get them more money. And I had this
I'm with you.
conversation, I'm not gonna, that was my first suggestion was, why wouldn't we put you guys under law enforcement? Because to me, it would give you, I don't wanna make law enforcement mad, but I don't know I don't know why that would make them mad, but I don't know. So I'm just trying to figure out why we wouldn't wanna do that, that would give you a little more teeth, also, I think, and I don't know why law enforcement would be under Public Works to begin with, quite honestly.
Well,
And
years
if-
ago, Commissioner, the word on the street was that instead of them being dedicated to do environmental law enforcement, they were also being used as supplements to patrol.
Well, I don't
when
do
they were
that.
with the sheriff's office.
No,
And
yeah.
somebody, the earlier commissioner said, no, that's not gonna work for us because they're supposed to be doing environmental law enforcement.
And that's a good point. And that's a good point, but I would hope there'd be some way to clarify that to where, and I don't know if there is, but, maybe it doesn't work, but we still gotta figure out a way to get you paid properly, but if it's under law enforcement as designated roles because we really want you doing what you're doing, period. And so, in fact, we want more people doing what you're doing, period, and we appreciate what you're doing. And so I get it, that could be a factor. You get over there and they may say, well, we're short, because sometimes you're short, and I don't want to pull you off of environmental enforcement either, so I don't know, I mean,
And
there's
I
gotta
have
be a
another
way to
idea here,
work this
when I
out.
just looked at Maria, but this is why these things are good. Maybe, Maria, there's just two of you. If there were 20, I may not be able to say this, but there's just two of you. Maybe what we could do is treat them like they are law enforcement for the purposes of premium pay, okay? And that might be, remember we said we left the door open for the opportunity to have different people, having different sort of, we said maybe veteran services, social services, emergency management, remember all that? Well, we never went there. But in law enforcement, since there's just two, I'm saying to you, I like the idea of if I had like this, to make everybody's salaries better here, I would find it. But sometimes there's no way. But in this case, maybe ARP gives us a quick fix. It buys us maybe 2 years, even longer, really through 2026, to get you that supplemental pay, to make you what you should have been in collective bargaining, okay? But you do it through ARP, and we justify that because law enforcement is a special class inside of ARP. Now, that's a good idea, because that, here, I just want you to understand where I'm coming from, and where I think Modis did a better job of explaining it. Budget is a nightmare to come back 2 weeks later and say, it didn't work out, so I'm asking again. This is better, because this makes it to where law enforcement, I mean, you're law enforcement. So let's treat you like law enforcement.
And Judge, and the thing
Does that
is,
make sense?
These guys were also like the sheriff's patrol on the streets every day of the pandemic. You know, we're
Oh,
out
yeah,
there
yeah, no,
checking the trash, so the door's open.
Yeah.
You know, so really the door's open to them
Who's that judge?
to be considered.
Yeah.
I did, I was gonna say, you know, we answer calls. for service.
Just Zoom's telling us we can't hear. I don't know.
Okay,
Okay.
We answer calls for service, we handle warrants of arrest. There's been plenty of times I've been out there. And, you know, on
Citations.
citations, traffic stops, we go out there, we dig through trash, try to find names. A lot of people like putting their stuff in poo paper.
I know.
We're out there digging through it, you know, we worked through the whole pandemic.
Now,
And I
let
just want to
me,
let you know that you are right, we are law enforcement, and there's a lot of things that we do lack. We lack the longevity, we lack the certification pay.
Yeah, I know, it's terrible.
And it's the bottom pay of.
And we do follow.
But I'm just saying, you're trying to get your guys to be salaried at a better level. And I'm saying, let us help you do it in a different way. If you would be open to that, this is what we do literally all day long. I mean, my head is like, feels like it's like a balloon. But what we do is we take these problems and we go sit with Haggerty for hours and hours and hours. And then we go to Dale and we wash it at the county attorney's office. I bet between now and January 5th, you will see a better agenda item that will achieve the results. If you'll have, will you let us do that one?
Yes, ma'am. No,
And then I'm still gonna ask you about your clerk, because I'm not gonna know whether that's good or bad, still, because I'm still gonna ask you whether you wanna trade the clerk for a third. Okay, but,
Judge, can I make a motion
yeah,
to table this until January 5th?
January 5th.
That's okay, just
Yeah.
know we're not putting you off. That's not what we're doing. We're just trying to figure out a better way. And maybe between now and then, someone could have some conversation with law enforcement and see if there's even any hope of that. I
no,
mean,
it wasn't.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
You don't have to
It's
table
just
it.
an update,
Oh.
but
You
we'll
don't
bring
have
an agenda item back in
Yeah,
January.
we'll get it spec'd right, and we'll check with you first to make sure it's worded the way you
Okay,
can
we
support
got
it.
the update. My bad.
All right,
May
as
I
they say.
One last thing
Yeah,
before
of
we leave
course.
is now, one of the things that all of this is on our wish list
Yeah,
was to be considered as law enforcement for benefit purposes and to be considered as criminal investigators.
all right.
Okay, right now, I don't know if you understand the nature of our jobs, for sure. We're out there, like he said, processing evidence, tagging evidence, holding evidence, going to the DA's office, submitting all of our casework, sometimes this thick.
Yeah.
and executing our own warrants. And so we're doing all of this, and we're trying to be criminal investigators, not deputies. There's a difference in the pay scale according to
Whoever makes those rules.
yeah.
So,
Collective bargaining.
if collective bargaining were an option, and let's just hypothetically say you would want to be considered law enforcement / criminal investigator.
Because criminal investigators get their investigator pay plus their longevity plus their certification pay.
Understood.
When
I think I
talked to the
understand
sheriff's
it.
office about it, just talking to Lieutenant Garza when he was over there at the sheriff's office, he says, hey, guys, you know what? We would have you in our criminal investigation division. So he even recognized the nature of our job. And we would be getting those benefits as sergeants / criminal investigators, not just regular patrol deputies. So please consider that when we start coming back and
I think that's great information. Okay, well, come back and see us on the 5th.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's update only, and I'm gonna
Thank
go
you, Judge.
back into order. Let's stick around, Juan. The next one is discuss and consider obtaining feasibility study for a new county jail. And this was Commissioner Gonzalez's item. And what I want to know is, are you asking for?
Which one?
Are you thinking that you would like this court to direct Michael to start thinking about bringing an RFQ for a
That's-
feasibility?
Commissioner, you,
Yeah, I mean, I met with the sheriff also about how to get this thing started. I think that, the sheriff, has the information he can provide down the road, but I think the first step we need to do is try to get an RFQ. Just try to get somebody to come down and say, here's what the jail needs, here's where it's at, here's what, do you need a new jail or you don't need a new jail? I mean, we need to get that study done before we do anything else.
Okay, so, Jenny, do I have any, or either one, do I have an option here to, ask Michael here, can we make a motion to direct a procurement to bring an RFQ forward, for the court's action for this?
Sheriff, you want to say anything?
Sheriff, go ahead.
So anyway, first of all, thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez, for bringing this up. And I had a recent conversation with Michael Robinson about the process. And he gave me kind of a roadmap, and that is, number one, understand the objectives of the jail needs assessment. Number two, define the scope of the work. Number three, calculate an estimated cost. And number four is identify that funding source. And we were able to find a similar scenario in another part of the state recently, and that was Lubbock County. And that RFQ was about a $250,000 process, or a $250,000 expense.
And was it designed as a facilities assessment? Like, did it tell you about your old jail, or was it meant to scope a new jail?
And I'll let Michael speak to it.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was a very comprehensive needs assessment.
For the current?
Exactly, and you know what, and I brought Captain Gordon in
I
here.
see him.
If you want to pad this discussion a little bit, because for the last 3 years, he's the most senior jail captain, and he's got an unbelievable historical perspective about that building. And if y'all will entertain Captain Gordon here.
Sure.
I pulled him out of a deer blind.
Oh, my gosh.
He's on vacation.
That's love.
But hey, Captain, would you help me out?
Your Honor, Commissioners, I know Commissioner Chesney and you, Judge, took a tour of our facility
Yes.
when you first got elected, and you know what we're talking about, our facility. Our facility was built when this complex was built, and it's just outlived its life. And the services we provide to our clientele need to be top-notch for security and for medical and health reasons. And right now, our facility needs to be replaced. We had it was built in 1976. When I came on board in 1987, we had a major update done to the main facility with adding our pods. We also had the addition of the annex, which was never designed to be a jail. They built blue jeans there. And there's always infrastructure problems with that. Our facility went through another major overhaul in year 2000. We've had some upgrades, but you can only upgrade so much. And Commissioner Chesney and you have been through our facility. And I think we owe the people in our community to have an up-to-date facility. And if we can get a study done, open the door, I'm gonna take what you said in the last segment, open the door, take a look in there and see what we have. I believe if this county would build a 3,000 bed facility, we could make money.
I agree. So let me ask you this. So what we had sort of thought of before was this facilities assessment, and that's basically what gives you the data to say, guys, this jail has outlived exactly what you said.
Yeah, you and I discussed this.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, Michael, would you mind sharing with us, how do you see this process going? Because my other thing is right now, if 250,000 is probably exactly what LAN told us to. Now, that was 2 years ago, but still, is that something that, how would you do it? What motion could we make to get the ball started in your court?
And to find money.
I think really if y'all found the $250K to pay for this, then I could continue to work with sheriff to design an RFP. That meets us.
RFQ.
It's actually gonna be an RFP first, because we
Why?
have. We have to this was done as an RFP, in Lubbock County, so that's why I'm basing that nomenclature on it. We could go an RFQ route if we wanted to find qualified folks to produce some type of result back to us, but under the one that was done in Lubbock, they actually had a scope of work with specific tasks identified so that they could write it as an RFP.
But did they do it? I'm still wanting to figure out how
what-
they did it. Did
Right,
they-
and so what you're talking about, it might be two different understandings. One is evaluating architecturally and engineering-wise how to build
A new one.
building, right?
Exactly.
But what the study in Lubbock was a whole law enforcement evaluation. So it had to do with not just the jail needs, but how they interacted with the courts and looking out into the future, into the growth of the community in terms of, are we going to need another court?
Like
in this area?
technology and all of that?
And it also involved the juvenile system. I mean, it was a really comprehensive RFP, whereas the one we're talking about, I think, is scoped a little smaller. So our cost may come in less than the 250.
But Sheriff and Captain, do we need to have an assessment that says our jail is old? Don't we know it's old?
Yes, we do know it's
I mean,
old.
can
Ask
can
Mr.
we just skip
Pimentel.
that point?
Yes, we are at that point.
Yeah.
I believe we were at that point 20 years ago.
Because I hate to spend a bunch of money to tell us what we already know, which is that it's time to build a new jail.
And
It-
haven't we started doing some capital improvement spending over on the existing jail too? That
Yeah,
was
but
kinda-
unfortunately, I just don't feel like we can, like, you can't get away with not having boilers and air,
No,
you
I'm
know,
just saying, I want to make sure if we're gonna, that we,
that we stop.
well, that we, at least pause if we're really going that route, because I mean, and I think I think it's fine to have the conversation, but Judge, I agree with you again, because we know what that study's gonna say. It's gonna say it stinks. I mean, it's terrible. It's in bad shape. We get it. It's
Right,
gonna-
so it's,
So go to
it's
the
not
second
just,
phase.
it's not just a study to say that your conditions are poor. It's also a study that gives you recommendations
To the next level.
for what you need to have.
For the people.
Okay.
And
What
when
we
we
need to
can
have
write
is
the
a new jail.
tasks so that we get the deliverables that you're looking for, in terms
Okay.
of maybe, like we went through this little process with Smith Group where they
That's
came and kind
right.
of evaluated the ME's office and kind of
That's
told us
right.
what they thought we might want to look at conceptually. And so
Yeah.
I'm envisioning for the sheriff that whoever we hire would produce something similar to that with a drawing of what that new jail might look like. And there may be conversations
Right.
about where it might be located.
Well,
and-
here you
So
go.
let me ask you guys this. So what do you think about this?
That's a different proposal.
Knowing that, again, and I'm putting a lot of value in the surveys and the forums, knowing how important public safety is and law enforcement that we heard earlier, is it, help me out, somebody think through this, I mean, under the bucket of, government services for ARP, that we could pay for this?
For the what, the study, you mean?
Yeah.
But let's talk about that study again, because that sounds all fine and good, but at the end of the day, the study's gonna say, we need a new jail.
No, but I think he's saying more, right?
How much you gonna pay for it?
No, I get it, but what I'm saying is, do we skip the first part of it on the assessment? Do we skip the second part and just go to the part that says, we know we need a new jail, show us what we need, and price it for us?
Maybe
Because
so.
How's it gonna look?
And how's it gonna look and what's it gonna cost?
Well, and that's kind of what the Smith Group did, but they just put a little bit of umph into, and by the way, you need it.
Well, no, we know we need it. It's a matter of how we pay for it, how it gets funded, because I think it's gonna be, I'm not even gonna throw the number out there. I think it could be a couple $100 million here we're talking about, right? And I mean, with the land values, with the cost of building, construction, with the size of things that we're talking about, with all the extra bells and whistles that have to go into the jail. I mean, let's be honest, we're talking big time money here, where we would have to go to the voters to get something like this approved, in my opinion, because I'm not comfortable with weighing in on a $200 million bond without,
gotta go to
because that's
voters.
gonna raise taxes out the roof, and we're gonna have to have people weigh in on this.
So what I,
But we know what that assessment's gonna say, so I don't wanna have an assessment that says you need a new jail. I know it. I hear save the 250, we know we need it, but I think we're gonna have to put something out there that just says, if we're gonna do it, the proposal is, we know we need a new jail, tell us what it's gonna look like and what it's gonna cost. That's
Right,
not a
so-
proposal, that's
so,
hiring an architect or an engineer.
Right, so me
and
hearing
costing it out.
what y'all are saying now, y'all are describing an RFQ situation where we have an architect engineer that can provide a conceptual drawing and actually give us cost estimates of what that's going to take to do.
Or why do
And-
we have to do that? Why can't we just hire an engineer and do that? We're
Well,
talking
there,
about-
let me just say
well, that's
this,
what I
there
just-
are
to go through
people
all
in
this-
this, but there are people that all they do in the state of Texas, you know them from the conferences. That's all they do is jails and correctional facilities. There's literally a niche, just like there was a niche for the Smith Group. There is a niche for this, so you could do that. The only thing I was thinking is, I mean, maybe the cart before the horse, one great opportunity is to figure out where. Like, where would you put something like this?
Oh my
Because
gosh.
that could be a
It would have to be in the hinterlands. I mean,
well,
I'm being
exactly.
serious.
So, you know,
There's no
nobody
land.
wants that right next to them. So we have
Well-
to really think about that.
It'd be way out there. We're talking way out. We wouldn't be able to, the land prices in this county are at an all-time high tenfold. So to get a piece of land that would cover this, because I can't even imagine how many acres this would be, 100? I don't know, not 100, 40, 50? I mean, it's gonna be a big piece of land. To find that anywhere around here, I don't know where you'd find it unless you found infill and started knocking stuff down, which I don't think there's enough space for that. So that's the other thing, is where you're gonna put it. And again, this is not a negative, this is just, I think we need to find someone that can just go out and find us, okay, if we found the acreage we wanted, which I don't know where that would be, but if we did, how many acres would we need? And let's design it and let's cost it out, and then let's have a real discussion about it. But I don't wanna do a request for proposal and qualifications and all that. Let's either have the discussion or not, because
Okay,
we'll be
well,
here 6 months
what
from
I
now
was
waiting for
suggesting
it.
was.
Yeah, what do you suggest?
If y'all know of an engineer to hire for this, y'all can hire one. You don't need me for that. But if you want to put it out and have people solicit interest into it, then we would do an RFQ for that engineer to do exactly the words that Brent just said.
I'm thinking all you need to do preliminarily, you're right, down the road, but we are at phase like baby step, right? If we found an engineer that could just design a jail for us, pay them by the hour, or whatever we can do, pay them by, and design a jail, and it might not be the final product, it might be, you know, we might change it and tweak it, but let's do it on the version of not spending $250,000. Let's go spend $25,000 on an engineer to draw us something out that requires everything, and maybe that's not enough, okay, I'm not
I was
trying
gonna
to
say-
be cheap, I'm not trying to be cheap. I'm
Govan's about to have a heart attack back
no, I
there.
get it. But I'm not looking for all the air ducts and all the, I'm talking about a preliminary.
Well, the only
design
way
and
you
then
can
cost.
design is if you have a site selection. Someone's gonna give me a head nod back there.
I get it, but.
If you don't know where you are, you can't figure utilities and infrastructure. So, look, I think what you heard here, guys, is Captain Gordon, you have to get out of the deer blind one more time. What we need to do is maybe have a, right here, just like Commissioner Gonzalez, you can join in and maybe have a little, tete-a-tete here where we can talk about how this next agenda item could come forward in a better form, so we could actually create the funding source. I think that whatever we do, we should be very smart about it. You should always, for transparency on something like this, do an RFQ or an RFP, no matter how it comes out. And I do think we have a funding source for it in American Rescue. I just have to think through that a little bit. But my real concern is
For the engineer?
what should we do? Should we do the,
Engineer or for both? The architect?
well, I mean, look, if you're gonna say we're ready to see what a new jail would cost, it kind of like this, I go back to the Smith Group, what you said earlier. That was a very good RFQ that we did. And maybe we could look at that as a model, because it was exactly that. It was tell us why, and then show us how. And then these are the site selections, and then they brought us a site selection, then we had a site selection committee. And then we chose a site, and then they were able to hone in on the architectural piece of it. That was a pretty good system.
Right, because whoever you select for this will have to have close meetings with the sheriff's office and the people who
Right.
actually work in the jail, so they can understand best, what need to be addressed in that design.
And theoretically, I mean, the jail is here, right? So anywhere around here would be in keeping with the expectation that the jail is here. It's not like anybody around here can complain that there'd be a new jail. There's already a jail.
But also the annex, you have to look at the annex, Maybe you could combine, the annex, the new jail can be the whole jail instead of having an annex.
Well, no, that would definitely be the idea, is that you would you would only build one
I have
facility.
plans for the annex too.
Yeah, we'd only build one facility. But
Go back in your deer blind. You're costing us a lot of money there, guys.
Chesney
Hey,
was
we're either
not
gonna have to
counting
do
on
it now or
this.
do it later.
That's right, that's what I say, Captain, that's what I say.
Yeah, I mean,
Got to look at it.
look, I think that we've opened up the dialogue that
Needed.
that just needed to happen, so why don't we do this? Michael, you've heard enough. Why don't you take a stab at it and share it with a court manager's office and let us all have input before it comes on the agenda? But I bet in early January, we can get it in the right form so that we can authorize you to go out for whatever it is that we think is best. But site selection is, you can't do anything without a feasibility study / site selection.
Yeah, I mean, the item to request permission to go out for RFQ is really straightforward. The real work is writing up that RFQ.
That's right. And I think you'll find, just like in the Smith Group, there's people out there that they do this, that's all they do, and then they pair up with somebody local. And then it works for site selection and all of that. That's the best way to, again, I don't know them, but when you go to conferences, there's like huge,
Yeah, I've seen a couple of them. at the
pieces
conference.
of literature that are dedicated to correctional facilities.
And they have a
So-
display too at the conference, showing what they did. So,
Okay, well, the good news is that, sounds like we're gonna move forward on something. And then maybe there even has to be a piece of element of how would that look for a bond? Maybe talking to Bracewell and saying, look, I mean, from the public finance piece of it, Commissioner Chesney's right. You don't shy away from it. If, once you did your study, is it gonna sit on a shelf, or are you gonna actually understand how you would go about it? And that we'd go to the voters and we'd say, this is what we need and why we need it for like I said, I would feel encouraged, Sheriff. I mean, those surveys clearly show that people value law enforcement and public safety. I mean, you can only present it to them, right?
yeah, that's why a bond might be good, and they might say yes, So,
Okay, Michael, does that help you or hurt you?
It helps a little bit. I think the sheriff would like to have some verbal commitment from the court as to that we're gonna have at least somewhere in the neighborhood of 250K.
No, that's not what we just said.
Well,
We just
well,
said- We just said
well,
we're
we
not
said
sure that
our-
we're gonna, we don't want to do a proposal.
they're gonna try to find the money, he said. We're gonna try.
Right, we need to figure, I mean, I would like to have somebody propose something that's just not, give me $250,000 as a opening a deal, that says to me, here's how we can do a proposal. I don't believe we have to spend $250,000 to tell us we need a jail. I think we have to
Well, we're
hire an
stuck with that.
engineer, and maybe we spend $100,000 on the engineer and do some sort of, but not-
Preliminary.
I'm not willing to commit to 250, because I think we don't need all those studies. I think we need to say, acknowledge as a community, we need a new jail. So I'm saying, we need a new jail. Now, when do we need that jail? How do we pay for that jail? What's the timing on that? Are the citizens gonna wait? That's one thing, but I don't wanna throw $250,000 away on a
Let me-
request for proposal.
Let me ask, how much, can anybody, Teresa, would you be so kind as to look up how much we spent on Smith Group? It was about 112,000 or 20,000? All I'm saying to you is that you're gonna have to spend some dollars in order to figure out,
Yep.
how it goes, but
Just give me
I think
something
whatever
total.
the Smith Group is would give you a template, at least to figure out what the average is, but just remember, a jail's a little more complicated than a 70,000 square foot building. But Michael, maybe
Right, and I
somewhere around there?
I understand we're already spending over 250K housing people outside the county.
Yeah, we are. Hey,
Definitely, yeah.
and that's just in a few months.
So let's skip the
Good
long
thinking,
process
Sheriff.
and do the short process.
Turn it into an economics
Let's go.
professor on me. That's
So-
awesome.
So my question is, Commissioner Chesney, is, y'all usually get on to me if I don't have a funding source when I come to bid something out.
I don't know where the funding source
And
is.
so, what is the funding source for this?
ARPA?
Well, I would say that it would be ARP, and it would be very well justified by what we saw this morning.
Dale, is that?
The qualifications under the ARPA funds would qualify, either we use it as a straight, under feasibility as well as infrastructure, or we go through the lost revenue side of it. I think it qualifies either way.
Yeah, under infrastructure, Commissioner, there's some feasibility language, like for this.
I would be comfortable with more like $100,000 to see where we can get with that and come up with a design.
Well,
because
would you
I
be
don't-
comfortable with letting the engineers
something
who we
else.
select tell us what it would cost?
Sure.
How about if we did it that way, rather than set a turnkey price?
Fine.
Why don't we just let
Too early to
Michael,
say- Too early to do that.
As long as,
because it could be,
I want those
it could
engineers
be
to
that.
really justify where they're spending their money, so yes.
You know, engineers are good people.
They're all good people, but if you give someone a blank check, I'm gonna take it, I'm a good
I
person
know, but,
too.
I mean, how about if we go mess with your pricing?
Do what? Why? You'd be
No, but I
surprised.
You
agree-
know,
I agree with
I
you.
think it's just, I'm gonna
Well, I'm
agree with
I'm
you.
just saying that.
Don't
if
throw
I-
out a number is what you're
That's
saying.
fine.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, and if I
Don't
come
throw out
back
a
with
number.
a request for permission to go out to bid on January 5th, we'll probably have a bid developed later that month.
Okay.
And then we'll probably have responses back by no later than mid-February. So within about 6 weeks, y'all are gonna need to find that
Well,
money.
no, I think
So-
you're hearing
wait,
the
wait.
courts.
Yeah,
ARPA.
let's meet a couple of times, Mike, before you.
No, he has to get it done. That's
Oh,
why,
Wait,
he
let's,
said,
hold on, but why can't the county engineer
Yeah.
just go, why do we have to, I
Oh my
keep saying,
gosh.
maybe I'm not, why can't we just have the county engineer meet with the sheriff
Get
and
somebody else.
they choose an engineer? Yeah, and bring us back some
that's not a good
proposal.
idea.
Hey, so Commissioner, and certainly not an expert when it comes to going to the voters and asking for $200 million. But I would think that when you do that, you've got to let the voters know exactly what the needs are.
Right.
And those needs, so John Gordon just said we need a 3,000 bed facility. I don't know that to be true. I know that there's innovation out there. I know that there's an expansion of services out there, like mental health care services that are being more and more embedded in correctional facilities. And so before you go to engineers and say, well, the sheriff says, or John Gordon says you need this, I think there's a lot of value in that needs assessment where somebody looks at what we have, and yes, even someone with bad vision can tell we need a new jail. That's a no-brainer. But what do we need in a new jail? What elements in that new facility or facilities, if that's the case? And that's got to come from somebody from that industry, not from me or Michael Robinson or John Gordon. And so I think that's where the value of that needs assessment is before you go to the engineers. So you tell the engineers exactly.
And that's
what-
fair,
what-
and that's where I think
I
y'all
think
ought to
it's
go
a good
powwow,
idea.
because today, I'm not comfortable with doing what y'all want to do, but you might come back in a month and convince me. I don't think this is an urgent matter, Judge, where we couldn't, and this was Commissioner Gonzalez's deal, if they all want to go meet and come up with some plan and come back, no, I'm just.
Did you like the way he said, and that's his fault?
No, well, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, if
Trying to help you
but that's, obviously, he put it on the agenda, so he's got a strong interest. But, and yet y'all, I mean, like, in other words, I feel like we're kind of piecemealing today because we don't really have a specific, so go back and do this. It's not urgent that, we're not gonna be able to have $200 million
Well,
appear magically
and
tomorrow anyway.
somebody suggested this a while back when Captain Gordon and I were talking. This is a long time ago, okay? But when you really do something like this, you actually bring in like a circle of friends. So you bring in bail bondsmen, DAs, sheriff, judiciary, because when you're really doing a needs assessment, you're really basically ideating to that future, jail. And so, maybe that, when you do this needs assessment, that there's just, we did this for courthouse security, right? You hire somebody as a needs assessment, and then you work with a committee to get to that next step and make those recommendations as to what they're being. It is a little slower, guys, but it's very thoughtful, and maybe that would comport to what you're thinking, Sheriff?
Exactly.
So again, you're looking for a funding source just for that needs assessment and not getting the cart before the horse. And I think what you're hearing is that ARP seems to be a good, we've got the ladies downstairs, Michael. Maybe in a minute you'll run down and talk to Rachel. Tell her, hey, while you're downstairs, they've come up with another
Right.
idea.
And so one of the requirements of using ARPA funds will require us to bid out that service.
That's why I say,
But
you
here's the-
always want to do
and
bids.
you know what, as I'm sitting here thinking, I'm thinking more about it, because just because something was built in 1976, if it was properly maintained, and I'm not saying the jail has been, I know a lot of, I'm not saying it has. I
We
know a
need
lot
Brent
of-
to go back
No,
through
no, no,
again.
and I'm not saying that it has, okay? But I'm just telling you, there's lots and lots of buildings and houses in this community that were built prior to 1976, and because they were properly maintained, they haven't outlived their usefulness. So I'm not carte blanche just saying, let's go build a $200 million jail. So I don't want people to call me and start saying, wait, you're doing what? I'm interested in learning more about this. I know that we're going to need to do something very
You just did
significant.
$800,000 in splash pads. Be careful there, Buster.
Actually, so I think,
Yeah,
so
my
we
money,
lost track
my
of thought. So
money.
I'm just saying, I think I'm okay looking at this, but I don't want, I don't want us to jump too far out on this yet either, because you're right. I mean, this is the biggest thing we would ever do in this county, as the jail is, right? We all know that. And so
But
this
you
is
gotta
not
start the
gonna
talks,
be a
man.
pleasant thing to do and a pleasant
Well,
thing to
at
ask
some
the
point-
voters to
At
participate.
some point, you have to open the door and look
Yeah.
inside. And that's what we should do right now, is
Nick-
open the door and look inside.
So you're saying, you're contesting is, there's nothing we can do to make that jail more livable because we've not maintained it well enough? I mean, because there's lots of buildings around town that are way older than 1976.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Well, we got to remember, I mean, we don't have 1,000 people going through our own personal houses on a daily basis like we do at the jail. I mean, I think that's what we come down to is we know what we need. The sheriff, let's defer to you. Let's move forward on the needs. I know what Commissioner Chesney, he doesn't want us to commit to a dollar amount because it's a scary amount. But reality is, I mean, we also talk about protection of your officers, of the inmates that y'all are entrusted to make sure that they're protected as well. I mean, all the lawsuits we face, I mean, just that come out of how the security and the setup of the building itself is. So there's a lot to me that already says yes. But I think if we need to go through all the steps to justify and do it the right way, let's do it the right way. I mean, we have to find the funding however it is to make this happen. I think it's long overdue. We can't make it overnight, but I think it is of immediate importance. I think we need to start because even if we decided today, it would still be 2 or 3 or more years in the offing before we would even have a facility built. I would just like to chime in that whoever's on the site selection committee, because I think that's an important early step. You know, we have property right across the street. I know we have parking lots and stuff, but maybe to consider that, because my thought is of how many officers it would take for you all to be able to transfer somewhere far off-site. So something within our footprint that we still kind of control and own, maybe help reduce the cost of the property. So that would be one of my biggest concerns in these early steps moving forward. I know there's a lot to it, but that would be just one area that I would say that perhaps we could look at building on if we get to that point, if this court moves forward on it. So.
Well, we all needed to have a place to start, whether this goes big, little, or renovation. That's what I feel, but it had to have a place to start. And that's what the sheriff was doing today, and me.
Thank you.
Well, and I
Excuse
think
me,
that's,
Sheriff?
I think it's fair if we're gonna do this, then that we at least need to look at renovation as an option. Because that's only fair, because if I'm a taxpayer, I'm gonna say, well, did y'all even look at renovation when you're doing this $250,000 study or whatever study we're spending? So I think if we're gonna do this study, then we at least need to include renovation
It has to
in
include-
the
we have to
scope.
include it.
Right, and not just assume we gotta knock that thing down and build a new one, because probably we do, but to be fair, as you said, Sheriff, to sell it, you're gonna have to cover everything and say, look, we looked at every option, and renovation wasn't practical, or it was practical, and we chose another route.
I think the whole
Sheriff.
need, I'm sorry, Commissioner, go ahead.
Go ahead. Do you know what's the newest jail that's been built? The newest one here in this country?
B County.
Not offhand, I did not. but
Maybe
that's-
y'all should go visit one. And I think some of the things that you need to look into, whoever the engineer is gonna design, is putting things up, fixtures that inmates won't get to them as easy, or destroy them as easy.
There's been a lot of technology advances and state-of-the-art hardware that we can't even retrofit into that old building. And so I think that's all part of that needs assessment. And I think the needs assessment would also include several options, including renovation, including one or two facilities, whatever the case may be. But
Yeah.
that needs to come from somebody in that industry, not from me or John Gordon.
Well, I know that, I think the building's still up for sale, Commissioner Gonzalez? The building that, AEP had up for sale?
I haven't heard from you, I haven't heard from them.
There might be a building that we might be interested in looking at.
I think when you retrofit a Levi Strauss factory, you get a retrofitted Levi Strauss factory.
No, I'm talking about an AEP.
Yeah, with the previous facility, the annex
Oh,
was that's where John Gordon got his corduroy jeans back in the day. So. Anyway, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, appreciate it. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
The door's open, so we need to move, kind of.
And just for point of reference, because I know the question was asked, the Smith Group was $103,000.
Yeah. And that was a very, compact, small building. So I want to put realism in the room as to what, a facility assessment costs, and those are just the cost of doing business, so. Okay, thank you. No action, just thank you, we'll be back.
We'll put it in the agenda next time for committee.
I mean, we could just put it back on the agenda for next time. All right, the next one is discuss, and I saw him, here he is. Discuss and consider adoption of an order amending the Nueces County Animal Control Order of 1991 to reflect the change in the department's name, create a mission statement, and describe the duties and responsibilities of the department supervisor, animal service officers, and animal advisory board. And Ms. Fielder has been working on this pretty diligently, and you all have a copy of them, and Juan Ramirez is here as well. Do we want to hear, we'll hear from, Juan, would you mind if I ask Alexandra or Jenny to start the process? And then we'll hear from you, just to kind of tell us what we're looking at.
Alexandra can talk to it. We have an amendment that we bring into the court today.
Great. Okay. Go ahead and set it up, and then we'll hear from Juan.
Hello, thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Can you guys, am I on the mic?
Yes.
Is this better? Okay. Well, hello, thank you for having me this afternoon. Our office was asked a while back by Judge Canales to assist in updating the county orders and department procedures after the department had been with the health district for many years, and it was moved back to the county, actually ahead of all of the current situations involving the health district. As part of this ongoing project, we drafted this amendment to the current county rabies control orders that were originally passed in 1991. This is I think the fourth amendment to these orders. So there actually has not been a lot of changes to them. This amendment was created mainly to update the name of the department, which changed a while back. And we had actually a recent order by the court back in November, kind of giving a final approval officially through a court order. The rest of this amendment is addressing a mission statement for the department. It's just sort of updating some of the duties and responsibilities of the supervisor and officers. It should not be changing any of the current operations of the department, although it does now include language for the supervisor to make goals regarding live release rates, developing and creating adoption rescue program for the facilities. We also incorporated some of the other amendments into that language in this amendment, where Juan Ramirez was named the Rabies Control Authority for the county. Way back in the day, it was actually with the health district, but it moved back here in 2019, I believe. Another part of this order amendment is the advisory board for the shelter. This is actually a committee required by statute Chapter 823 of the Texas Health and Safety Code. We are required to have this advisory committee as long as we maintain an animal shelter here in the county. The original board was made back in the 80s, but there was never any creation order that we've been able to locate by the Commissioners Court. So what we've done is basically put their advisory authority in the county order. We did expand their advisory real slightly to make it more in line with what we're seeing across different county and city governments with their own advisory boards, since there are very many animal shelters across the state with advisory boards. Most places use these boards as ways to just provide general advice to the Commissioners Court or City Council regarding animal issues in general, and mostly pertaining to the shelter, but also for like county orders or ordinances made by a city council. Pretty much all of these boards have remained advisory across the state, and with this amendment is just keeping this board as advisory. It does require them to comply with all the statutory requirements of Chapter 823. It does ask them also to have their meetings follow the Open Meetings Act. And we've also included that they are to make biannual reports to the Commissioners Court to bring in any recommendations they have regarding county orders or the animal shelters operations. But again, that's just advisory statements that they would be making to the court, to give you an idea of any concerns or recommended changes. And another part of this is the idea is that this is a local shelter right by Robstown, and we want the people who are served by the department to have in the county's unincorporated areas to be able to have this as an additional public forum where they can maybe voice concerns about the shelter or animal control issues that may make it a little easier for the county to respond to them. And that is something I think was contemplated in the past with this board, but this amendment really just puts this in writing.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good, and I think we've heard some voices from the public, how important it is to have access to the board and have, kind of a consistent, this is when we meet, and here's how we're gonna share that information with the public, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay.
And this amendment, actually, these amendments have been in the background for a little while. They've been brought to the board 2 times in October and in November. And the board is really happy and excited about this amendment. And they've voted to approve it both times. And what we're looking at right now is the most recent version that was approved. The chairman of the advisory board had sent over a letter, and I sent it over to administration yesterday, and Belinda said it got sent over to you. But basically, the board supports these amendments and recommends that the Commissioners Court approve. The board did say at their last meeting that they would like to revisit it in 6 months with the department, see if there's, any concerns or other issues that spring up in that 6-month period that they can start to talk about and make recommendations on.
Okay, Alexandra, I mean, it's amazing, right, how much work goes into really getting policies up to date and really working with all the affected stakeholders. So we're getting this passed out right now. This is just a copy, what she's passing out of what you've already memorialized verbally, that the proposed amendment redefining the purpose and function is endorsed and approved. Okay, so Juan, do you mind, is there anything else before I ask Juan to come in?
No.
Okay.
I mean, unless maybe someone has any questions about any of the language in the amendments or.
Commissioner Modis has also been working equally as diligently on all of these policies and processes with the board and with the department. Commissioner Modis, can I pitch to you here?
Thank you, Judge. Had someone recently ask me how things were going, and I said it's been pretty much all animal services, which is a good thing. I think that this item is long overdue to review how to best service these needs in the community. Ms. Buckhold, who's the chair of the advisory committee, and Juan Ramirez, our department head, have given me a lot of insight over probably about ongoing for at least a year now directly, and have been part of this even beyond that. But Commissioner Vaughn, before she left, was kind of take the lead, and then I took over when she left. But my main concern, and I want to make sure that I didn't write it down incorrectly, Ms. Fielder. You said that this doesn't necessarily change their current operations. Is that what you said, or did I capture that correctly? Or are there, I know it provides direction, but is there anything in here that directs any immediate changes in the current operations?
I do not believe so. This is drafted with the idea that since the department has come back to the county and the Commissioners Court has committed to hopefully getting a new facility for the shelter, that we want to start at this time to really set goals for the adoptions programs run by the department and work on updating the operating procedures of the shelter, since there really hasn't been a substantial change. And my understanding is that the department is concerned that they may have issues just due to their very small department if they need to immediately jump into like a big program. But this is set up with the idea that we will set smaller goals and work our way to achieving what we put in this mission statement of reducing euthanasia and increasing community education and engagement, which will also reduce intake of stray impounded animals into the shelter. I think that this amendment should not be an albatross around this department's neck. It is not intended to upset its operations. And I do think this amendment has been crafted enough that it can work with any larger, like operating procedure updates by the department or future, amendments to this order, depending on the needs of the county. I think, does that answer your question, Commissioner?
No, I think it does. And I'll pitch over to Juan next. I think that's my biggest concern is I think because we're getting clarity now because of the amount of activity and activism that we have from the Animal Advisory Board, that it's just kind of getting to where it should be all along, which is a supplement to our staff, to the county in general, the services that are provided. I know that they are experts and passionate in the field of animal services, and I want that to complement our staff. I mean, it took a while to get Juan separated, and we all kind of agreed as a court that that's where we should be, and I think finally we're there. And so that gives Juan at least some direct oversight to the Commissioner's Court that we can provide direction and not have to go to someone who was kind of removed from the process under the old model when he had to go through administration on the city county health department side. So I'm glad that we have that release, and that has, I think, given us some opportunities to redirect and reorganize. So that's what I have read. That's what I have gotten in all my conversations. I know that changing and tweaking will still be challenges for us. I don't think that we should kid ourselves into thinking that this operation is going to run perfectly, because there's still a lot of changes and a lot of growth to it. But I do believe that what has been put in place gives us some proper guidance to follow, and will still allow Juan to be able to manage and operate the department. My biggest concern is to make sure that they can continue their current operations, I want to make sure that our staff understands that, we believe and support as a county, the idea of having adoptions from our facility and not just have generally all just euthanization in terminating these lives, these animal lives here at the county, within reason, right? If they're injured, if they're diseased to the point where they cannot be recovered, rehabilitated, healed. But overall, I think that this is the direction we should go. We have been dealing with volunteers for a long haul, and I don't know how much of that has stopped now. But if we can't utilize volunteers to help us maintain that level, and we get back to the manner in which we operated before, which was bring in the animals, hold them for the required amount of time, and then, if not adopted, then they were given a shot and put to sleep. I think that we need to ensure that in our future planning, that we include budgets that allow for growth in the area of adoption. I know rescue is a tricky subject because it's not quite the same as adoption. It's a little bit different part of the process, but if we can incorporate that, great. But this is all going to mean that we put more focus, more staff, more resources into this area. So I know that Juan has assured me many times that we've talked about this, that, he's wanting to work with the direction that this court gives him and in the direction that he's been given as far as policy decisions and the way this board's been structured. I believe that. I know he will do that. I hope that he has an open door policy as our county attorney's office and our volunteers have in working together to making sure that we get all of this worked out. Like I said, I don't think it's going to be done overnight, but I do hope that everyone comes with the spirit of wanting to cooperate to make sure that we are providing a top-notch service that will hopefully match one day a top-notch facility. So that's just kind of my thoughts. I apologize for going long-winded on it, but like I said, I have been spending a whole lot of time on this item, and I know you have as well, Judge, but this has really consumed a lot of my time that I spent just on precinct-wide issues compared to almost any other. And so I think that this is a good step. I don't think this is the final step, but like I said, I hope with Juan being involved in tandem with our county attorney's office and our advisory board, that we can work through any problems or questions that come up. Like I said, because it's the beginning, because it's new, I know that there will be some growing pains, but I don't think that should stop us. I think we need to move forward on this and make sure that we have all that's in place to rescue these animals when needed, to get them adopted out in a short period of time, so we're not having to hold numerous animals in a facility that's not made for that. So I think that kind of ties into that as well, as far as talking about expanding where we're at with as far as the facility or building our new facility, which I think that we need. So, thank you, Judge.
Yeah, again, it's not often that I say this, because obviously, you're a lawyer, you do great work every day. I don't want to make it seem like you don't, this is the only thing you do. But you've just done a great job on this. And you've just put so much effort, and I'm sure there's times where you're wondering, if it's even noted or appreciated. I just want to say it is. I wish all of our policies could get this kind of an in-depth review. But when it comes to the animals in our community, this is something that the city, we could emulate from the city, right? The city's done a great job, and the county's done a great job in the past, but they're all also looking at ways to really further adoption and fostering and getting into all the new precepts of our time. So with that, I know that we want to hear from Juan. So Juan, your turn now. And then, but Commissioner, is there, are you inclined to make a motion to approve this amendment?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
I just wanted to hear from
I
Juan
do
and
too.
then-
I just want to make sure that we don't forget that. The clerk will say, you're supposed to act here. So, Juan,
Good afternoon.
welcome.
I have nothing to say about the
Okay, amendment.
I would like to say,
I would like to be more involved in the decisions, including with the county attorney's office. Every time I got something it was an update from a meeting.
Yeah.
So I would like to be involved in the future. We're still working on policy, so.
I know, and I want to say that we get your emails, and then it always makes us feel bad that, like, you know.
That's
they-
the intention, ma'am.
Well, I know, and it's, well, we get it, but I want you to know that my job is to work legal here.
Yes.
And it's like the law is the law, right? And so
Yes.
the policies are being built, and so when I have a meeting with Ms. Fielder, it's so that she can update me. But if it pleases you, so to speak, you can join in at any time. We'll make sure that you're included, but just know that most of the times that we're having these, she's updating the commissioner as well. So it's not like in a vacuum, but we'll definitely, and sometimes the board, they also, as you well know, they email us independently, which
Right.
they have a right to do as you do. But we're gonna keep you very much involved, very much abreast of what's going on, and you too are gonna have to have probably some requests coming to this court. If we want to have a modern animal care facility,
Right.
you're gonna have to have the resources you need to do that. So I don't expect for you to get all these new policies and not follow up with us and be a part of this dialogue and discussion.
Right.
Okay, well then.
Another thing, I just want to make sure that we all understand that the Nueces County Animal Control was always part of the Nueces County. I was not a health employee.
That's right.
We've always been, and it was read last commissioners meeting, where the name was changed. I think it was 1988. I actually found by moving some paperwork around from one cabinet to the other, it was a repealer from the agenda, not the agenda, but the county orders from 1979.
Wow.
So they've been there, we've been there for
long
that
time.
long, and we've always been Nueces County.
And do you have a lot of, little dogs to adopt right now?
Yes.
Watch my phone blow up right now.
Yes, we have plenty.
I've been thinking about it.
Actually, when I was waiting outside, one of my officers picked up
Send
two
pictures.
puppies.
Two what?
Two little puppies
Oh.
that still need the mama.
Oh,
So we
no.
make the decision of either euthanizing or calling somebody to rescue them.
Yeah.
So
And
that's
you
what
you
they're working on.
And you're calling to rescue. And
They're actually, I think they picked them up already.
they already got them. That's what's great about our community. The minute we tell somebody we're in need, we get people immediately to typically to respond very, very quickly. And if not, you usually call our office and we start that process. Okay, well, Commissioner, to move forward, then you have a motion for this amendment, and I'll second your amendment. And if there's no other further discussion or questions for Juan, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Juan, thank you. Keep us posted. You know, the holidays are a tough time, so keep us posted on those needs for adoption.
Thank you, ma'am.
When puppies come in. Thank you. I liked it when Tyner had those, maybe we should get back to that. That was cute, with the animal of the week or the.
Oh, we need to start
We need to start
implementing
that up again. It gets people to think, maybe I can help rescue or foster. Okay, we need to work on the Commissioners Court schedule. It's item number 22. And this is the proposed schedule. All of you have a copy. If you notice, there's kind of let me see here. You were mentioning that maybe we would do some sort of an ARP. I would like to say if we could please work with you this coming week on your schedules before we schedule that, because there is an arbitration that's scheduled for the third week of January. So we may have to do a little bit of extra care and planning.
On the ARP one?
No, the arbitration's on our Nueces County versus Lloyd's.
No, I'm saying, what do you want to get on?
Yeah, you suggested sometime in January.
I just said maybe we put it at a time certain on one of these meetings, which is.
Oh, I see,
I'm
I
fine
see.
with that.
Okay, well, how about if you email the court's manager and we'll work on that?
Sure, or, yes, ma'am.
Motion approved, Judge.
Thank you.
Second.
And motion and second, all those,
Whoa.
okay?
Because I'm gonna say, on Wednesday, October the 5th, don't we there's a annual conference, I think, annual commissioners and judges.
Talk a little louder.
Okay,
Association, the Texas Conference.
Yeah.
okay, so October 5th, Belinda may have a conflict.
Yeah.
It's the annual County Commissioners, what is it?
I'm not sure.
It's
the
the
annual
state TAC
Commissioners and
conference.
Judges
It's
of-
the State TAC Conference, so can we approve this subject to that date being brought back to us?
We certainly can, or if y'all just wanted to move it to the 28th, the week before,
Or to the 12th to have two meetings in the,
or
Have it on
October
the-
12th.
We're gonna be meeting a lot of, from what I recall, in September, right?
yeah, October 12th
Right,
instead?
August into September, so,
October 12th instead, John?
The 12th would be
Just
fine.
move it
well, then we have,
Fifth
yeah,
to
I
the
mean, we
12th.
have back-to-back meetings then, but
Just
I
keep-
just, I mean, it's hard to set that far ahead, but we do know that, yeah, we have TAC that week.
Right.
And I just think we'll be able to get the agenda in at some point, because we're probably gonna have to call in a few special meetings around that time, just from what experience shows,
For the budget.
unfortunately.
Maybe,
know that's when we
maybe,
see each
would you
other
be,
a lot.
is it okay if we just amend Wednesday, October 5th to Wednesday, October 12th for now and pass it that way? Is
That's good, Judge.
Yeah, the 5th and the 12th? Yep, I mean,
that okay?
back to back,
So I would make that motion then?
back to back.
Right.
I think we can do that. I'm looking at calendars too.
You have
I
to
mean,
reinstate the
it's
motion?
also quick, but I'm gonna
right.
assume that it's okay.
10
If
months
not,
out.
you'll hear about it next week or
Well, we
next
can always-
time, okay?
We can always change.
Yeah.
We're, court's been pretty accommodating to everybody's schedule.
Okay, so.
Alrighty, then we'll move on. Okay, all those in favor,
Do you have to restate?
subject to that change that was just articulated from October 5 to October 12. Did you have a motion and a second already? And
Second.
there looks like a second here. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so that replaced, for the clerk, Emma, that placed the first one, okay? All right, okay, the next one, we're gonna discuss an executive session. And,
What, and I guess there's legal questions on that, or we're,
well, we're gonna come back and discuss it too, but, yeah, we have a presentation in executive session
Where's that?
by the county attorney and by our outside counsel.
okay, didn't know.
That one?
Okay, let's get poor Maria. She's literally been sitting there, and you're almost like perfectly behind Teresa, so I lost track of you for a second.
can't
But why don't
see.
we do yours? You've been sitting there so patiently all day. You have a submission for a grant application for the Community Resiliency Program through Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. And so,
Yeah, I'll be quick, but this is of some importance, and there has been some development since I submitted this agenda item. Originally, we were approached by the city of Robstown for this grant opportunity, and they were looking to either build or rehab a building for their, for the Robstown EMS, as well as purchase some emergency services vehicles. They have since advised me that they will not be, seeking, to submit a grant application, so that partnership is kind of off the table right now. But this does leave the county the opportunity to submit its own application for its own needs. This, again, the grant is called the Community Resiliency Program. It does have to have a COVID tieback. It is up to $5 million with no match required. And, if we love to do anything, we love to do things last minute. The deadline is January 19th. But again, I think there's opportunity here for the county to put in, a good application. I had thrown around some ideas that maybe, Commissioner Jag, I haven't had a chance to sit down with you, but, maybe, doing something with the mobile health clinic that you've already established, doing something with one of the senior centers to make it a little bit more COVID friendly. Again, this particular grant has to have a COVID tieback. There is a lot of points that are awarded for something that's a little bit more shovel-ready. Commissioner Mata stepped out, but he did mention, Commissioner Gonzalez, I think that you've already enlisted an architect for the Calderon building and doing something kind of health-related there. So there's some opportunities here.
we have. That's interesting. No one's brought that up here.
I have, but
Not-
not yet.
Well, not
Oh,
yet,
okay.
but I'm saying it hasn't been brought to court.
Okay.
Oh, no, it hasn't brought to.
Yeah.
But it will be.
So I just wanted to, again, address this and let the court aware that, you know, this is a potential opportunity out there, and I welcome all ideas that you feel will fit. There is a, you know, it is HUD funding, so there is kind of that low to moderate income requirement, and there's some other nuances that will need to be met. But again, I welcome all ideas. If you can send them to me as soon as possible, I'd appreciate it. But yeah, I did not want to let this opportunity go by.
Motion to submit.
Okay, a
Second.
second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And it does require public participation, so we will be coming back, so you'll know exactly what the project will be, because we'll have to have a public hearing within court.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. And we'll just submit, you know, to you. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me do, is Michael still here? Yeah, hi, Michael. Let's also work with you on some of the things that you've got here. Juan's also here. We can get some of his projects done. You know what, Juan, why don't you come on just because you're standing up? You've got a change order too. It's for the courthouse exterior wall remediation project.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, this is a change order number 2 for doing some improvements to the courthouse. And it's a no-cost change order. And
Which
it's-
one?
Number one
I thought you
on,
said 2, I'm sorry.
number 1 on Public Works. It's a no-cost change order
So move.
Second.
and nothing else there, right, Juan?
No, ma'am, it's just some additional work at no cost.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then Juan, we already did number 2 earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
And then number 3 is about some equipment that I want to hear all about it. We've already kind of made the decision that we're going to come and talk about ARP in workshop, or kind of in a workshop forum maybe in January. But will you talk to us about these items, how you would use them, and maybe some cost estimates that you have?
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, these are some excavators for the item A. It's three new excavators, and really they're great alls. And these are for doing improvements within our roadside ditches. Right now, we have 2 great alls. What we would like to have is 3 additional ones, so we can have one at each individual precinct, and also have an additional one. That way we can do some more roadside ditch improvements throughout the county. And this would help us out. Item number B, which is 2 new 6-inch diesel powered water pumps with trailers. I know that usually when we do get heavy rain events, we're out there trying to search for water pumps. These are much needed, and we're recommending them, Judge.
Can you tell us how much those are?
You know what, Judge, I did have the price.
It's okay, go
right
ahead.
here.
It's okay. I just wondering, go ahead and go to the next one.
Yes, ma'am. And then the next one is 6 new mower tractors with rotary cutters. On that one, Judge and Commissioners, this is also a part of our maintenance process for our roadside ditches. Right now, we have a total of 6. I know some of them, these mowers are kind of outdated. I know we have 2 new ones that are 4-wheel drive mowers. The ones that we are requesting would be 6 new ones that would be able to do 4-wheel drive also. So we're requesting those 6 new mowers. Item D, that's the 2 new hydrovac trucks with tank and hoses. Those, Judge and Commissioners, would be used to clean out the culverts. I know right now we're doing some informal contracts to assist us with that. What this would allow us is for us to be doing our own internal cleaning of culverts throughout the county. This would be in conjunction, or be used in conjunction with the grade alls, because we would be cleaning out the ditches, and at the same time, we would be cleaning out the culverts so we can keep the water for positive drainage.
Okay, and I'm sure it's in here, so I just gotta turn to the page, but you don't happen to have handy somebody, the dollars? Here they come.
Yes.
Why don't
sorry, I'm
why
not
don't you rattle off so we can talk about them? And,
Thanks, Michael.
because like on the hydrovac trucks, I myself have seen 5 invoices for like $49,000 each, $250,000 on a contract. So I'm very interested in seeing how much cheaper it'd be if we owned our own stuff.
Well, for item A, Judge and Commissioners, for the three new grade A's, it would be about 1.3 million, 1.323 million. For the two new 6-inch powered diesels, it's 80,692 approximately. For item C, for the 6 new tractor mowers with the rotary cutters, it will be 489,961 plus or minus. And item D, for Vax, it would be 890,871.72.
Okay, so my question a little bit is for Dale here. So on equipment, obviously, again, going back to budget, what do we have in our budget that could at least take, or is there anything in budget, capital-wise, for equipment that could help in any of these?
We did the budget last year. We removed the capital outlay from Road and Bridge because of other issues, and we told him the capital outlay he had to have would be, had to be funded through our COs. So right now, there's no funds available in the funds for capital.
So I recall that we had in our CO prioritization, when we all gathered and we said, you know, what is it that we want to prioritize? We actually put money for equipment on there. And so, maybe Teresa could help me with that, but I'm fairly certain that we did.
I thought all this was okay to
the
go through
ARPA.
the ARPA funds.
Well, I know, but I mean, if
No, I'm just-
you know, hopefully we would have the good common sense to see what all our needs are and then make decisions as comparative, right? If we keep doing this piecemeal stuff, you're gonna wind up having nothing transformational. So I'm trying to get you what you need and looking for all the funds that are out there so that you don't drain ARP if there's other funds, if the COs. I thought we had public work, I thought we had equipment in our COs for 2021. We just hadn't done it yet, but I think we prioritized it.
I think there is monies in there, Judge. I think it's like 800 and
Yeah, I
something
feel like-
thousand. I know with those, we have a list for those 890,000, but that's to replace some of our equipment that we're using.
Something else?
Yes, ma'am, because again, Judge and Commissioners, some of our equipment that we still have to date are like 1970 equipment, and some of the equipment needs to get replaced. We're talking about anything from a backhoe to a skid steer to loaders, pneumatic sheep's foot. We have other heavy equipment there that we're trying to buy with that. And,
So you feel like the funds that we already put aside in those funds, you will account for with what?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. And we're also looking at a milling machine to assist us when we're doing a full road rehab. I know, and that one's pretty expensive. You're looking at close to what, about 900,000, Jerry? And, but on that one, we're trying to see if we can get, hopefully, we're looking at it, get it like a 5-year plan or lease plan, and I was gonna talk to Dale about that one.
And so how do you feel about like the maintenance of all this equipment and then the location for security for all this? I mean, couple
Judge-
$1 million worth of equipment at
Judge-
different precincts. How do you feel about that?
Security-wise, I mean.
Like, where are they gonna go?
Knock on wood. It would be distributed between Robstown Yard, Central Yard, and also the 4-yard.
4-yard.
Yes,
So what your plan is that you would put them at different yards, and then obviously whoever maintains those yards would take care of them. And then maintenance, would you feel like, I guess all of this would be warranted for some, I mean, have you
Yes,
done
ma'am.
some?
We're looking at a 3-year warranty for some of this piece of equipment.
Yeah.
So we're looking into those costs too. I know we just put a security fence, a brand-new security fence last year at the 4-yard and the Robstown Yard. So we're doing some improvements for security out there.
So my thought is that I would like to have this all be considered when we do the workshop. But I will tell you that for $80,000, the powered water pumps with trailers are not, like you said, I mean, it's just a necessity for any kind of rain event. And it could be tied to drainage immediately for ARP purposes. I mean, that's like a no-brainer. And the other thing is those hydrovac trucks with tank hoses, those also seem like a no-brainer to me.
The
Have-
the great odds, Judge and Commissioners, the great odds, one thing that we gotta remember on that, those are slow, and I say slow, right? But it's a real tedious process when you're cleaning the ditches on a roadside, because, you know, you have water lines, you have gas lines, you have electrical lines, you have different types of utilities there. So that is a slow process. And getting these 3 additional pieces of equipment, we can kind of stage, you know, at different precincts, so we can keep up with some of these neighborhoods we're getting continuous calls about, you know, cleaning their ditches and doing some drainage improvements on the downstream side of their neighborhood. So these pieces of equipment, like I said, it's a slow process when you're doing it. And that's the reason why we're requesting it, because we do have personnel that we can place on these pieces of equipment, so we can stage them at different locations.
And you've looked
To be
at the
more efficient.
difference, you've looked at, you've vetted it to where you could see whether or not it's cheaper to, you know, lease
Yes.
this equipment or buy this equipment. And the same thing with let me
Yes.
just finish real quick, like with you know, we're embarking on these awesome drainage workshops, and with the concept being like going out for a RFP for a overall Nueces County maintenance and operations contract. If we do that, do you still, I mean, the answer could be yes, but do you still feel like if we did a contract, you know, that covers all these hot spots, that you would still need all of this equipment?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And then just to kind of give you an idea, we did rent out, as a matter of fact, Commissioner Hernandez rented out a couple of great alls for
We're
within
gonna
his
have to stop
precinct.
saying stuff like that.
Well,
Okay.
within his precinct, and it costs us about, just for like 2 weeks, it costs us like $32,000.
Oh,
or
yes, I'm fully
$60,000.
aware.
Yes, ma'am. So they are expensive to rent out. And then if anything happens to those pieces of equipment that you're renting out, then you gotta fix that and pay the rental if
Yeah.
anything happens to those pieces of equipment. So
Well, you know, I want to obviously, I mean, my only concern is that I'd like to see it as part of an overall, this is how we're going to appropriate everything, rather than just spend 2.5 mil right now. With the exception being that, you know, we can all agree that the water pumps, I mean, that wouldn't affect that overall budget that's left over. Would you be willing to wait till January 5th when we come back so that we could do that whole workshop all together? And because if I said to you, Juan, you know, if we appropriated, we already gave you $1 million from CO for capital equipment, and we'll put another million, let's just say, this is all hypothetical, another $1 million from ARP in equipment, maybe you would want to figure out which ones you think are best. You might say, well, okay, I'll take 2 excavators instead of 3. You know, in other words, if the court were to be able to assign $1, because as you know, there's a wish list out there, and we've got to
Judge-
figure out how much to put towards each.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, I mean, I wouldn't be coming to court requesting for these pieces of equipment if they were not needed. We have the staff that we can put on these pieces of equipment, and if they're much-needed pieces of equipment. And I know, like I said, we get like y'all do, we get the calls too about the constituents, you know, complaining about their drainage ditches and not being maintained and not draining correctly and stuff like that. And this would help us out a lot, Judge and Commissioners. We do need
Well,
them.
and there's
We
need-
wouldn't be requesting if
I
it was,
understand.
if it's a
What's
need.
What's the amount you need, 2.5 million? Is what it is?
2.7, Commissioner, 2.8.
It's a lot.
2.8.
I know that there's a need, and there's also the need for mental health and the jail diversion center. There's also need for, you know, all the things we're doing. Those dollars will go like this, and equipment will not last, Juan. Equipment will, 10 years from now, nobody will look back and go, wow, you know, we got that excavator. What they'll do is be able to see if we change somebody's life. So I think what I want you to do is make the case in January that excavator, I need you to get a little more detailed for me. And you should say, hey, with 3 excavators, we're gonna be able to do 100 blank. With these hydrovacs, we're gonna be able to clean out 50 culverts, right? Get specific, because the reason the feds gave us this money, it's not a payday. It's meant to say, hey, how can I stimulate the economy for local areas? But here's the big one. How can it change your way of life in drainage? And I think you're almost there. But for me, it would be great to justify, not that we're just buying $2.5 million worth of equipment. It won't take you long. Make the connection. Tell us what this equipment's gonna do for the people. Otherwise, it looks like somebody's just giving you your wish list that you've wanted. All public works people want
No,
equipment. It's
no.
like all boys want trucks and toys.
No,
Yes,
no,
they
Judge.
do.
No,
That's why
Judge,
they buy
no.
trucks and toys.
Juan, let me just, I mean, I could make a motion now, but I don't
Oh.
mind waiting till January.
Yes, sir.
But, and maybe it's true what some of the things the judge saying, maybe we, instead of 3, maybe you need 2, maybe a 16 might need 5 or 4, but, but I think in January, we really need to make a decision what you're gonna need,
Yes, sir.
right? But, and there's, let me just give you a little example of what happened last week, and I called Juan, I called Jerry, and this this man and his daughter, I guess, they had a cracked culvert in the front of their house, and almost you could put a tire in there or whatever, and, man, they were just angry as heck that nobody cares, nobody do this, and then in the corner was another crack in the road, where you cross it, at the intersection of both streets. And again, they were complaining that, if I fall there, who's gonna be liable? So what happened, they go out there and they had to pull people from the jobs to come and do those, and they did them in 2 days. But, they had to pull people from different jobs to get them out there. So that happens every single day. Somebody calls and somebody needs to right away. To everybody out there, it's important. You gotta do it now, you gotta do it tomorrow, So, and sometimes they don't, sometimes they understand, sometimes they don't understand, but I just want to thank you guys for doing it in 2 days for both of those, and.
Yes, sir. And one thing,
I think you need all this equipment, I think it's, way overdue, but, I think we just need to look at it in January, see what we come up with.
yes, sir. And you're correct, Commissioner. What we do is we have to, these aren't light pieces of equipment, so we have to put them in the back of a truck or a trailer and demobilize and remobilize. So doing this is not cost efficient to the county.
Yeah.
And having these equipments throughout the whole county would be cost efficient because we would station them appropriately where we could mobilize pretty quick.
Mobilize it.
And not spend a lot of money on demobilizing and mobilizing.
No last year we spent a lot of money on water pumps too, so.
Yes, sir. And we spend a lot of money on water pumps. Yes, sir.
I think the water pumps and the hydrovac trucks are gonna be something that this court is gonna say, we're already spending money, too much money on it. Like I said, it bothers me when I see.
Or rental.
It bothers me when I see 5 and 6 different $49,000 hydrovac,
Judge, it sounds like y'all
Change
got an
orders.
agreement to table this till the January 5th.
Yeah.
I'd make the motion to do it.
all right. Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, the next one, talk to the county attorney, we're gonna discuss that in executive session. The next one is a deductive change order for number 2
We're gonna table that one, Judge.
We're tabling it?
Yes, ma'am. We're gonna request table that one.
to January 5th.
Till the 5th, Commissioner.
Motion to table.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, the next one is Govan Development. It's the actual professional engineering services for the design of the Hazel Baysmore Dog Park facility. And so first it's a selection, and then it's the contract. Do we have a motion to select
So move.
and a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And now the next piece is the actual professional services agreement. That's been, I'm supposedly vetted, county attorney, everything's in order. So, is that correct?
6, yes.
This is number 6, sorry.
Yes, do I
Well,
need to
you're
say
ready?
we recommend the contract engineering services with Govan Development in Oasis County for the dog park.
Okay. And it's good to go. And I'm just gonna say something with Govan present, because I think it's important that he hears it. I'm gonna, obviously, we wanna, in the interest of just moving forward with this, I don't wanna restart this whole process, but we have AIA agreements here. They're like master service agreements. They're good agreements. They protect you, they protect the county, and we worked really hard to really get these agreements. I'm disappointed that we didn't do an AIA, because you can't ask one engineer to do, or architect to do one set of documents and then have another one do another and expect there to be a good consistency for future courts. And so in the future, I'd really like to see that become a major practice of Public Works. And if I have to bring a policy, I'll do that an agenda item. But on this one, I'm okay because of the nature of this. We had great discussion and dialogue, but I would love to get your feedback, Govind, and other, I mean, all the engineers that we've had. Nobody likes to, everyone likes to have the easiest piece of paper possible, but in the real world, this is not a strange practice. This is actually a common one. So I just want to throw that out, and I'd welcome your feedback offline on that. But is there a motion for this?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you,
Okay, as they
Judge
say, we go forward. All right, and we already did number 7. And then, Michael, we have an RFP 3177-21, Emergency Management Incident Response Services. We've already done number 2.
Okay, yes, Judge and Commissioners, we put out a bid for the Emergency Management Incident Response Services. We received 3. One was non-responsive. The other one provided services that did not match with what was in the bid. And so it left us really with only one to consider. And the one that was there for consideration had 0 coastal experience. They only did work above the Texas-Oklahoma border.
Okay.
And so the committee felt that we need to rebid,
Motion to
reject all bids and try this again.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Dale, would you give us the monthly financial report for the month of August 2021, please?
We have a monthly financial report for August, which is the 11th month of the year. On page 4 and 5, show your balances for our general fund and other funds. For the general fund, we're currently at a fund balance of $36,911,000. Hopefully at the end of the year, will be, our previous fiscal year was right at 25 million. We hope to be above 25 to 26. We're still looking at some numbers, and we're going to be very close to that. So it'd be, hopefully we'll end the balances where we need to be. The key issue on page 26 is your revenue and your expenses of the balances. And the key items you want to look at is your charts on page 7, 8 and 9, showing your trends and your histories and as well as your fund balances. And it seems like it's going as we've had in history amounts. On page 10, where we get to the issue of our health insurance funds, and we know that this was negative in August. This has been resolved. As we know, we did transfer this year for funds. So in September, that should be right around 0 balance when we get everything done. When we go through the collections on page 16, this is where our revenue collections for the year are. And right now, for the August, we're at 93.9%. That is kind of a low number. We would hope to be higher than that. We were hoping to be closer to 97 to 98%. We only got 1 month to go, so we're very worried about that. If you see, our taxes are at 97.6%. We always budgeted 95% of our total, so we're significantly below that. We're $1 million below the remaining balance. So there's some issues that we need to worry about and resolve. As we go through our budget expenditures, there was only a few items that were in negative at this period, which is good. The first one was going to be on page number 38, and that's our legal aid, which is normally the case because of how we pay the balances. Next item is on page 47. Our Justice of the Peace Precinct 1-1, and because of some of the issues that we're going through for a lot of part-time and other stuff he had to do for temporary balances for his court, it was causing him to be negative. We've done some budget change orders to fix that. This upcoming next fiscal year, we've addressed that by giving me an additional clerk so we don't facilitate that being a continuing event. On page number 55, you'll see that Constable Precinct 5 is at a slightly less balances, and that is because of some other options of your salaries and supplemental pays. As we get changing of staff coming in and out of the department, sometimes the new employee coming in is from a senior employee that comes in at a higher pay, so that's kind of where we're at. On page 58, Our emergency management is a little bit less because we've had a lot of overtime on that because of the situation we're going through with COVID and other related expenses. The key issue on now, we want to look on page 61. 61 shows you our balances total for the general fund. As we said, right now, we got 1 month left of the year, which is 8.33% of the remaining. The remaining budget for the expenses is 22.4%. So as we saw, we were very low on our revenue. We need to keep this where it's close to where we have right now. We always know September is the month that people like to spend the most to try to get all their budget spent. So that's some key issues we need to make sure we address. But we hope that doesn't become a problem. Page 81 is where we have our capital outlay funds, and this is where we always want to tell you about our COs that we have outstanding obligations. Now, these funds are probably obligated, but they have not been spent. And you see we have a 2004, 2007, 2015, 2016, 17, 19, and 21 COs, and the funds that are remaining with each one of those. We need to try to get those older funds, if they're already encumbered, we need to get them spent, and we need to process them as quickly as possible. The remaining balances just show you our P cards for the year, which is 85, which is for the month of August. It's 345,719. And the very last page of the report is page 173. You'll see for the entire month of August, we have spent $3,825,053.41 in our P cards. Michael and I are working with Wells Fargo on trying to get some additional balances going through our P cards that's still qualifiable. But what that'll do is get us a higher rebate, and we're working on that with Wells Fargo, and we should be bringing some of that to you very soon. That's the monthly financial report for August. I'll be glad to answer any question you might have.
Are there any
one.
questions?
Number 5, Dale, discuss approve. I looked at the invoice, I think one time I asked you if you could give us a breakdown of the invoice. I pulled the invoice up, but it doesn't have anything, any breakdown. It just says pay. What's that invoice? What is that all about?
We're on the
Commissioner?
monthly financial report.
I'm sorry?
We're still on the monthly financial report.
No. Oh, okay, funny, but it said, discuss and approve payment of invoice from Corpus Christi, Nueces County Health
Right,
Department.
he's telling you, we're only on number 1 right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, just give him a second, he'll catch up.
My bad.
So let's go ahead and make a motion then to approve the monthly financial report.
I got you.
So moved.
All right, I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, now let's go to the asset forfeiture report for the sheriff's office.
Report is for the sheriff. It's for his Chapter 59 funds that he receives from the state. This has been revised and changed a few times, but this is the final numbers. The numbers match the information we have within the balances we have in our financial system. And we're willing, and we met with the sheriff, and my staff has worked with him and his staff. The numbers are accurate and balances, and we submit this for your approval so we can submit to the state for the Chapter 59 for the sheriff.
All right, are there any questions? Seems everything in order there. I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
And is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, aye. So now we've got a capital project budget change order. It's number 103.
The majority of these change orders for number 103 is for several new projects we have coming in. Equipment for public works of $13,000, as well as the city of Driscoll interlocal agreement that we had with the wastewater discharge of $29,000. And then for our 2015 COs, we've added 3 new projects, and most of them are for road projects, County Road 26, 26A, and Petronilla State drainage improvements. For our 2016, we've added Blue Bonnet subdivision drainage for $39,000. And for our 2017 COs, the courthouse ADA improvements that are coming up, we needed to add additional $1 million for that. On page 2 of this balances, it shows you our new balances for the Nueces County Animal Care Facility Services that we had balances for doing with there, as well as the additional costs for the courthouse ADA improvements that were needed for this balances. This is the budget change order that we have for our capital projects number 103. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have, but I submit this for your acceptance and approval.
Okay, are there any questions? All right, in that case, how about a motion to approve this change order number 103?
Motion to approve.
And a second, please?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and now we've got a budget change order. It's the number is 4 for this fiscal year.
In there for additional cost for budget change number 4 is our capital outlay for, these are all the ones we have for our new leased vehicles. We had to bring a lot of system maintenance backgrounds in there for our county radio shortages. Working with Teresa and her staff and on that side of it, they needed additional 25,000. That's the only additional cost we need. And a small amount of repairs for the judge's office. But these funds are here and available for movement, except we're asking for budget change order number 4 for your approval and acceptance.
All right. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve change order.
All right, and a second? Second, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Now,
All right.
on the item for this.
Now we get to number 5.
Number 5 is basically this, the invoice we have where we share the payment for the doctor that's over the health facility. These are just balances we just recently got from the city. I can give you a copy, we can work on getting you copies of these at the moment. The balance we're receiving is $24,999 for April 20th through September 20th is the invoice I have. I believe that's all I have at the moment.
Is that from 2020 to 2021?
It's April 20 to September 2020. It's only the last fiscal year because that's the only thing we received from the city.
They're just old.
Does that include overtime?
This is no overtime. This is for the
No.
doctor,
This is for the health authority.
for the health authority.
There's no
There's no overtime for this.
overtime
We share
for-
his cost.
Just making sure.
So he hasn't been paid for 2020. Right,
been paid, but
I'm
we
so
haven't paid the
sorry.
city,
We
yes.
have not paid the city for 2020, and this rectifies that.
That's correct.
From April 20 to September of 20.
That's correct.
Just an oversight? Or,
We just been
They
having-
just got
we've been
billed.
having
They just
trouble-
billed us.
We've been having trouble getting information from the city, as we spent last time, we got some invoices from them, for, several months back that they were so delayed on how they were working on the balances and sometime they decided they were gonna pay for all of the costs because of how COVID-related spun is, so they can get reimbursed for it, and when they finally got all their money, they took time to get to us, and when they did that, we weren't qualified on our side, so it just delays on how we get the information from them.
as long as it doesn't include overtime, I'm fine.
This does not include overtime.
Okay, that's for the record, so move approval.
How about a little bit of thanks for this doctor, Dr. Ramesh Grajuni, the only infectious disease?
What does that have to do with this, Judge?
It has everything to do with
This is
it.
a bill.
I
Come
know, but
on.
just
We
a
we've
little
all
bit
thanked
of,
the
a little
doctors.
bit of
We've all thanked
gratitude.
the
Well, you know what? He
doctors.
doesn't feel it.
We've all thanked the doctors, Judge. We love the doctors. This is a bill.
Well, it seems
we
that you're
didn't pay it,
obsessed
it's
with overtime.
Well, then,
Like,
let's
for
find out why we
example,
didn't
like
pay
he
it.
would have had
Let's
it.
find out why we didn't pay the poor man. That's
No,
terrible that we
no,
didn't pay the poor
you didn't
man.
listen to Dale. The
Okay,
city
yes,
didn't
I
have their
did,
act
but you always
together.
have to make-
They didn't bill us.
You always have to make something out of nothing. This has nothing to do
think
with the
you-
doctor. I'm not paying for people's overtime, so that's what I said, but I
Well-
appreciate the heck
There's
out
no
of the
overtime
doctor.
here, no.
There's no overtime with the
Great, then
doctor
there's
who
no
saved
issue other than you
lives.
making it. So I asked a question, and then I made a motion to approve it. And then you made an issue of it. I don't know why.
I love it. You just
I know
gave,
you-
finally Channel 6 got animated. Thanks for standing up. You've been waiting forever. He finally gave you a little something, a little morsel.
Oh, there's plenty coming, I'm sure.
No, sir, that's not
That
appropriate.
was just my question.
What's not
too, so.
appropriate?
Anyway, the bottom line is the city gave us the invoice finally, and now it's coming before you. There's a motion to approve.
I've already made that motion.
A second?
I think it
Who's
was
got the
second.
second?
I thought it
Gonzalez is second? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. Okay. Steve Vieira is online, so we just approved that, and you will have those dollars forthcoming to the city. You can give them that update.
Okay, next time you complain earlier so we can get your money.
Did you hear that? He didn't hear you. He said next time complain earlier.
So you can get your money in time.
I would say next time invoice
Yeah,
correctly.
invoice, yeah.
Well, I'm sure the city pays it on a regular basis, they didn't bill us.
Right, that's what we're saying. They didn't bill
That's
us.
probably what happened.
I
They paid
think
them. They
it's
paid
probably
them.
already been paid.
No, I'm saying we don't know, but
I would bet he's
the
been
point
paid
is,
a long time ago. They just haven't billed us for it, so that's what this is, a technical matter.
Yes.
Has nothing to do with the doctor.
Yeah.
I don't know that. I'll have to ask. we don't know that. Number 1 on human resources is adding a deputy constable position to Department Constable Precinct 1.
Where's mine, right?
That's yours, Commissioner. Is the constable gonna come, or is he online? No? Okay.
I can go ahead and table it.
All right, table to January 5th.
Yeah,
Motion,
we have some backup there, but I'll table it to January.
motion and a second. Okay.
Second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I'm giving public notice that Commissioners Court's going to go into executive session at this time. We do so with authorization by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, the Texas Government Code. And under this particular code, the presiding officer, myself, is publicly announcing that in accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes, Section 55107, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, 8, 6, and 8, 7, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with the attorney, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in executive session. And, gosh dog it, I forgot one thing, and that is, I can read it here in a minute, but I'll read it when we come into open session. Just for the record, I'm gonna open public comment because, Mayor Wright also had public comment that he wanted in the record, so I'll get that back on the record after we come back in, and I'll share it with all of you here shortly. So at this time, as I said, we will come back into open session after executive session is over and take any action as we have discussed and deemed necessary. The time for the clerk is 4:31 PM. And I'll gavel us out, and Connie, take us completely off. Everybody stay in the. So it's 6:35 PM, and we're going to come back on the record. And we've got a few motions coming out of executive session. And the first relates to case 201863587. It's the master case versus the Texas opioid litigation. And is there a, oh, actually, forgive me, we decided there's no action there. Okay, we talked about it so much, but no action there. And then, okay, let's see. Before I get into health, was there any other action, Jenny? Any other motions? Yes?
was gonna direct Judge, the county attorney's office to go back and find the 2019.
Got it, on the game rooms. Let me work on that. So, with regards to the game room regulations, is there a motion regarding a directive to the county attorney regarding those regulations that were given to us and also the ones that we created and drafted in 2019?
That about sums it up.
Okay, I'm going to ask everybody to pause. The time is 6:36 PM. We will ask the deputy to call Public Works.
There.
Oh,
Okay. Will you go? Yeah.
No.
Could you check on it, deputy? We're going to go ahead and exit 6:36 PM for the record. Okay, we're going to go back on the record. Okay, fire alarm was 6:37. We retired. We're back on the record at 6:43. And for those of you worried about us, the two Steves online, we're all fine. There is no fire in the courthouse. So we can't speak for the fire in our hearts, but there's definitely no fire in the courthouse. So we've got some things that we need to recognize. One is item 24. We didn't deal with it, and Dale's asked us to table it, so he says he can bring it back. He's getting some more information for you. So if you all would entertain a table, I'd like to have that motion.
So moved.
And a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. 25, it's on here as a repeat, but there's no action at all, so we'll just, nothing to do there. If you'd like me to table it, we can, but we can just say that there's no action for the court's record and then move on, okay? And then You know, for the clerk, would you remind me, had we gotten far enough to where we were directing the county attorney on the game room piece or not? Okay, I'm gonna go back in time and say that would like to make a motion on the executive session item regarding game rooms, that we direct the county attorney to not only review the bill regulations that were presented today in court, but also get the regulations that we drafted in 2019 and visit with the sheriff and ask him whenever he feels he's ready in January. We have 2 courts in January. Maybe the 5th is a little too early. Maybe the 26th is more appropriate, simply because of the time involved at the holidays. If he would bring that forth and for our thoughts and consideration at that time. Is there a second for that?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And then, Jenny, on the item in executive session having to do with LAN, there's a motion that we're going to make to have those bills be paid as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Part of the motion, right?
Yes.
Yes, forgive me. And the second, thank you. And the second part of the motion is that, we can just say this verbally, but I know Jenny will help us articulate it in writing, that LAN, if they would please, update an org chart or in any type of communication would be required. So if somebody changes position, that they give that notice to Public Works and to the auditor, so that way they can correspond the invoices with the titles of the people. So just a little bit of housekeeping. It serves a good purpose for today, but also it serves a good purpose for tomorrow, in case there should be any changes of personnel and/or titles and job descriptions. Okay, sorry about that on the subject too. And there's a motion and a second by Commissioner Modis. Will you renew your second based on my little add-on?
Yes.
Okay. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay, I think now that clears up everything, and now I'm gonna go back, Belinda, to the actual agenda item that was the Health District, which was 23. But before I do that, is there any other cleanup at all on the agenda?
No, Judge, just that public comment that you wanted to include into the
Oh,
record.
thank you so much. Gosh.
You
And
can just
that
do
is
that.
why
You can just do that as part of this agenda item, if you want to.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Perfect. I don't even have to open up public
Right.
comment, is what Commissioner Jesny is saying, and I agree. And so please let me read into the record from Todd Wright. He's the mayor of Petronila, judge, commissioners, attendees. No one in my office on the Petronilo City Council or community members have been in contact with in District 2 have had any communication or any information by our county commissioner or the city of Corpus Christi in its move to dissolve the city-county health district and how that may affect us. We have not been asked for our input or even had any opportunity to receive input from our residents. And because of this lack of communication, I think it's only right that I be able to present this information to the people in Petronila and get their input before a vote is taken without our commissioners knowing the thoughts of the people. I'm sorry, without our commissioner knowing the thoughts of the people of Petronila. And I also believe it's in the best interest of everyone in Petronila and the surrounding communities that Judge Canales receive the support on her request for a 6-month delay in the dissolvement, so that the county has time to develop a well-transitioned plan, not one created by the city of Corpus Christi, to avoid any possible disruptions to available health services, and to have time to clarify just what is and what isn't possible from a legal standpoint. Thank you, Todd Wright, Mayor, City of Petronila. Okay, so I've read that into the record, and this particular agenda item has had a lot of discussion with legal questions, and it was suggested that we repeat some of those legal questions because we thought that, or the legal discussion, because we thought it would be important for everybody to know what was being contemplated and why these decisions were being made. And so in that, this item is called Discuss and Consider Options Available for the Provision of Public Health Services for the Residents of Nueces County. It also says discuss and consider adoption of a transition plan to address health services, and it lists those health services They're not all of them, but that lists some of them: STD, HIV, immunizations, environmental inspections, laboratory, public health preparedness, and the 1115 waiver projects. And so I'm not sure where to start, but I'm going to begin by asking Steve Aragon to unmute. And in the interest of time, would you give a very high-level, brief overview of the information that you gave to us as your legal opinion for those that are listening to us here this evening? And ourselves again?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Thank you. Judge Canales, Commissioners, I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you again. I think my analysis of the question whether the county and city can contract to perform public health services through the city following the withdrawal of the city from the public health district suggests to me that based on the structure of Chapter 122 of the Health and Safety Code, the answer to that probably is very limited, perhaps even none, from my reading of the statute. I don't think this question's been fully addressed by a court or by the Attorney General. And so it does present a novel issue that in most counties of the state, at least the large urban counties, has been resolved by the creation of public health districts, including last week, Lubbock County, which voted to authorize the creation of a public health district so that the city and county could cooperate and coordinate the delivery of services in their communities. That said, following the, if the city of Corpus Christi withdraws from the district, following that withdrawal, the county certainly has discretion to set up its own health department, decide what menu of services it would prefer to provide. And I think it's an open question. I think it's possible, and I don't think it's settled. There may be some opportunity to coordinate the delivery of services with the city once that occurs. I don't, personally, my legal opinion is that it doesn't include including a contract for all of those services, but there may be ways to cooperate in ways that provide mutual benefits for the city and the county without a public health district being involved.
And then,
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
I was just going to say, I'll let
And
Jenny
then,
give her
Jenny,
perspective.
would you also share with those that are here and, of course, online, the perspective that you shared with the court?
Yes, Judge, Commissioners. If we look at the Health and Safety Code, Section 121.003, Powers of Municipalities and Counties, it does state that the governing bodies of municipalities and the Commissioners' Courts of Counties can cooperate with one another in making necessary improvements and providing services to promote the public health in accordance with Chapter 791. And 791 is the way in which governmental entities contract with each other to perform the services that they could perform themselves. I do not believe that Subchapter E in its mere existence is the exclusive means by which those entities could perform services. And so I respect Steve Aragon's opinion, but I would just draw to the part that he did state that it's not been decided in court. It's not been decided by an AG opinion to give us any guidance on that issue. And so I do think that there is at least grounds for the Commissioner's Court to have more options, perhaps, than Mr. Aragon says.
And just in the rule of completeness, and then we're going to move on. So Steve, you've heard her, you've heard our county attorney's opinion. As they say, what say you, Counselor, to that in particular, that particular subsection E? You believe that there's legislative intent. What is your quick synopsis there?
Well, I agree that there are opportunities for the city and county to cooperate, but I think they're limited, principally because the language that Ms. Dorsey refers specifically to making improvements, whatever that means, and services to promote the public health, whatever that means. I think there is some ambiguity in the statute about what those services and what the Interlocal Cooperation Act permits a city and county to do. outside the realm of a public health district. And I think, again, the way it's been implemented or acted upon in most large urban counties suggests that when you do these cross-jurisdictional service arrangements, it's usually done through, and right now, I think exclusively done through a public health district.
Okay, thank you. So that kind of summarizes in the best possible way. I'm not sure how it took us, well, I do know how it took us an hour and a half behind closed doors, but that was a pretty good, would you say, Commissioners, a pretty good summary of?
For both?
Of both, without all of the,
Well, I think the debate that occurred was judged that we had two different lawyers that we all respect, that had two different opinions. And that's where the legal, debate went on, and.
That's true.
And some of it, so, the one thing that I also heard that was not in your synopsises was that there were two areas that you both agreed on, and I'm gonna try to start my discussion at least with those two areas. One, the county could form and I'm using my words, could form a smaller health district to service only the residents outside the city limits. And I'm not sure what that number is, 35,000 people. So that is something that we could do and let the city then just take care of everybody else. Or we could remain as a health district and allow the city to be the control and maintain and manage that district. And I'm not sure that's something that the city would be interested in. But if and I think the judge calls it the reformation agreement, if the governing document was reformed to indicate that the district maintained itself, because there's some advantages for all of us to continue with the health district. There really are, and as long as the city had the control over that and was the sole managing member of that, for lack of a better way of saying that, both attorneys have agreed, whether the court likes those options or not, that those options are available. So we've got two attorneys telling us, one that we can and one that we, and I would say both of them have said, one that there doesn't seem to be anything that says we can't, and one that is a little unsettled. So I don't even know if it's as clear as one says they can and one says we can't. But there's definitely a difference of opinion between the attorneys on what can happen, which makes that a little difficult for a policymaker, because both, I think, have very valid arguments both ways. And because there's not an attorney general's opinion, because there's not case law, because we could sit here all day and do that. The easier way, and I'm not saying we should do it easy, I'm just saying the easier way is to say, all right, there are a couple of options that have some potential that both attorneys agree are legal. Then it comes down to what the court's will is. Does the court, as the majority, want to take the shot and say, let's go with attorney A, or do we go with attorney B, or do we try to find something that we know might be safe with both attorneys? But then the city would have to agree, right, with the one option. They may not want to maintain any part of the health district, and if they don't, and we had option B, which was to provide, let the city just do what they're going to do for everybody in the city, and then the county does a smaller version of the health. But again, I think that for me, that needs to, I want to clearly articulate, to me, that is like a smaller version's a smaller version, meaning, if we're only servicing those 35,000 people, then in my opinion, that can't be a big old huge health department if that would be even the way the court wants to go. So that would be kind of my thought process, and I really would like to hear from everybody else, because I'm trying to figure out how to do this. And again, my three-pronged approach has always been on this. How do we do uninterrupted service to the public that we serve? 2, how do we make sure that our employees are okay and taken care of? And 3, how do we not duplicate services and provide good, be a good steward of the county taxpayer, or the taxpayer's dollars? So I'm going to throw that out there and then let everybody else jump in, and I'm anxious to hear.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Well, just my feelings are that we should take our time and really study this and see where it takes us, because if we're going to go on our own, say stay at the Calderon building, then it's going to take some fixing to do with the Calderon buildings, and it's gonna take money. So I just, I'm gonna take this, wait and see approach.
Commissioner Mattis.
Commissioner Chesney, I like the points you brought up, and I agree. I'm trying to be as open-minded to all of this as possible. Two wrongs don't make a right, but I think the decision made by the city was made despite the fact that they would have been duplicating services. I think that they made their decision despite that there could still be duplication of services. You know, they made their decision, and we can make ours, you know, doing the same services, maybe on a reduced scale, but I don't think that that was part of their mindset in deciding. So I'm all for that. I mean, that has been one of my guiding principles in the years I've been here on this court, is try to partner with other entities to reduce burden on. But, I mean, I guess it is what it is, but that decision was made despite the fact that we could have had duplication of services. So that's my worry. So it's almost like, well, why should it be solely our responsibility when the city already took their action? And it's like, well, maybe taxpayers will be required to pay twice the amount, at least those that live in the city, should we decide to stay with those same functions, but just operating maybe on a smaller scale. So I'm with you most of the way, and maybe even on that third item. But like I said, the city's decision was it was despite whatever we decide, they're going to do it. So now we're left with the burden of, well, now it's our responsibility to save tax dollars. I agree, but that decision in essence was made without that consideration. Would you agree?
Would I agree with the with?
No, I mean, do you agree? Do you agree that their decision was made regardless of whether we decide to do those same services or not? That's all I'm trying to get. It's just if you agree in principle that that's what was decided, because then I might be able to get past that point. But I think that that's where I'm at that point is I hear what you're saying. I don't know if we're going to make a decision today. I'm with Commissioner Hernandez too. I mean, I want to hear more, and I think we should talk more. But let's get down to the main part of this, which was the city made a decision knowing that they good and well could have been duplicating services at basically twice the price for city residents because of their vote that they took in separating from us.
And John, I don't know why they made their decision, right? I mean, I don't know that any of us really do, because it was quick.
And I'm not trying to second guess, but I'm saying they may not have realized that their decision potentially could force that. So I'm glad that we're being mindful of that. I'm glad that despite their decision, that I think didn't consider all the facts, that we are trying to. And so I'm going to be open to that, but I do want to protect the services for the county residents. I do not want to abdicate any of our responsibility in what has been given to us. Now, if there's ways to work around it, then maybe that's where we can work out some details, and I'm open to that. But I want to make sure that we are saving as many tax dollars as possible. It just worries me that the decision given to us is for us to decide and to uncomplicate or correct on a decision that we had really nothing to do with. And maybe that's besides the point. Maybe we were just
that's a fair
here with
statement.
where we're at, and that's what we need to deal with. But I've been belaboring that issue ever since it was presented to us, and so that just kind of bothers me and worries me. But I appreciate the legal direction that we've been given this evening. I think it's very helpful. I think if we had to identify a few areas, I think that those are exactly the three that we should focus on. But like I said, one of the big things, at least for now, is I do not want to give up any responsibility the county has. It would be a contract, but I mean, still, it could be a challenge for someone to provide services to residents that they're not, through a contract beholden to, but
they're doing it now. In other words,
they're paying part.
It's just, if the health district stayed the same, other than the management of the health district changed.
So that's
I
an
don't know
interesting.
what I don't know why that would.
So it's an interesting philosophy, because when you go talk to, and I have, when you go talk to health district employees, they know that they get a city badge and a county badge, but until October, whenever that fateful day was, nobody felt like they were left or right until the city and county, made them feel that way. Because they feel like when you say they're already doing it, they feel like they're all one public health district. If there was ever one mistake that was made, is that they weren't public health district employees and not city and not county, in my opinion. But hold that thought for a second. There was some actual very good discussion. I'm trying to get us caught up from executive. There was some good discussion about things we didn't argue about. And I like starting that from that premise. One of the things we didn't argue about is that we think, and Steve Vieira, you're listening, so I'm pretending you're right here, is that we don't argue that Bureau of Vital Statistics is a division that we see uniquely city as a must, and even though it's in health, in public health, we don't see that there would be any argument that the Bureau of Vital Statistics, I don't think I'm kind of looking at both of you, the left side and right side. Can someone kind of concur here so that I'm not alone in this? But we don't see that the Bureau of Vital Statistics is anything that we, the county, would say we would have to do that service, because it's yours uniquely to do as a city. Guys, is there something, I'm just trying to get us to where we're talking about things that we don't disagree with, because there was some things, remember, you said, because I'm getting to the county part where you said, hey, no one disagrees that septic is your, right? I'm trying to get to that laundry list.
I just don't, I don't remember what the advice was on the Bureau of Vital Statistics. I'm not disagreeing with you. I just know what we were told was the one thing the county has to do is septic inspection. I just don't remember if they said,
Right.
the city has to do the Bureau of Vital
Well, I'm
Statistics.
just basing it off this document. I think it's a must, but, well, I guess, but let's just, for the sake of argument, can we just say that we don't disagree that Bureau of Vital Statistics would be appropriate with the city health department? Guys?
That it would be inappropriate?
Oh, appropriate.
It would be appropriate.
Appropriate. I mean, I'm just trying to get us to one thing, yeah? I mean, yeah? Okay, so Bureau of Vital Statistics, so, no one's you're not gonna get any, argument there, and I hope that on the septic, it's statutory, so you wouldn't get any necessarily argument that that is a county statutory function. Steve Aragon, I thought there was another one. Was there a third one? Or does anybody remember?
Sorry about that. Let me see if I can you hear me?
Yeah, gotcha.
I don't know if you can see me. Oh, there I am. Okay. There are a handful of functions that are delegated to the county. For example,
Could you list them?
enforcement of laws relating to food safety, food permits, that kind of stuff. That might not be delegable because it's specifically delegated to a public health district or to a county. So there is that. And that there are some services that are sort of natural fits for municipal implementation, like, vital statistics. In fact, that's a responsibility of the health authority. And interestingly enough, counties and cities can contract to have the same health authority, the physician who's responsible for issuing the orders, reporting vital statistics to the state. That's one area where there is a specific authority to contract.
Okay, so that's a great example. Okay, so, I just want to write down, in this framework of what are you doing and what are you thinking, county? Those are the things we're thinking, that would be a very natural and good opportunity to say, hey, those are two functions that wherever there is a statutory function, and we would like to have our county attorney get a list of them, because we know that universe exists. Where there is a statutory function, we do not believe that it's delegable. Is that correct, Steve? If it says county, this is your authority, you don't delegate that authority.
Well,
You can.
Well, I'm asking, it's a question.
Yeah, I believe that there are probably some services that are going to be pretty difficult to delegate.
Okay.
The other example that I came up with was the
But that-
authority
but
to
not that you
appoint a
can.
county employee to issue citations. That seems to be a uniquely county function.
So
that
Commissioner-
can't be delegated.
Commissioner Gonzalez is hung up with when you are not absolute, he thinks you can do it. Are you saying that is your opinion that that would be most likely not delegable? Because he needs it in finite terms. Because
That's
otherwise he
correct.
takes it, okay, thank you.
Right, in my opinion, where a statute specifically delegates responsibility to a county, that is probably gonna be undelegable, non-delegable.
Yeah, and there's gonna be, no matter how you look at it, there's gonna be some that the county's gonna have to do because that's statute.
Well, that's what we're
Probably.
talking about.
And the thing is, and those are the things you have to look at. Okay, you're gonna do everything else, but we're gonna do this, right? Because, and it can happen that way too.
Right.
I think, I'm sorry, you finished?
No, I just wanted to say thank you to Steve. That's it.
What do you got? I'll wait till after you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I thought you want to do it, you want me to do it?
Yeah, go ahead.
We've been talking about, we gotta start somewhere, I mean, they said January was, everybody's panicking because of January. Well, maybe we should and maybe we shouldn't. They provided a proposal here of services. What's the problem of us, and Jeannie, maybe I'll ask you, saying, you know what? We're gonna go ahead and buy into the city as much as we can, right? That's an option we have. Understand they're gonna provide services to all 35,000 people, 30 to 35,000 people in the county here, western area, right? And once we do that, we can go to the table and start saying, okay, we gonna want this, or we're gonna do this, but we need 6 months to plan of what you agree on, what we don't agree on. And if it's not gonna work, it's not gonna work. But at least we got 6 months that the people are still getting paid. 6 months that we gotta come up with a plan, a pretty concrete plan to say, can we just break away? Can we do it on our own? What's it gonna cost? Right now, we don't have anything, right? We don't have anything right now. But if we say, look, we're gonna buy into as much as we can, but we need 6 months to work out some kind of a plan that will benefit or that will fit us and also you, right? Maybe 5 months from now, maybe we'll say, you know what? Forget it, we're gonna go ahead and do our clinic and take out the own building. My plan, and I'm just been working, I've mentioned to Commissioner Amaris, and we talked about it, and Commissioner Hernandez also separately, because, I think there is a plan. I mean, I think if we fix the Calderon building, we have a clinic there already, About 3 years ago, I think Commissioner Amaris had called Annette and told her about the clinic and say, why are we not using that clinic? I mean, how come everything is shut down? Why don't we expand over there? And nothing was done, right? Nothing was done. But a year and a half ago, I called Dr. Lewis and I took him out there and says, why are we not expanding here to this clinic? Why are we not upgrading it and doing something with it? Well, it never happened. So now we're all jumping hoops and say, well, what are we gonna do? I think if we do this, it'd give us time to say, we got 6 months, I've talked to an architect to see if he would design the clinic for us, to see how much space we have, how many examining rooms, and, even a dental, even a mental health. I think if we can come up with a plan like that where we can decide that Calderon area, which will be the western area, if we have to, provide it to the city and says, you want to provide the services, you can use those facilities. And we're still gonna buy into you, right? We're not gonna buy in 40%, by buying 20%, maybe. I think we just have to come up with, we gotta start talking about what are we gonna be, what are we gonna want, and what are we gonna need. But if we do that, and again, if we do that clinic there at the Calderon building, and say we go with the city, a year from now, whatever is not working, and we break away, we got a home we can go to. We got that clinic that we fixed for us to take care of it and provide services. I mean, And people from Bishop, I mean, the Calderon's a lot closer than the city. You know, they're like, but if the city is willing to go out there, and I know I heard something that they couldn't, but I also heard that they could, you know, and those are the things we have to find out. For sure, do they can or they can't. So, I mean, those are some of the things that I've been thinking, I've been planning. Hopefully, I want to come up with something, you know? I mean, we can argue here all we want and argue and argue and argue, but, you know, if we don't come up with something and say, hey, let's do this, and with the stipulation that we got 6 months to do it, or even continue, if we got a plan working on it and working, maybe we can extend the plan, you know? Who knows? So we gotta have to have something concrete. I mean, something that's saying, you know, let's try to do, so that to me would be my, motion, if I do make a motion that say, this is what I wanna do, but this will give us a chance to say, let's work together, or let's see what we can do. I mean, if we
So-
just say, no, we gotta walk out of here, nothing is done, now we're back to square one, you know? So what do we have? At least, I mean, at least they're showing us something that they would do. I mean, all this is debatable. You know, can you do it? Could you not do it? You know, how much can you do? You know, and all these things here, you know, we can, it's debatable. Now we're gonna bring our things to the table. You know, and you can show me all the paperwork you want, Judge. I really don't really wanna see it, but I'm telling you that we need to come up with something, you know? I mean, this is what I think. I mean, I have a plan, but nobody wants to hear the plan, that's fine. You know, I have a plan, nobody wants to hear it because, you know, it's coming, probably because it's coming from me, but, you know, I know you don't wanna hear it, Judge, but, you know, I think everybody else might be interested, but, you know, I think if, let's be professional on these things too. Let's see, where do we go? I mean, let's open the door to something, to some kind of communication. You know, why they separated, like Commissioner said, I don't know why they separated. Maybe they had a reason, maybe that, you know, maybe it was, maybe control, maybe everybody wanted to control, I don't know. But I'm just saying, we got to have a plan, man, we gotta do something, you know, I mean, we're not just arguing back and forth and blaming people and blaming other people. You know, we gotta come up with something. My concern is also the western people, my concern is the people from the colonias and the western area, you know, and that's the reason why I'm looking at the Calderon building, looking at the RV clinic, you know, that's almost finished, and, you know, all these things is part of the plan. You know, the part of the plan to provide the outreach, and if they provide the services from the Calderon building, we can help with the outreach, like we do it now, you know, if we're so concerned about all this, the poor people back there and all these people back there, why don't we have anything there? I mean, now everybody's worried about the poor people in the Western District, but nobody worried about them to put something there 2, 3, 4 years ago. You know, so if they were so important to us, why didn't we do something? Now, you know, you want to blame somebody else because we don't have it, or because we're not going to do it. So I'm just saying again, that I think I just think people will be taken care of. I think it's up to us to make sure that they do. Those are our constituents, those are our people that we deal with. I think it's shame on us if we don't, but, you know, we have to make sure that all get served. You know, and people may feel different things for different reasons, and, you know, but, you know, we're concerned about the people there too, and I heard the city manager and the mayor, you might not believe him, Judge, but, you know, saying, hey, nobody's gonna be left behind. It's not gonna happen. We're gonna take care of everybody. I mean, you know, you might not believe them, but you know, I'm thinking that they're saying the right things. You have a lot of people in the city council that really care. You know, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2, maybe, I don't know. I think they all care, you know, just like us. But I think at one point, either we put something on the table or they pay the consequences, you know, and I don't wanna pay the consequences because I'd rather have something that we can hang on to and try to take care of our people in the western area that we need to take care of, especially those that aren't insured, underinsured, and have no insurance. So that is my plan, and that's probably be my motion, so this is where I stand.
So.
What would probably be your motion?
The motion is to buy into the city as much as we can, contract with them, and then we're given a 6 months extension to work out a plan, to see if the plan works, and what can they bring to the table, and what can we bring to the table, you know, and if it doesn't work, we'll, you know, we have to fix the Calderon, which I think we probably will, Calderon building, and then that's a backup for us, you know? I mean, right now, we don't even have a backup. We're, you know,
Yes.
so, but I'm, you know, that would be my recommendation.
So I've heard things that we can agree on and things that I don't agree with. But I think the things that we can agree on is that we have 40 employees that are county employees.
I agree.
And that they need certainty and they need to be made whole throughout this process. And also, I also think that we can agree that COVID-19 has become a game changer, and nobody across this country who is in public health ever thought that anybody paid attention to public health until we had this global pandemic that shut our country down and caused such unbelievable ramifications that 700,000 of our citizens have died. So the issue is that it isn't a matter of what we did in the past, it's what we can do now and what we can do for our future.
That's right.
And so we agree on many of the principles. But what I think is absolutely imperative is that all of us seem to understand that may I see that, the flyer? Because I just don't have it printed. Do you have a flyer handy for me? Because that's all it is, it's a flyer. Okay,
Everything in paper is a
I'm-
flyer.
No, but, so I have the privilege of working with a lot of great public health professionals. Okay, this is not a plan. This does not address asset and inventory.
I didn't say it was a plan.
I know,
Judge.
if you don't mind, I think I listened to you I listened very respectfully. And like I said, I almost think it's a Christmas miracle because I agree with a lot of what you said. So if you wouldn't mind, sir.
Thank you, appreciate that.
This is not a plan. This is nothingness. This is basically, we take everything and we're gonna charge you for it. And we're gonna charge your citizens for it. And it says it right here in black and white, and I'm glad we're being recorded, because it says, we're gonna say, their plan is to have service fees for individuals outside the service area. So when you guys roll tape in Robstown and Bishop and Driscoll, Agua Dulce, Banqueta, and Petronila, the city's plan is to charge you right now for the service. And charge us too. That's their plan. This is not even addressing the grants, the potential for more money. We're in the middle of a pandemic. We're in the middle of Omicron. And there is so much yet to be determined. The calls that we were on yesterday have let me to be somewhat concerned about the late January month. What I'd like to do is take what you said and expand upon it. We need to see a real plan that we can vote on. And I also think, Commissioner Modis, we need to move the ball forward. We can't stay in purgatory or in limbo forever. And so what I'd like to see happen is that we set forth a parameter to keep the district whole until July 1. And what does that do for us? Several things. It allows the grant that, and I have to cross-check, but I think the grant that we talked about this morning with Ms. Ojadaye is, I think, ripe in July. But in order to keep your provider number, for example, your district has to be whole, okay, for vaccines. If we dissolve, let's just say we were lazy and we didn't do anything. Your vaccines are hooked to that health district. We don't want to lose the health district status for at least 6 months until we all figure out what's in our best interest. That is absolutely key. And if there were a real plan, and if there were real dialogue, which there's been none, which is very unfortunate, is we would be able to sit down and understand that with dishes. What I propose is that we, the city and the county, sit with dishes to figure out how we would see through, the next, up to the 6 months. Because that's absolutely important, so that they have certainty and assurances that we're gonna perform. On January 18th, without a writing, we dissolve. Legally, we dissolve. And if we dissolve, we lose and our community loses. We lose our provider number for vaccines, we can lose grants, and we lose potential to apply for more grants that are going to be needed for further use. And that's my concern. And so I would like to make sure that if we had a motion, it would be that until our new fiscal year, that our 40 employees know that at minimum, that we have health work for them. Because let me just tell you, and I almost want to get it back from you, Commissioner, because I kind of like my little Bible, that little thing I gave you, but
And that's part of my plan too,
let me
Judge.
show you. This right here, folks, because, you know, we're on TV here.
Nobody's
This-
going for it.
This is a real dissection of why we need to ramp up public health. And there's 6 areas that we need to ramp up. That's kind of interesting because it's perfect. It's even. And I bet, Steve Vieira, you've never read this, and I bet you've never figured out that 3 of the 6 places that we need to ramp up public health are in the city, and 3 are in the country, in the rural areas. Bishop, and Driscoll, and Robstown. And so this is what I think is needed, is to keep our 40 people in place until our new fiscal year. That will give us enough time. The budget is the budget. It's already there. And if you're asking me whether or not we need 40 people to run public health, you bet we do. You bet we do. And it's going to probably have some reorganization involved with it, but you bet we do. And I don't think it'll cost us a dime more to deliver the great health care that we've done over the last 2 years. And this is a template to tell us what else we need to do. And we've made these investments, so let's use them. I have no problem whatsoever if the city wants to have their own health department and do all the great things that this Bible right here tells you that you need to do. But I have a lot of concern when an expert in public health tells me he's not sure that any services that you contract with the city outside their jurisdiction would be within the statute ability. So if we want to move the needle, I suggest that this court say that we see a real plan. You don't want to, nobody's going to transfer any grants to a department that doesn't exist with something that looks like this. I know you don't want to see it, but the last time we did this in 2017, look, and this is just 3 of them. This is what we did. And that's because this is how much work is needed, not this. And there's not even there's not $1 figure, there's not even any reference to any of the issues that hurt our community. And that's why I think that it's got to be that we say, look, there's some things that we can have no arguments about. Yesterday, someone told me, not yesterday, when was I was there? Monday, they said, look, even though you guys do septic, do you realize that all of our licensed our regulators are licensed by the city? In other words, they're all city employees currently that do the stuff that we're statutorily obligated to do. So it's going to go both ways. And that diagnostic lab, it's one of 10 in the state. It doesn't belong to a city or a county. It belongs to a region. And I want to go talk to Dishes and see if maybe Dishes wants to contract, with just good people, guys, just good employees, right? Maybe take some of our employees and say, you're already doing the lab. Okay, you don't go city or county, right? You just go to some entity that's run, because that lab, it doesn't belong to a city with city electeds being in charge. It belongs to a region, so that if somebody from Kennedy County needs to run a test, that they go and be able to run that test there. Because when you're dealing with Zika and H1N1 and some of the other viruses that we've encountered, you've got to have a regional lab. Public health isn't 2 words on a flyer. It's people's lives. So what can we agree on today so that we can show that the city, that we are, and the people, that we have a real unity? And what can we do?
Judge, the buy-in that I'm talking about gives us all what you're talking about. We're not selling nothing, it's just something to start with.
You don't know what you're buying into.
The employees will be there for 6 months. The employees, I know about the employees, they'll be there for 6 months, they're not going nowhere. If they give us those 6 months when we buy, I like to say, give us a chance, the city, let's go to the table, start negotiating, what are we gonna do? What's the services they're gonna provide? You say there's a cost, what's the cost? You know, I don't think, if we pay into it, how can they charge the citizens if we paying into it?
Well, sir, you should ask them that.
I'm
You should ask them, because that's what they put on here.
But that's why we need to go to the table and start answering.
I agree. That's what we've been saying. But the problem is that all we did was say, hey, guys, legally, we don't think what you did was legal, and that's all we did. And that's why they're saying to us, do more. And what I'm saying is, you can't buy into something that you don't know what you're buying into.
So we gotta find out.
Let's find out. I agree with you.
That's
Let's
right.
find out. So how about if we keep intact, we've got to keep this district intact
We are gonna keep it intact, Judge.
for 6 months.
We are gonna keep it intact.
Would you make that motion?
My motion's gonna be to buy into as much as we can, but keep it intact for 6 months and see what happens, and go to the table and start
Well, you know, that's
negotiating.
not too different than what I was saying. I mean, if you buy into the fact that this district needs to stay in place until July 1, or maybe if they were just super fast, or if they presented a plan that could answer all of the questions that we have. But I want to protect the employees.
I do too, Judge.
And good, then I want to, and the grants,
But
you
I
want to
still
protect the
buy into
grants.
I wanna buy into the city as much as we can, and let's see where we go from there. The employees will be protected for 6 months, because we're gonna ask them, that's gonna be part of the agreement, they give us 6 months. So,
But you don't know what you're buying
Well,
into,
we
so
don't
you
know,
have,
but
you
we
can't
gotta- we
agree to
gotta go
something
to
that
the
you haven't
table.
seen.
Judge, that's what Jeannie was supposed to be doing, negotiating, we gotta go to the
No,
table.
you gave that wrong impression. Jenny, we gave one direction to Jenny, and that was to go convey our legal opinion. That's where everybody went wrong, in my opinion, that the court
Well, You
relied,
didn't let it happen, Judge. You know,
What?
We give Jeannie the authority to do it, and then you call in, and then you want to argue, and that's a problem. We know, if we're gonna let Jeannie do it, let Jeannie do
Hey,
it.
Jenny has not had any opportunity to do anything more than give a letter that we directed to the city that got ignored. So when Jenny can produce 6 months in an agreement, in writing,
I tell you, if I make my motion, we're gonna get 6 months. I can tell you, I mean,
well, apparently you have the inside track and deal with
I know,
the
but
city.
they already said that we're gonna work with you, I mean.
That doesn't count. We don't do anything, and why do you think we have court? Why do you think we have all of these contracts? Do you think it's because people
I'm just gonna
do
make
it?
my motion, I'm just gonna make my motion when you're ready. So-
Well, I don't know what motion you're making. What is your motion?
Motion is we buy into the city as much as we can, with the agreement that we gonna get 6 months an extension, take the employees to stay there as long as for all the 6 months. There's not gonna be a change in the employees, especially the county employees, you know,
And that we
and then-
remain a
then-
district?
And then we decide what we're gonna do as far as the services and how we're gonna change as far as the services. The district has to remain because we're gonna get a 6 months extension.
Okay, so wait a second. So your motion is to keep the district for 6 months until such time as a contract or an agreement comes to this court with which we get the option to say whether we like it or not?
Sure, I mean, and we have the option to back out when you want to too, if we don't like it.
Yeah, and what about us? Why wouldn't we want to have City of Robstown, Bishop, all of the mayors that wrote to us said, you haven't even asked us. You haven't given us any public input. We give more input.
That's part of the plan, Judge. I mean, that, all this.
Well, no, you haven't said that.
Well,
You
but I
haven't
mean,
said
I
that.
mean,
You're saying something now.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna put everything in the.
Well, you have to. You have to let the people know.
I think you're smarter than that, and we're all smarter than that too, Judge. You know, when you come to making the plans, you gotta include everybody, and and this is why we need the 6 months, to talk to those people.
Well, I think
and
that's
see
what we've
they
been saying.
want, and find out, what is it feasible, the Calderon building will be good enough or not? I mean, where are we gonna go? I mean, right now, we don't even have a place to go, so, but I think if we can work it out, we'll work it out. If we don't, then that's besides the point, we gotta, in 6 months.
Well, just so you know, the last time we met, we asked Jetty and we put it in writing, we wanted a fully vetted transition plan. and we wanted 6 months, and they wouldn't sign it. So if they'll just sign that, then we can do what you say.
They can sign it with us agreeing that we're gonna buy into it as much as we can.
Well, we don't know what that means. That's not a real motion. Buy into it as much as you can. What does that mean legally, Jenny? What does that mean?
I think the intent was those services that are non-delegable by the county.
Well, that doesn't answer the question of whether or not your county, I don't think that, I mean, if you want to stay a district for 6 months, that was the request that we had made. So if that's the motion, to stay a district for 6 months and have the city develop a plan, I would add, and I think we could probably get all 5 of us to agree to this, is if the county would develop a plan simultaneously. Why is it that the city would dictate to you and the people that you represent?
They're not going to dictate, we.
Yes, you've allowed that. You've allowed them to tell you.
Understand, Judge, what we're saying
You have a
right
deal.
now, we're gonna go to the table, we give this is what we want, what do you want? And we have to negotiate, we have to, yes, no, as long as they're providing all the services that we need, we're gonna buy into it.
Well, that's not
You
what
know?
your jurisdictions want. They
well-
want to be included in that. So
they can
why
be
would you?
included during the negotiation time, yeah, they can be included during the 6 months to find out what do you actually want. They don't have anything right now to begin with. What do they have
Right.
right now? They don't
Well,
have anything.
And,
know,
and
no, we
if
haven't
you're,
done nothing out
and
there
what
for
if
'em.
you can't delegate? What if it's not legal to delegate? Then what? Would you be willing to entertain that while we're in this transition plan?
Well, I guess,
Commissioner?
whatever we come up with, so we need to decide.
Okay, Commissioner Chesney,
Thank you,
do you have a
Judge.
better motion?
Well, I
Or
have a
more
different motion. and I
clearly-
don't- Well, so I'm going to go back, and again, despite all the rhetoric that's been going around, and I got all kinds of calls about how we supposedly had deals and that was being articulated on the radio, and there's all these violations of the Open Meetings Act. I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to state on the record, that I have no deal with anybody. I've had no meetings with anybody on this. I've had minimal conversations with even anybody around here other than the county attorney, who I've continually asked questions to, and is this legal, and can we do this, and what are the options here? And I actually, again, didn't come in here today with a preconceived notion, despite what I've been accused of. But what I've learned from this is that one lawyer says one thing and one lawyer says the other, but yet both lawyers say that we could, and I'm going to go back to the one of the proposals that I like, that I think we should look at. And again, devil's in the detail. We might not be able to work it out. The city may not like it. I don't know. But the easiest thing and the most efficient thing that, in my opinion, after listening today to the lawyers, that provides the things that I'm looking for, uninterrupted service, taking care of our employees, and not wasting taxpayer dollars, is to continue to maintain a health district and let the city be the sole managing member of the health district, and we pay our fair share. We're not abdicating anything. We're not giving up anything that we're delegating, because both lawyers have agreed that that's legal. Both lawyers have agreed that we can do anything we want pretty much through a health district in regards to working together on services. And so, and this would take care of our employees potentially, because even though I think the retirement system showed that there wasn't much difference, there's a 200% match, you know, there's, the vesting is better at the city than it is at the county, there's COLAs at the city, we give a higher interest rate. Despite all those things, if we were able to maintain the health district, then, and the city just ran it and managed it, then we're not abdicating anything. Our employees can stay put. They don't lose any benefits. There's no uninterrupted health services. And so mine is kind of and I'm going to say a hybrid of not exactly what Joe's saying and not exactly what you're saying, but it sure sounds reasonable to me under the 3 prongs that I came into this looking for. And I didn't know about this until today at this meeting, which is why I kept telling people I haven't made a decision, and maybe people believed it, maybe they didn't, but I really didn't until I heard this option, because I really wanted to hear all the cool options that were possibly out there. And right now, that's the one I like the most. You keep the health district intact, and you let the city be the sole managing member of that deal. Because at the end of the day, as long as we are providing the services we need to people, and as long as we are doing what we need to do, I'm not gonna get into a turf war over who runs the thing. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do that. And I'm not going to battle over who runs it if it's a good system. And I don't have the same feelings of disdain that some have for the city and their abilities to do things. I think they've been approved for things. I think they could go run their own if they want to. And this may be moot because guess what? The city may say, nah, we just don't want to do it. We want to form our own health department, and they may not even want to do this, but why not ask that question? Because if we truly are really interested in providing the best health care, helping our employees, public health, excuse me, helping our employees and not wasting taxpayer dollars, which is what we're supposed to do, to me, this would be the best way to do it, because when I say I don't care, I don't mean that flippantly, but it doesn't matter to me who runs it as long as it's done right. And guess what? If we go into this plan and we do it this way and it's not run the way we want to, we pull out. We leave and do our own thing, because we're not stuck with this forever, but we have to move forward. We have to give a direction. We have to provide some stability for these employees. We have to provide stability for the people. Look, I'm all for, I don't know why none of these mayors were here today, but if they want to come at
Because they
another
had
meeting,
counsel.
if they want to come to another meeting, they can. That's fine. I know you emailed them all and had an emergency meeting with them the other day, and that's your right to do it. And if they want to be involved, great, let them be involved. But at the same time, we're the ones that have to decide. It's our responsibility to decide. It's ours. It's our money. It's our budget. So at the end of the day, I am more than willing to hear from anyone, whether they're an elected official or not, anywhere in the county. But we have to be the ones who decide it, because that's our legal and constitutional duty to do so. So that's what I like. That's the one I like. That's where I think we should go. That's where I ought to think we ought to see if the county's willing to do it. It's not exactly what Joe wants. It's not exactly what you want, Judge. It may not be exactly what anybody wants, but it's a starting point, and it is the most stable of the options. It is the most stable of the options, because all it means is, and I'm not trying to simplify it, but all it means is taking a document and saying, instead of it being a city-county health department run by both entities, it's run by the city, and we pay a cost, and if we don't like it, we can always get out. So if we want the best, most stable thing that provides us the best opportunity to expand, we don't recreate the wheel. We figure out a way to work the wheel the way it is, and thankfully, Steve Aragon and Jenny Dorsey both agreed on those two options, and I got something that I can say both lawyers agreed on that I think's a pretty good option. So that's where I'm at. Judge, I think that's the way we ought to start down the road.
So
And that's
the
motion I
the
would
big
make.
issue is whether or not there should be so the motion that you have is to keep the district intact.
And sorry, and for 6 months extend as is. I meant to add that on, and that Jenny continue to help be the negotiator
And for
for
6
that.
months,
Right.
well, I have to be honest with you. You cannot run an emergency, and you cannot run public health without having somebody on her team that understands public health. You just cannot. It's not a fair assessment.
That's why we hired Steve Aragon.
Well, then let's have Steve Aragon work with Jenny to go and get, for example, I asked Dale, do you even know what we have as an asset and inventory list? We don't. Do you even know what, so if your motion is to keep the district for 6 months, I'm sorry, yes, right?
My motion was to keep it as is.
I'm sorry, keep it as
For
is.
6 months, but then start negotiations with the city on maintaining the district as is over the long haul, with them being the sole managing member of the health district. That is my motion. That's my motion. And to continue to let Jenny lead as the
And so-
negotiator on that, and use Steve Aragon all she wants. But at the end of the day, it's if that one goes well, there's not a lot of need for experts on this, because all we're doing is just changing the manager.
Well, all you're really doing is removing me as a point of contact for the county and being able to hire and fire the local health authority and the local health director, which is what this has always been about.
It's not.
And so I think that what's interesting is that it achieves the health district, okay? And it achieves the maximum for the people and the regional health. So I'm not saying that that is a disagreeable thing, but the devil is going to be in the details. And I have no problem with having that written up. But this concept of just talking things, like, I don't understand that as lawyers. Like, you've got to be able to write something down, look at it, and go, hey, this is what we want to present. But I think that's enough, Jenny, for you to be able to go forward and say, hey, we want to stay as is as a health district, and we want to talk to you, if that's the motion, and we want to talk to you about what the future looks like. But that's so different, right, than what they've asked for. They've said, we want to be a city health department.
It's completely different, and that's what I'm saying, they may not like it. They may not like it.
Yeah, well, they may not
And we
like
have to
it,
come right
because
back.
if you don't have some safeguards in there, but look, Metropolitan Health does this in Bear County, right? And I'm sure there's some safeguards there. So all I'm saying to you is, who in their right mind that represents a county would say, hey, you guys take care of everything, we're in charge of, we'll be in a district, but we won't have any oversight? As long as we could have a document, Jenny, that would prepare for, as you said, withdrawal if something terrible happens, or, some sense of, remember, that's kind of the whole premise of the district. I guess that's good, because what I'm looking for right now is this district to stay intact for 6 months and hopefully forever. And if it has to separate, then it separates in a way that we legally find out who can do what. And I think that's fair.
I think, Judge, it's a starting point of which gives specific direction that says to the city of Corpus Christi, this is what we think is the best route to start with. And if they reject that, then we got to come back and have another option. But to
Right.
me, that
Right.
would be so stable for everybody.
But just so you know, I hate to break this to you, but that's exactly what we have right now.
No, it isn't.
It
The
is,
difference
it is. It's exactly the same.
But we co-run it.
No, we don't. That's the whole, misperception. Thank you for saying that, because I'm so glad. It's so important to get to the root. But we don't co-run anything. That's the craziness. But maybe through a really good agreement, we could get that solved. The only thing we do is two things. We hire and fire the local health authority, and we hire and fire the public health director, and we concur only, not hire, but concur to the assistant health director. And then finally, there's somewhat of a fourth. Once a year, we do an evaluation. So you ask yourself, if your idea is so great, why is it really just about the hiring of a health director? And the hiring of a local health authority? Because I can tell you this, that's what it's about. Those are the only things that we do currently in the health district. Nobody runs anything. The reason there's been controversy is because inside of public health and emergency, I have another hat called the emergency manager. And it's in that role that they've butted heads. It has nothing to do with the
Judge,
district. You
that
see what I'm
doesn't-
saying, though?
That doesn't go away. Your emergency management role, you're going to have that role.
Oh, yeah.
Right, and so that's going to be.
You're right, but I just want to make sure you understand that
separate.
they're not, the only reason this issue has come up in governance, I'm just saying to you, everything you just said is exactly what you have. So I'm going to let you second it, and I'm going to vote yes real fast, because it's exactly what we have right now. And the only difference is that our county employees would become,
Well, I don't know that they would.
well, maybe they wouldn't.
That's what I'm trying to
Well,
say.
and also
I
that,
don't know.
and that TCRDS stuff, I have to think that you care, and I know you do. We want to make sure that, again, what you just said is
Still wanna
really
ru-
just
I
an
still wanna
as
run all
is.
the stuff. Well, it's not as is, because
was good
it is different. But I mean, I do still
Well,
want to run those scenarios, because if
it's
the
really
city,
the same.
if the city doesn't like this, motion that clarifies, that gives them the control to run it. And let me tell you, part of that motion is.
Because that's what they do every day.
Hold on. Part of that motion, though, is to also, I do want to renegotiate a little bit on the price, because, here's where they can't make, they've made the argument, and this is going to come back to haunt them a little bit. They've made the argument that, hey, 90% of the county, or 90% of the county are people that live inside the city of Corpus Christi. So then in theory, I also want to include some renegotiation on how much we're paying them, because we're only making up 10% of the county. And I'm just saying that ought to be, in the devil's in the detail part too.
Right.
That we need to look at.
But the only
at that
thing
as
I would
well.
tell you is that, and this is fine, I mean, at least we've said something today, but just so you know, there is kind of a shame in all of this. And that is that when somebody says, hey, I want to do something better, I want to get it stronger, that's what that young woman was saying to us today, is that you have an opportunity to do more for your community because COVID-19 has told us that people here die faster than in the fastest place, than the largest populated city in county in Texas, Harris County. We die faster. And that's something that should make us go, hey, why are we trying to be cheap with public health? We ought to be trying to figure out how, if they want to go do their thing, how can we strengthen it? So if we stay at district, Brent, the one good thing about that is that potentially we could strengthen it. And maybe, I know you want to save money, but maybe, and I like your idea, let's see how they feel about you paying less. I'm just dying right now. They're wondering how all this just went backwards on them.
No, it's not
But-
backwards, it's
but-
just a
Well,
point of-
they're expecting you to pay them, not backwards.
No, we would still pay them, but you make.
Well,
you
we
make-
pay the district, right, guys? If the district, remember, we're not paying them anything. If it's a district, we pay the district. You know what we should have is a governing board for the district. That's really what we should have, and then you wouldn't have any of this headache.
And then they could appoint that governing board. I don't, but so here's what you said too, that, thank God, I forgot it, my train of thought twice. But what you said too about, and here's where you and I may have a disconnect also, Judge, or a little disagreement.
Okay.
I believe that the city, with the $1.4 billion budget and all the resources and all the infrastructure, I believe they're better suited to do things like this than the county, who is really a small participant here, because, you know, and I get that, that's not to demean us or to say that we're less, but.
I hear you.
But we're, you know, we're the little brother / sister in the room, and that's how
Except
I think-
except for certain things.
Sure, I mean.
Indigent healthcare,
No,
behavioral
I'm
health
just
care,
saying I'm just
and the
saying
rural
I'm just
communities.
saying in the big picture,
'Cause-
right? So to me, like, I am so thrilled that we have the Coastal Bend Veteran Cemetery. I'm thrilled that the city, under different leadership, said no to that, but they should have taken that, right? They're the big gorilla that they don't worry about. I mean, we're worried about, you know, our $100 million budget, and they've got $1.4 billion.
Well, why didn't they do, a
Right, okay,
beach
but-
sediment
and
incident
that's not a
management,
negative.
you
That
know?
was under different leadership, and that's okay, but I'm just saying, I think they should take on more responsibility if they're 90%.
I agree.
You know, I mean, I do, so this is different. I mean, it's different
Well,
in the
look.
sense that, hey, look, let us focus on things that we can focus on, but let's let, if they'll even do it. I just think
Well,
it's,
look,
I just think it's an interesting
it's almost
concept that
8
the lawyers
o'clock.
agree that's okay to do.
I mean, why don't we,
They say
why
no,
don't
we
we
come back.
say, why don't we say, that your motion is what it was, which is that we stay a health district as is, and, that we, what did you say, Brent? Just, would you-
Basically, my motion was that we maintain
A
the
health
current,
district.
the current health district as is with no change for 6 months. And that in that 6 months, we come up with a transition, a plan that allows the city of Corpus Christi to be the sole managing member of the health district. Devil's in the details, and that would be the motion, and that Jenny would keep negotiating with them, and now she has something to take to them. And if they shoot down the concept, then we're gonna be back here in a month.
And
We're gonna be
the
back here
only
doing this
thing that
again.
I.
But this is the most
The
stable
only
way to
thing
do it.
I disagree with is this concept of, what does it mean to be a sole managing anything? I mean,
It's a business
if it's just that,
Sole
that they're
managing.
gonna be doing all the, I mean, they're kind of doing that already. The only difference is, would you say that we would not have any county employees? They would all be city employees?
I
You're not
don't-
really saying that.
I'm not saying, I don't know, I'm not
Because,
saying that.
because then
I-
county employees would have to report to, like, Dr. Wilmot's the assistant director, because at some point inside a district, I think what they want, Brent, is governance. They don't like the, hey, I said go to Greenwood Clinic, and this is a real live example, Steve Viera. I said, we're not having vaccines at Greenwood Clinic, and then the health says, well, yes, I am, right? They want to have some sort of governance over public health. I suppose I can accept that. I think it's a terrible idea for public health. I think public health should be independent. I don't think but I get it, that there's got to be some practicality to it. But if we could just figure out that there's too many details yet to be determined, I would say that, you know.
I agree, Judge.
I just don't know how the county, would get some sureties that, again, like, wouldn't you want to make sure that, and maybe you could write it out, that whoever they choose for the local health authority, that person governs all the county. There's just too many ifs and ands and buts, but if you will make it
It's a general
a
motion.
loosey-goosey one,
It's a
that
general
it gets
motion
to be brought back.
see if they even want to consider that. And if they don't consider it, then we're going to be back on January 5th or 26th, coming up with a different option. So I
And-
just think that's the most stable for everybody involved. And I just think it could, the lawyers agree, and holy cow, it might work. And I mean, I'm really glad that, like I said, I appreciate the dialogue that we had with those two lawyers who disagreed, because it got me to a point where I found something they agreed on and went, okay, I can live with that. I think that's a really strong,
Yeah.
positive potential. And hopefully the city will agree.
Yeah, and the only thing I want to make sure is that our county employees don't hear that as, because remember, the cities, I just want to make sure that the county employees would hear that as, that they would stay in that district, and they would stay inside that health district, all 40 of them.
I've articulated very clearly that I have a three-pronged approach, and taking care of the county employees is
Because
one of them.
you know the city has posted jobs for like a new health department, they've moved budget, they've created all these things. I don't know how this works with what they've done.
I don't either.
But.
It may not.
But having said that,
But my job as John, and John said something a while ago that made sense. My job is, in my opinion, is to try to do what I think is best for the county. And hopefully the city will think the same way. If they don't, I respect that they don't, but I still did what I thought was best in my good conscience. And that's what I'm charged with doing. And I think this provides so much stability for our employees, for our people that get served, and can potentially be something that doesn't duplicate services. And I'm hoping that the city will be open-minded to this, because if we all put aside the egos and all the stuff and everything that's gone on, we're just all 14 people, 9 elected over there and 5 over here, and a bunch of people, staff, and that we're just trying to do right. We're just trying to do the best thing, and it's not always easy. I mean, this is it's 8 o'clock at night, and we're
what are
just
you getting all softy on us for here?
Softy, I just think it's, I mean, I don't.
Someone
I-
give
I-
him a Hershey's
I'm just
kiss.
shocked. I'm just so happy that I.
You
like,
are just
came in
like,
here with an
who
open
are you,
mind.
man?
No, I
Who
came in
are
with-
you?
Well, I came in with my open mind, and I came up with something that I like, and I'm kind of excited, but the city could shoot me down tomorrow, so.
Well, I don't know. All I know is that the district staying intact for 6 months is great. And I also know that the district getting to a better governance post 6 months is also great. But please know that I would really appreciate it if there would be some honesty about, without a document, I don't really know what it really means, but I think that's worth exploring. And again, we would have to make sure that we covered our behinds, and I think you would, I gotta protect the county liability. You're like my liability, like scaredy cat about everything, so I gotta know that you would not want to, have a contract that didn't have some semblance of protection for us.
And an out clause, just like they would want one, right? I mean,
Well,
they-
an out-
You know what, they might like it for a while.
So I
and they
just,
may not
do
like
you
it.
mind if I ask Steve Aragon, what do you think about that proposition? Knowing how all of us feel about all of this stuff. It still gets us the 6 months, staying as a district, which was my heartburn. And it also gives us an option to stay a district, but maybe in a different way that makes the people that are, in the city in a better governance piece. But the county could find a way through writings, through document, through contract to protect its interest. What do you think about that? And I know we're hitting you with it here, but what do you think about that?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. The chapter 121 requires the parties to a cooperative agreement under a health district to really establish methods of operation. And that's where the negotiation occurs. That's where the
Okay.
governance gets implemented.
Right.
You can negotiate that cooperative agreement to reflect the policy directions you wish to proceed on.
Okay.
And the allocation of
And
responsibility.
if Commissioner Gonzalez said, hey, I still think we need a clinic in the western part,
We could plan
then.
for a clinic,
Well, yeah, just, if we were to provide additional county health services, we could put that inside the contract too. We could say, and while we agree, right, the governance of everything in the city goes this way.
If they couldn't provide the services out there, then we could provide the services out there.
Yeah, we could just
Right.
do it we could do something like that ourselves. if we
Right,
wanted to.
so again, in order to get us to this perfect 8 o'clock hour and a little bit of kumbaya, I think that the motion is a motion that I can support, as long as we all understand that this document, this cooperative agreement that would be negotiated would be that, just that, it would be a negotiated agreement. Commissioner Chesney?
Yes, ma'am, I'm good.
Is that
No, I'm
good?
done.
Want
Yeah.
to repeat your motion, Ms.
Oh, no, I think you've got my motion.
Okay, so
got it?
motion
Better
and a
couple.
second, and I think that, and again, all of this is predicated on Jenny, wanting to say something, go ahead.
There's been so much said. I need to make sure I have it clearly. Your motion is that with the goal of transferring management to the of the health district to the city, they keep the health district as is with no change for 6 months, and in that time come up with a plan to allow the city to be the sole manager of the district at the end of that time?
Yes, ma'am. And the devil's in the
But
detail.
I need to see what but the devil being in the details. In other words, all of that would be established. To be honest with you, Jenny, I know, because I work with them every day, that is nothing, there's no difference. The city boost over there because they're there. They literally are on top of them every single day for everything. All we do is get bills. Ask Dale. All we do is get bills. The only thing that we went crossways with is the assistant health director. And if they want to take me out of that, of the reformation agreement, be my guest. I mean, they do what they want to do. They're going to do what they want to do anyway. So just so you guys know, I love this because it's no different at all, except for that we need to make sure that that agreement, Jenny, would have some protection for the county's interests. So don't go and be misinterpreting it like it's just we're giving it away. It's not changing at all, except for that most likely, I bet, they wouldn't want me to have anything to do with concurrence on the health director, and I bet they wouldn't want me to have a concurrence on maybe even hiring the health director. So AD and HD and evaluations would probably, right, Commissioner? Otherwise, but those are all details. Those are all just details. What I care about is keeping a district, because what I know is that, and there's another weird thing, is that I would want to make sure, Jenny, that if we stayed a district like this, that we could, as a county in these details, be able to still give grants in. Because the best grants come from the county, period. In other words, all the comprehensive grants, they're going to come from the county. So again, management is one thing. Taking care of our people is something else. They want to manage? Great. Make sure you have safeguards in there. Anyway, none of that's all of that's details. It's just a matter of staying a district, and then after the 6 months, that Chesney's motion is that the district would stay with a different management governance, which we would need to determine and negotiate for. Chesney?
She read as she read it is the way, that would be correct. Right.
I know, but I want to make sure that we're all have a meeting of the minds, that we're still going to have a document
Well, that's a given.
that we would approve,
That's a given, Judge.
and that if they have the management of the district, like they do in San Antonio, that there's still safeguards, right? Because there's stuff that we're going to have to do statutorily. There's stuff that we do better, like behavioral health, right? There's going to be stuff that, we're not going to give up Dr. Gonzalez in behavioral health, for instance, right? There's things that,
Isn't he at the
Dr.
hospital?
Gonzalez
this
works
day?
for us, though.
Yeah, he's at the hospital.
I know, but they had made a comment that they wanted to do behavioral health in their city department. I have a feeling they're going
I think
to,
they mean mental health.
well, that's the same thing.
Mental health.
That's the same thing, sir.
No, that's two different things.
Oh, my God. Okay, so, John, how do you feel about that?
Can we call for
I
the
mean,
vote?
the only thing that we haven't done is checked with our jurisdictions. But how do you like that for a starting point?
I think this is a good starting point. That's what I was asking for earlier, so.
I think it's a good starting point.
Can't hurt. Gotta try.
And this idea of the sole manager may be loved by them. That's what they've been dying for. You get it, Toyota. But I think the most important thing is that we get some safeguards. I mean, I want to hear you say that, because
I've
I
said
don't
it
want it
4
to be,
times.
I
I've
have
said
to
it 4
hear it, though,
times.
because I don't want it to be a
Judge, I've
blanket.
said it 4 times, 4 times. One, we
An
have
out?
to have an out clause.
Right.
What else do you want me to say?
I want you to make sure that you have some safeguards for the statutory obligations.
Well, other than in the district, we're not. if-
Oh, well, that's true, that's
there's no-
true.
There's no
That's a good
safeguards
point.
needed.
Yeah,
for it?
but you would want to have governance of those.
Well, no, the district is, no, they would be in charge of the district. Because that's the whole point, the district stays together, then we don't have to do anything different. That's all, yeah,
Well, that's true.
right. So, but yeah, but the devil's in, I mean, we gotta see.
The devil's in the
Let's
details.
just see if they even say yes. I don't know if they're gonna even, anyway. Yep.
Yeah. Well, look, I think it's a place to start, and then we would have the opportunity to vote, correct, on that final document.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, call for the question.
May I call the question
Call
politely?
for the question.
I'm not trying to.
I'm thinking, just
Okay.
and we've been here till 8, give me 2-3 minutes, because I want to make sure that we cover it all. You know, my goal was always to make sure that district could make sure it serves everybody. And I hope that, what I really want to make sure of is that, that when you say sole managing, that we could get into, and we have to have some ability to have some oversight. We can't have no oversight. What could we have in there that would provide for some checks and balances?
Well, checks and balances, if they're not doing what we say, we pull out. That's that's the check and balance, Judge. I mean, that's the checks and balance. If we don't feel as a court that they're doing right and servicing our people, we just withdraw. And we do our.
Well, we're in it. Let's just say that. I mean, it's not like a district means we're in it. It just means that they would manage the day-to-day functions, which is what they do anyway. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The only thing that would be different, but when you're saying and what I do,
And we don't get no bills.
no, we would get bills.
Just the one we
Yeah,
pay.
we'd have to negotiate
Yeah,
the
just the one
amount.
we pay for the, but not.
But we get bills every month.
Right, we'd
No,
have to,
I know,
we
but
would not
I'm saying,
negotiate that.
if they're gonna run it, we pay into it, and they're gonna invoice us for that, for the 25% or 20% or whatever it is. Yeah, we're gonna get that invoice.
You currently pay 40%.
We pay 40%. Why do you think they're gonna make us any less?
I know we
Well,
do,
because
Judge.
because Judge, they've said 90% of,
Oh, well, see, now, I was gonna say, we're gonna give them the same deal they have now. We're gonna pay them less. I'm liking this more and more and more.
But we're
Let's see,
gonna-
they're gonna get the same deal,
but they're gonna.
but I don't have to decide who gets hired and fired, and then,
It's just,
and then we get to pay them less?
it's
I
just.
can't
a
wait
start-
to Zanoni hears this one.
It's a starting point.
It's just a
Hey, just
starting
remind
I
me,
think
he's
it's
the one who told us
hysterical.
90%.
Maybe we pay more, who knows, but
All right, it's a starting point.
it might be 50%, I don't know.
Look, the best thing that you said here today is that for 6 months, everything stays as is.
Right.
And then from there, it's a starting point on how they manage. This is a direction, Jenny, this directive at least gets you somewhere, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
When is January, maybe?
All right, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we are going to be off the record. Do you all have any adjournments in memory? Can they save till tomorrow?
Yeah,
I think I'll save all my adjournments in memory till tomorrow. And tomorrow, we'll see you back here, and it's 8:07 PM. And, yeah, appreciate it.